Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up to each and everyone, Yeah, man, you know it go, Yeah, man. Enough respect as always, for the check-in. Yeah, man, you don't know it go still. We are doing the next little reasoning, yeah, upon certain little things. So, gratitude for the ones and ones them were there. Big up, big up, Nadia. Yeah, man, all the way from over England. Yeah, man, respect. We know it's midnight them time. They are almost midnight and yeah, they are checking same way and give you a strength. So big up Nadia, aka Empress. Don't know it go. Real warrior in the streets. Bridget, big up yourself. Dan R, enough respect, big up. Maat Root, big up. Sweet P, enough respect, big up. Alex Biggs, big up. Christine Black, enough respect, greatly appreciated, You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Ones and ones can see the topics up for discussion. You get what me I say? Yeah, I think yesterday we had a very good reasoning, from a musical perspective. Solid reasoning, man. Big up to the ones and ones who were here in the chat. And big up to the ones and ones who were on the panel. Yeah, man, real man, them. Dory, solid reason as always. Lali Bella, yeah, man, brilliant mind as always. You get what me I say? Hannibal. Who else is there about? Me I try to remember, You get what me I say? But big up on yourself same way. I stand firm in what I believe in on this earth. Yeah, man. Big up, enough respect, family. Carla, Messiah, enough respect, sister. Lady J, big up, enough respect. As me I say, when you see the topics, we are going to reason upon some politics and some current affairs and regional affairs. You get what me I say? So, based on where you see my topics, yeah, man, at least you know, say, ones and ones can hit the link and just check in and share them views based on the topics that are, yeah, man, in the thumbnail. You get me? I say, Uptown TV, enough respect as always, my brother. Gratitude for the support every time, family. You get me? I say, yeah, man. And as me say, please feel free to, like the stream. Yeah, man. That is how the ones and ones them can support the thing. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Just like and share and subscribe. That is all I ask of you. When you remember the song there? That was a big song. You get me I say? That is all I ask of you. Tell me your dreams so they could be mine too. Let me be yours to help them come true. That was a big song in the 90s. You get me I say? That's all I ever ask of you. So the old souls them overstand what me I say. You get what me I say? Greatly appreciate the support as always. So we are going to deal with a political reasoning. You get me I say? Topics at hand. Yeah, man. We see them as say the PNP are lead the JLP in the polls. Yeah, man. I wish you one JLP lawyer, yeah, man, chop the government or chop taxpayers about 100 mil. You get what me I say? We are gonna talk on that. You get what me I say? We are gonna talk on the Guyana crisis as well because we see what going on the Esquibo region or Esquibo region in a Guyana. That's the border between Guyana and Venezuela. So it's like Venezuela outfit go out with a referendum on December the 3rd to establish if Esquibo or Esquibo, whatever it is a part of Venezuela. So as a result of that now, Guyana has petitioned the International Court of Justice to assist them in, ratifying these borders or, addressing the legal issues between themselves and Venezuela. So that a go on and what a go on. 15 people there earlier check-in. Yeah, man, you don't know the thing go. Greatly appreciate that, because I would rather be speaking to 15 people right now than to 100 people and me talk pay bagger and foolishness. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, greatly appreciate the subscription, 350 subscribers. We have to give thanks because my live streams have been doing very well in the context of my subscribers. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, the videos them doing very well. Respect to the ones and ones them as well who listen on the play forward. Yeah, me kind of realize that me even get more views on the play forward than even the views that me get with the live stream. So that's a good look, which means that people are appreciative of the content. The reasoning. Yeah, man, the people them like the reasoning, the people them like the information, and the people them appreciate, the content that we are drop still. So enough respect. Yeah, man, we have certain lives or certain streams where pass all 1,000. We have streams in them 500s and stuff like that. So enough respect. One and one might say, wait. Or you might talk about stream reach 500 and them are going like it's a big deal. Yes, it's a big deal because me they even have 500 subscribers. So if me can get 1,000 organic viewers, you get what me I say, me appreciate that because sometimes when me drop all a stream, me I get all 1,000 or 600 hours worth of viewership. You get what me I say? Me not talk about minutes. Me I talk about 600 hours, 500 hours, 800 hours, 1,000 hours, which is an indication say ones and ones are listen the reasoning. You get what me I say? So big up to the truckers them, like Rowan Noble and Jamoon and them ones and ones who they might dep on the journey and them say, here we go on. Make me check into a Imhotep reasoning while me dep on the journey. Yeah, man, because you don't know it go. Solid reasoning a go on. Big up Rick Storm TV same way. You don't know it go. I feel big up Rick Storm every time, You get what me I say? Yeah, man, and ever blessed. Enough respect every time. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, greatly appreciate the support. So, ones and ones might listen this and the play forward. I just want to know that I greatly appreciate the support as always. Yeah, man. And feel free as well if you're listening to the play forward and you might want to say something or you might want to interject, man. Just timestamp it, man. So if we're there 20 minutes now the reasoning and you hear something where you say, but wait, me curious about this. Just timestamp it, man. 20 minutes in, yo. What you say about this? Me not agree with this because I saw this go or I saw that go or Imhotep. What you think how this go? This is my view. So we appreciate the interaction, man, every time. Oral Donaldson, big up my brother. Every time, family. I appreciate the support. You get what I say? Yeah, man. So as me say, ones and ones and I play forward can always timestamp the reasoning and just drop a question mark or a comment. You get what I say? Greatly appreciate the interaction, every time. You get what I say? So make we just start off by reasoning on the polls. You get what I say? Because the polls are indicating that the PNP is ahead of the JLP. You get what I say? Yeah, so what are your guys' thoughts on the polls? Because I am one who I'm not a big fan of these polls, You get what I say? Because at the end of the day, I can go and poll 1,000 people, and if my poll say, what is your opinion of Andrew Holness? I'm going to poll 1,000 people in our PNP area. Chances are 999 I say it's unfavorable. So me, I go run with the poll and say, 99% of Jamaicans are not happy with the Prime Minister. You get what I say? Julius Diamond, enough respect as always, family. You get what I say? You always, yeah, man, interact in a chat and drop some solid points and some questions. Lally Bella, my brother. Yeah, man, enough respect, family. Always. Gratitude for the support. Great mind, great one. Yeah, man, so I've never been a fan of the polls because me can go in a garden, Tivoli Garden, which is a JLP stronghold, and me can ask the question, what is your opinion of the Prime Minister? I am expecting at least 99 people to say, yeah, man, Andrew Holness doing a good job because it's a JLP area. Even if me do a poll half a tree or downtown, right? More than likely these polls they will poll 1,000 people. So at the end of the day, you are telling me that whatever 1,000 people says, you're gonna publish it in the Gleaner, the Observer, the Star, or whatever mainstream media to say that it carries weight. And then now, just like polls might say, oh, Mark Golden is leading. So you poll 1,000 persons. And if say 70% are favorable of Mark Golding and 30% are favorable of Andrew Holness, you're going to say, Mark Golding is leading in the polls. But you only poll 1,000 people. And Jamaica is 2 million people. Jackie, enough respect, Big up every time. You get what I say? Appreciate the support as always. Kenny Marshall, enough respect. You get what I say? Yeah, man. So, also, ones and ones can also drop their comment in the question section, right in the chat. If you have a question as it relates to the topic, yeah, man, feel free to drop your question in the chat and we will engage as best as we can. And the link is pinned as always, so people are free to hit the link and join the panel and engage in the discussion. Merkaba 360, my brother for life. Big up yourself, family. You get what I say? Yeah, man. So, polls will show us that, people have a favorable opinion of Mark Golding and the PNP, and you will see the media put it out there to say, well, Mark Golding is leading Andrew Holness in the polls. And then we kind of run with it because you know how politics go. I think politics and religion, in the context of Jamaica, I'm talking about Jamaicans. I think politics and religion has captivated our mind and indoctrinated our minds to a point where we are easily led, easily fed. We are easily, accepting of certain things without looking at the context of it. So just like, ones and ones, we see a poll and it say, Mark Golding leading Andrew Holness. And then we run out and say, wait, JLP can't win the next election. But when we look at the statistics, right? JLP have how much seats? About 49, something like that, right? PNP have how much seats? About 13, right? So that make it to about 62. And then, remember George, right? The man, the MP where the caught and video, yeah man, I beat up him woman or whatever, and them said them couldn't conclusively lock him up. So Andrew Holness used craft and say, here we go on George, right? Go on over the independent side, You get what I say? Because right now we can't to accept you because you're there on video. Yeah, man, I beat up your woman, You get what I say? So I think the JLP have 49 seats, the PNP have 13, and there is one independent, something like that. I stand corrected, but it is within that margin. You get what I say? You see that the PNP have 14, JLP have 48, and George Wright, him a Labour right same way. So even though them catch him on video and say, here we go now, you have to be an independent, because we don't want to associate with a woman beater. We know say him a Labour right same way. So the reality is this now. We might see the polls and we say, well, PNP are lead, but let's look at the reality. The JLP have what? 49 seats to the PNP 14. So even if the PNP are doing well in the polls means nothing at all. Because in most cases, these polls consist of 1,000 people. 1,000 people, them just go all a half a tree, or crossroads, or downtown, and then poll 1,000 people. But at the same time, they are quick to publish the findings of the polls. You get what me I say? And say, well, oh, the PNP is leading the JLP. No, I know so it go. It doesn't work that way there. Yeah, me understand, so it might be a good look. You get what me I say? And the PNP people, they might say, yeah, man, Mark Golding, I go win the election. Time come, Andrew Unless must go, blah, blah, blah. But we have to look at the reality on the ground. So even if Mark Golding have 99% favorability, we have to look at the amount of seats where the JLP have in comparison to the amount of seats where the PNP have. You understand me? I say, we know say, I think it's tomorrow. You know the JLP them are gonna have them annual conference at the national arena. So you know how that go. You know, to the ones them who live in the corporate area and rural areas, yeah man, them are gonna expect to see all of the coaster bus them I roll through. You get what me I say, Anna blow bella ring, JLP supporters in them green shirt, say them are head to the national stadium. These are people who are poor, impoverished, marginalized, disenfranchised, right? Governments don't care about them. But at the same time, the government will make sure say them charter all 120 bus from Montego Bay, 120 bus from all these parishes, pay the bus owners them one good food because these bus owners are connected to a particular party, right? And bus the people them to the national arena. The people who are in these buses then get one 5,000 or one 10,000, then get lunch and then get one JLP shirt. So that is just where Jamaica's politics is, unfortunately. You know, Jamaica's politics is not based on, you know, issues and what is beneficial to all these people in these constituencies. No. The people that might not have good infrastructure, no road, no adequate healthcare facilities. The school system might be bad, but when it comes down to the national conference and everybody get them 10,000 in their pocket and then get a bus ride, get one JLP shirt or one PNP shirt, yes man, them heading to Kingston. Cause you know how it go. You know, beer a drink and rum a drink and peer vibes, you know. So I just saw Jamaican politics there. Unfortunately, you get what I say. So I am not one who would put my trust in the polls because the polls are very misleading. If you look at the amount of people who were polled, yeah, in most cases, the standard amount is 1,000. You understand me? I say more time than they ever pass 1,000. But you will see the media houses them publish the findings of the polls, and you will see, you know, whichever political spectrum they might try to ride the wave and say, oh, I'm leading in the polls. Oh, Mark Gordon will come out and say, Andrew Wallace is in trouble because I'm leading in the polls, you know, and vice versa. If Andrew Wallace are leading at the polls, he will come out and say, here we go now. Yeah, man. I am leading in the polls. Yeah, man. 4 more years and whatever. You know, I saw a video where Anne-Marie Vaz was saying people are talking about time come and the PNP are talking about time come. But what we are saying in the JLP is extra time. So when I heard that, I mean, I said, wait, extra time Anne-Marie Vaz, extra time, you know, is when after the designated time period, there is no solution, right? Just in argument's sake, football. Two teams are playing in a quarter final or semi-final or whatever. Right? If after regular time, nobody no score, it means that what? We are at a deadlock or an impasse, right? So extra time is designated to have a winner or a solution. So I find Anne-Marie Vaz's statement talking about them a talk about time come, but we are say extra time, extra time. I think she's a political neophyte. We know that, and we know the whole connection with her husband, Darrell Vaz and Portland and them something there, because we see where even Damian Crawford went into that constituency. I think it was Dr. Lyndon Bloomfield. He was, unfortunately killed for whatever reason, right? I think he was the one that had that seat, and he represented the PNP, right? And as a result of his death, the seat was up for grabs. Damian Crawford was the one the PNP put for run against Anne-Marie Vaz. Anne-Marie Vaz knows nothing about politics, never run yet, nothing like that. And trust me, she ran against Damian Crawford and defeated great Damian Crawford. And there was videos that show us of vote buying and all them things there. So, politics in Jamaica is something very corrupt. It's very corrupt. But at the same time, I think the political establishment, they tend to take the people them for fools, so to speak. You get what I say? Yeah, man, them feel like say that them can just go in your constituency, give everybody, one brown paper bag or one envelope, one 10,000 in it, and you're certain about the votes. Yeah. That's how it go. See all Kenny Marshall, I say 10 grand I run from last night. Kenny Marshall, the link is pinned, So if you want to check in and give you an update, we are happy to listen to what you have to say as it relates to the 10 grand where I run from last night. But what we know for a fact is that Sunday, tomorrow, is the conference, I think, at National Arena. So you know how that go. We saw when the PNP had their conference, we see where them say fundraising time, we want to raise one. How much they said they want to raise? Was it 2 million or whatever? Or 10 million? What was it? And in no time, that they donors say 500,000, one anonymous source donate 100,000, one anonymous source say 50,000, etc., etc. And in no time, the PNP then raised a bag of money. But at the same time, they were the one who were propagating to say, Jamaicans are suffering and, Jamaica hard and things rough. But when it was time of the conference, yeah, man, I be things go on, money run. Mood man, enough respect for the check-in. Cardella Simpson, bless up sis, enough respect for the check-in. So that's the reason why we are here to have these discussions about politics too, because, as Jamaicans, whether we are in Jamaica or whether we are in the diaspora, I'm pretty sure in some way, shape, or form, we have witnessed the corruption of politics. You get me, I say? As you can see in the thumbnail, 144 new units to be built. Built where? Down at Tivoli Gardens or Rasta City. So we are going to talk about that too. You get me, I say? 8 years now, almost 8 years now, JLP in a power. Show us one PNP constituency, poor and, deprived area, where uno bill even 120 units or 130 units. You get what me I say? All of these units, which are being built through the National Housing Trust, taxpayers' money, taxpayers' contribution, are being used in a partisan manner. The JLP have been in power for 7 years, and whatever them a bill, as it relates to, the housing development, it's in what? JLP areas. I stand corrected, but I will ask anyone to show me where they are building 140 units in our PNP area, within the last 7 years since they have been in power. And I have to be objective here because the PNP did the same thing too. You get me, I said? When Portia was in power, Portia constituency, if memory serves me right, Portia Simpson Miller, yeah man, she was in charge of the Maxfield region there, like when you pass, I think it was 3 miles I go up. You get me? I say once you reach like a Delacree Park, You get me? I say on Spanish Town Road, the whole of Maxfield, them region there. Portia make sure say what? She build up some high-rise building too. So, both administrations are guilty of using taxpayers' money, on partisan lines, when in actuality, it should be beneficial to the Jamaican public. We should not be very partisan like that. Rayan Williams, big up family. Official Jendaya Ive Music. Yeah, man, enough respect for the check-in. Safe travel, my sister. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So the PNP are guilty of that. The JLP are guilty of that. So when the PNP are in power, they make sure say what? Them build up whole heap of developments, whole heap of quote unquote affordable housing in their constituencies. When the JLP is in power, they do the same thing. So at the end of the day, it's all about political partisanship. And it is sad because at the end of the day, it should be what is in the best interest of the Jamaican people. So, not because a JLP in a power, that means that Andrew Olney should only, build these housing developments in JLP areas, because 144 units in a Rasta city, that is Tivoli Garden, like, what kind of space do you have down the side there? Remember, Sir Edward Siaga was the one to create the first garrison in Jamaica, which was Tivoli Gardens, right? Edward Siaga knocked down back a wall. Ones and ones can correct me. Jamon, big up. Esther Spade, big up. Edward Siaga, in the 60s, did knock down back a wall and build up what we know today as Tivoli Gardens. You get me, I said? Yeah, man, and then build up the whole high-rise buildings, them and stuff like that. We see it in Arima. You get what I say? We see it in other places. So, these housing developments, which is taxpayers' money being used, I think it should be based on a non-partisan line. But unfortunately, that's not the case. You get what I say? Yeah, man, JLP in power, you know how it go. Them a build up houses in their constituency. PNP in power, them do the same thing. So as Jamaicans would say, no better herring, no better barrel, or both of them do the same thing. You understand me I say? But the reality is that they are able to get away with these things because no one says anything, right? If PNP lick out a sound, the JLP them are gonna say, well, because you bias and you deal with partisan politics, make you lick out a sound. Take care of yourself. And if the PNP do it and the JLP come out and lick out a sound, your ears say, because of political affiliation why people are complaining. So, these things are always done in a partisan, line or perspective. Only good karma. Big up yourself, all the way from over England, Enough respect, sister. Gratitude for the check-in. You get what I say? So, when we look at politics in Jamaica, can we say that the politics of the 1970s are different from the politics in 2023? And we are talking about almost 50 years. Maybe we can say, well, you know what? PNP and JLP now really shoot off of them one like before, Well, that might be true, but when it comes down to politics, no PNP cannot walk into a JLP area wearing a PNP shirt. No, the JLP people is gonna kill them in a real life. And if no labor right going on a PNP area in a no JLP shirt, them are go dead right now in 2023. So in that context, I don't think that the politics of the 70s, that tribalism, has changed that much. Because when it comes down to these politics, time and season, there is that bitter hatred, on both sides of the political spectrum. You get me? I say PNP ate JLP and JLP ate PNP. And that is how them deal with it. You understand me? I say. So, the politics of Jamaica has not changed much. And we also realize that the political establishment, are also manipulative. You get me? I say. JLP have conference tomorrow. We see them drop curfew or state of emergency. States of public emergency dropping our about 4 parishes. St. Catherine and Clarendon and a couple other parishes. You get me I say? Because at the end of the day, yeah man, them definitely want if you can brag and boast at the conference. You say, yeah man, crime is down, everything is good. That is how politics is. And the reality is that we as a people, we have accepted that status quo for a very long time. Nobody cares. If me a PNP, I couldn't care less what PNP does. PNP can't do nothing wrong in my eyesight. And if me a Labourite, yeah man, Labourite can do nothing wrong in my eyesight. So that is the political tribalism that permeates our society to the point where these politicians, can just sleep comfortably at night and say, me not have to worry about my constituency. Me just know, say, within a 4-year time period, me not have to go nowhere down there. But when election time come, we know, say, everybody get them 10 grand, them get one shirt, get couple beer, get lunch, and them good. The vote is secured. You get me I say? Yeah, man, Carla, big up, big up, big up, big up. Enough respect, enough respect. All right, so Carla Japan question there. Why is it when it comes to politics, people don't hold them responsible for their wrongdoings or check them when they don't keep their word? Carla, let me tell you something, Carla. If me can give you $10,000 in your pocket, right? Yeah, man, like all tomorrow now, so the people them who are going to the conference, then they might get 10,000 or so, then get lunch, then get one shirt, one free bus ride, and then can make some noise and say shower, shower, shower. Jamaicans are comfortable with that. So, unfortunately, Carla, we in Jamaica is a society that we are, designated or delineated on political lines. So, as long as me a Labourite caller, Andrew Ones can do no wrong. Ori Strong can do no wrong. You get what me I say? Even when crime has skyrocket, for all these years, Andrew Ones have Ori Strong in the portfolio of Minister of National Security. Ori Strong can't even formulate a crime plan. 7 years, these people have been in power. Ori Strong is the Minister of National Security and the Deputy Prime Minister. So say in reality, Ori Strong is the second most powerful man, in a Labour Party, in a real life. You get what I say? So, no matter how the crime has skyrocketed, because he's Deputy Prime Minister and in there about long time, Andrew Oles nah move him at all. Andrew Oles rather have to shuffle up everywhere else. When cabinet reshuffle go on, yeah man, Ori Strong is always the beneficiary in the sense that nobody no touch him, nobody no move him. You get what I say? No matter how crime and violence is rampant, no matter how even his constituency in Montego Bay is replete with crime and violence, no matter how, his portfolio is ineffective in addressing crime, Ori Strong still hold in position. You get what I say? So that's a part of the problem with the Jamaican society as it relates to holding these politicians, accountable. See, Kenny Marshall has said 30 million spent on transportation for tomorrow. Well, Kenny Marshall, we know how the conference go. And the reality is the PNP do it to family. When a PNP conference, one bag of money spent for rent one bag of bus, so them can give the PNP people them shirt and give them little, envelope and then lunch everybody bungle up a national arena and blow them vuvuzela and say power, power, power. You know, tomorrow, no difference. JLP had the same thing. So while we can say 30 million spent for tomorrow transportation, the same thing happens with the PNP. So I am taking an objective position. You get what I say? Because if we are call out one, I think it's fair to call out both of them. You get me I say? Unfortunately, we have seen no new political party that we can say is capable of challenging the status quo. And the status quo is the JLP and the PLP dominance. From 19 what? From the 1950s, I was JLP and PNP. We saw in the 1990s, early 2000, right? Bruce Golding them, they left and formed the NDM, right? Bruce Golding left the JLP and he go form the NDM, right? We saw in the early 2000 wells, there was the UPP. I don't know if you guys remember Antoinette Arton, you know. Antoinette Arton, she did deal with hotline for RJR. You get me? I say at one point in time, yeah man, she created a UPP. I think it was the United People's Progressive Party, something to that effect. You get me? I say so we had the NDM, we had the UPP, Marcus Garvey Party. I don't know what's going on with that, but Marcus Garvey Party was the first political party established in Jamaica. That's the reality, you know. And where are they now? Where is the Marcus Garvey Party right now? You get what I say? Yeah, man. Me see the little youngster, the name. Me see a little youngster, I try to, you know, resurrect the movement. You get what I say? Me give him credit for that still. But it's sad to say that a Marcus Garvey Party, which is the first political party in Jamaica, can't even win one seat. So it begs the question, are we about what is in the best interest of the people, or is it that we are so tribal where it's all about parties and lines? You get me I say? Because Marcus Garvey Party, based on the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, yeah man, they should at least, you know, can win a one seat, man. You get what I say? Yeah man, them should at least can win a one seat. But unfortunately, 63 seats in the parliament is always the JLP and PNP. You get me I say? Always them two people from time immemorial straight up. We have a Rasta version, you know. Back then, I remember him in 1997, right? Rasta, yeah man, in the start one Rasta party too, you know, but that never gone away. You understand what I say? Yeah, so we have seen so many different groups, you know, formulate different political movements. However, you know, they cannot break through the status quo. Hold on, Dory. Where Dory say? Audio off, check mic. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Just type a 9 if you are hearing me clearly, you know, because so far I've been getting the interaction from the comment section. So I was of the impression that ones and ones were hearing me very clearly. So it's crackling. It's crackling. Ever blessed. Rayan, how is my sound? Is it crackling or is it good? How is the audio quality? Dory, based on when I say ever blessed and Rayan and only good karma and Carla, them are saying a family. It sounds like the audio on my end is good. So maybe you can double check, you know, the audio on your end too, you know. You know the thing of family. But respect family for the check-in and the update still. You get what I say? But as I was saying though, when it comes down to the political spectrum in Jamaica, it is always, yeah man, respect Christine Black and Jackie. Yeah man, enough respect for the confirmation slash clarification that the audio on my end is good. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So don't worry. Just double check your audio, family, and you can just, see what go on. But 360 to what I was saying earlier. When it comes down to the Jamaican political spectrum, we have realized that two political parties have dominated the affairs of the country from Jamaica get quote unquote political independence. There has never been another political party who has been able to even win one seat. Not even one seat then can win. You get what I say? And every time there's an election, you have many parties. You have the PNP, JLP, you have I think last election you have where the party name again, man, UIC, right? UIC made an introduction, but them never last too long. It was pure infighting and it never worked out. But long story short though, throughout the history of Jamaica, it has always been JLP and PNP that dominates the politics of the country. Why is that so? Because them control all of these political garrisons from its inception. So even though you might have new political parties, the people are so tribal and partisan, and in reality, we know what's the era going now. No matter how these people are not represented, they might not have proper health care, they might not have proper education system, they might not have proper infrastructure, but once it comes down to politics time, these politicians know what's the era going now. Brown paper bag money or money in an envelope, yeah man, fix all of them problems there. So if for 4 years we have no water, the road conditions are poor, we don't have no clinic where the elderly or the sick can go to, no problem. Because when it comes down to the politics time, we know what's the era going now. Brown paper bag or a little envelope, yeah man, with 10,000 or 15,000, and that fix all of your problem that you encountered 4 years ago. Unfortunately, that is the Jamaican political status quo. And this should not discourage other political parties that might be interested in trying to overthrow the status quo, because we have to start from somewhere. The problem is, I think, these political parties, right, are so entrenched and they are so connected to the point where them know say just a little 10,000 or 5,000 and a lunch, a bus ride, you go to National Arena, make a bag of noise, and that is it, you're good. So that has always been, their modus operandi as it relates to, calming down their constituents. Them know say $10,000, good. Because once they give the people them 10,000, them couldn't care less about the deteriorating road conditions. They couldn't care less about if them not have no water. Them not care if them not have no light. Them don't care if them not have no clinic. You get me I say? Them not care if them not have no police station, or if there is one, or just one vehicle I serve the whole constituency. They don't care. Once they get their money, them good. Unfortunately, that has been the Jamaican political status quo, and it remains up until this day in 2023. All right, so Lali Bella asked a question there, and as I said, family, the link is pinned. Ones and ones are free to join the panel and reason. However, if you are comfortable in the chat, yeah man, you can drop your question in the chat and we can engage as well, because you don't know it going on. We can just go and hold the fort same way. So Lali Bella say, how far does the funds in the brown paper bag go, and what does that say about our politics and the welfare of the citizenry? The reality is though, Lali Bella, the people don't care about the future, or the present. Once they get the envelope there with 10,000, they are comfortable with that. That is something when me see and me live it. You get what me I say? No roads, no water, no light. You get me I say? But when it comes down to politics time now, the MP can send couple of us, have the foot soldiers them, line up some people, line up some envelopes. You get me I say? Yeah man, give them a shirt, give them an envelope because let me tell you something. Everybody get them shirt and them envelope same time. You can't give the people them a shirt and don't give them the envelope. So then get the shirt and them get the envelope same time and them know say, yeah man, me I go arena tomorrow. It no matter where they come from. Once they get them money, them good. So, the political status quo as it relates to, politicians not caring about the well-being of their constituents until election time. That has not always been the case. You get what me I say? And I think the fact that the people in these constituencies don't really care about the substance, like we need roads. We're going to vote for better roads. So here we go now. Whoever is giving us better roads, that's the person we're going to vote for. Whoever is going to give us a clinic, so at least the elderly and the sickly can go and get some medical attention, and then we have vote for. Whoever can make sure so we have, the schools, proper schools where, the younger ones them can have a good education, so to speak, and then we have vote for. In Jamaica, unfortunately, that's not the case. Jamaicans do not vote based on issues that affect them or issues that will benefit them. Jamaicans do not vote on that line. Just like in America, if Trump say, here go on now, if you elect me, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine. I'm going to end the war with Israel and Gaza. I'm going to build the wall so all these immigrants can forward over. You get me? I say, I'm going to reduce taxes on the middle class or the poor or whatever. Then people will vote for Trump, because they realize, say what? Whatever he's presenting is beneficial to them. So they are voting based on what is going to be beneficial to them. In a Jamaican politics, sad to say, that's not the case. You get what I say? Not one bit. Politics time, conference tomorrow, nobody cares about what they are going through. The same poor people, same JLP people who are poor and suffering, right? Can't find food, can't send them picnic to school. Once them get that brown paper bag tomorrow and that green shirt with them MP face on it, them good. Get a bus ride, them hang out through the window, ring a bell and say shower, shower, and them good. Them all right. This has always been the case with Jamaica's politics. And I'm not speaking from a partisan perspective because it does happen on both sides of the political spectrum. PNP do it, JLP do it. Just like how now, Andrew Ownless grown, you see, yesterday them say, 144 housing units for Rasta City. That's in Tivoli Gardens, right? JLP stronghold. Remember say, Edward Siaga in a film time created the first garrison in Jamaica. Edward Siaga, right, created the first political stronghold, aka Tivoli Gardens, right? Because I think it was called Bakawal back then. And him turned it in a political garrison, right? And as a result of that, them use the Tivoli template all over the place, right? We see it in Denham Town, we see it in Arima, we see it in other places. So, Tivoli Gardens was created from the place when they call Bakawal. Because remember saying, after slavery, in the 1940s and 50s and stuff like that, a lot of slaves, or farmer slaves, decide, say what? They are coming to Kingston for a better life. Remember, say them leave the plantation, right? And stuff. So a lot of them came to Kingston. So even downtown Kingston, which was a very prosperous, modern city at the time, 1920s, 1930s, the 1800s, Kingston City was more modern than even America in a real life. You get me, I say? Kingston had a railway system before even America. You understand me, I say? So, long story short, Bacawal became what we know today as Tivoli Gardens and parts of Denham Town. And that was what? 60 years ago. In 2023, can we say that these places are developed in any way, shape, or form? No, we can't. What we see with these places, crime infested. Um, Politics maintains the status quo, right, for whatever reason. Tivoli Garden has to be maintained as a counterweight to, when they call the place, the man, Matches Lane. Because just like how Edward Siaga did create Tivoli Garden, the PNP then create Matthews Lane, or where we call Matches Lane, right? As a counterweight to Tivoli Garden. Where we see crime and violence. Matches Lane and Garden man a war, pay crime and violence. All these communities very impoverished, riddled with crime and violence. And this is the creation of politics. So when you look at Tivoli Garden, Rima, Jungle, Matches Lane, Denham Town, you understand what I say? Evil, Warwick Hill, Mountain View, you get what I say? We can go all over Kingston. Maxfield, yeah man, post a sims to them. When they come on to Jungle and them region there, we know say it was Omar Davis them. Now Mark Bolin control them region there. You get what I say? Yeah man. Peter Phillips now in the control part of Maxfield, go back to Arfetry and Mullines Road. You understand me? I say? Yeah man, Porsche thing didn't go down a 3 mile side. And then we have certain ones and ones from around a back to side, go straight down when they call it Riverton. There was a virgin name, I think it was O.T. Williams back then. In the control from 3 miles back to go way back down. All poor, impoverished regions. You get me? I say? Andrew Oles, West Central St. Andrew. That encompasses, Bay Farm Road, Olympic Way, parts of Waterhouse, Mall Road, parts of Jewsland, Mar Valley. You get what I say? Yeah, man, Andrew Oles control the whole of them region there. Pay crime and violence, pay poverty. And they have not implemented any form of social intervention programs to eliminate the poverty, the illiteracy, the crime and violence. They haven't. Even if they have implemented programs and they have allocated funding, it's always based on a partisan line. You get what I say? Just like you see them announce 144 units down in Rasta City, we know say a JLP thing that. And that's why we say Desmond Mackenzie them, JLP, a break ground. Andrew Wallace him there a break ground. And the housing trust people them, and apparently the building contractor. All of that, politics. So they are using taxpayers' money, right, to build these houses in politically aligned constituencies. So in reality, it's not as if they care about the Jamaican people and their housing needs. No, it's all about the political affiliation of these areas. So at least we know, say, yeah man, if it's a JLP area, yeah, they're going to build up some housing solutions. But only in the JLP area of the constituency. We saw Andrew Owenless did that in West Central St. Andrew. And nobody not call him out panic because most of the people that we see on the internet, them don't really understand what is going on the ground. Them will just turn on them YouTube and them start beat Andrew Owenless or they start cuss Mark Golden but these people have never experienced, never studied the political spectrum, in these inner city constituencies. So nobody's gonna call out Andrew Holness and say, Andrew Holness, respectfully, sir, you are the member of parliament for an entire constituency. And even though the constituency encompasses both JLP and PNP supporters, we are asking you to take a non-partisan approach to the well-being of your constituents. Andrew Holness, now look point that way there. When he built up the houses them, couple months ago, he showed that he was doing some, housing development, and he wanted to use it as a template, to implement in other areas. Where were these units being built? In the JLP section of the constituency. If you ask Andrew Holness or any member of the JLP, have you guys built any housing solutions in any PNP area of the constituencies that you guys control? No. Them can't tell us yes. Because within themselves, them know say what? They are being partisan and tribal. So they will build a couple units, but it's in the JLP area of the constituency. So what about the other area? You are the member of parliament for the constituency, not only for the JLP area, but that's the reality when it comes down to politics in Jamaica. Sad to say, but that is the truth. So 144 units is going to be built in Rasta City, in a Tivoli Garden. All right, that's fine. We appreciate that because we know, say, all them zinc fence, they are all pop down house, they can knock down and then build up some good houses. But I go on after a couple of years, they are going to water them down the same way how Tivoli Garden look and the same way how Denham Town look. So you have the people with the same mindset going into new buildings. It doesn't change anything. Put these people in Cherry Garden and Jackshill with the same mindset, and you're going to have Cherry Garden and Jackshill being the same like Tivoli Gardens and Denham Town. I say that to say this. If the mindset of the people does not change, the environment will remain the same. It doesn't matter what you build and put them in. Even if you were to put them in castles, right? If their mindset does not change, it's still gonna be the same. All right, so Ryan Williams said, my uncle is the counselor for St. Elizabeth, and trust me, I learned so much how they operate. Let me to hold a stand that I'd not vote for no more. Well, we understand the politics, brother, and it's on both sides of the aisle. You get what me I say? That's why me I say, me not gonna say one party is responsible. We see where Andrew Holness on the political platform I say 18 years of the PNP and we are trying to recover. But the JLP has been in power for 7 years now. And if we look at the last 15 years, the JLP has been in power for about 11 years of that. So we are talking about 18 years for now. Why are you talking about 18 years of PNP when you have been in power for 7 years? And you have been in power for 11 years out of the last 15. You have been in power for 12 years out of the last 16. So in other words, the last 4 administrations, the JLP has been in 3 of them, and the PNP 1. So why is it that, whenever they are on the political platforms, they hear them say, we are trying to get Jamaica back on track from 18 years of PNP neglect. But, bro God, respectfully, brother, you have been in power for 7 years now. I got 8 years. And 12 years out of the last 16. So don't try to trick the people then. But because we're so tribal and political in our mindset. When these politicians say it, it sounds good. And it sounds like a true, if me a labor right, me no question nothing at all. Me just accept what bro God say, and me accept whatever anyone says on the political platform. Because me a labor right, and they are saying PNP mashed up the country for 18 years. And they are trying to fix back what the PNP mash up. But if you need 7 to 8 years to fix back that, me no feel say the people them must have no confidence in any government that tells you say them need 8 years to fix the country or the ills of the country. Yeah man, that's cause for concern. So Kenny Marshall said, Imhotep, if you ask any politician, what are your plans for my kids' future, you will never get a good answer. That is a fact, Kenny Marshall, because remember, say, right, the politicians only care about what? Their constituency in terms of being re-elected. That's the reason why, even in JLP constituencies, you will see the people them forward out and the people them will cuss and quarrel and protest and say, oh, Rhoda Crawford got to go, or whoever, whichever JLP member of parliament. A couple months ago, we see them abandon the constituency office and I say she have to go and whatever. We saw a couple weeks ago in St. Anne, right? The MP was replaced and Andrew Owens put in Matthew Samuda. And you know how for them dynasty go already, with the Carl Samuda them, So Matthew Samuda, I think he's a minister in the JLP administration, right? I think he's a minister of what? Water or something like that. I stand corrected, but Matthew Samuda is some minister. And the JLP member of parliament, the people them say we don't want them out there, and I said answer them. Because them not do a good job. And Andrew Owens all right now worry on himself, man. Me have Matthew Samuda and he will get the job done. And that is it. You get what I say? So even politicians who grew up in those areas, who were activists for the Jamaica Labour Party, who were also councillors in those various divisions, even them man they disgruntled, because them man they say, here we go now. Matthew Samuda, no come from Boya, don't know the place, don't know the constituents. We have been here for years. We have been political activists for years. We have been maintaining, the JLP's dominance for years. And you tell me, say, Andrew Owens just decides I'm going to throw in one Matthew Samuda, we come from probably Beverly Hills or Cherry Garden or Jacksonville or, you get what I say, Red Hills or one of them rich areas there. In our constituency where he has no connection to the constituency. However, he is the one to represent the constituency above the grassroots people, be it the councillors or the political activists. And you know what happened? Everybody stay quiet because guess what? When bro God talk, no dog bark. That is the politics in Jamaica. Politics in Jamaica should be a case where here we go now. If you're gonna represent the constituency, yeah man, you should be from the constituency. Because at least we know if you are from the constituency, it means that whatever policies you're gonna implement, whatever bills you're gonna table, are gonna be in the interest of the constituency because what? Your family and friends live in the constituency. So if there is no healthcare system, or if there is not an adequate healthcare system in these constituencies, you as someone who born and grew in this area, you can say, here we go on. It's a priority for me. It's of utmost importance for me. So you will act accordingly. But the problem with Jamaica's politics is this. Most of these members of parliament don't live in the areas, never born and grow in these areas, not even the parish, none of them born and grow, don't know the people, have no connection, no affiliation, just political pawns who are placed in these areas to carry out a certain agenda. And they are so disconnected from the interests of the constituencies. We have 33 people, 34 people on the live. Enough respect for that. Yeah, man, as part of showing your appreciation, yeah, man, just please hit the like button. We appreciate that. And if you appreciate the content as well, yeah, man, we appreciate the subscription because, we're trying to build the platform. You get what I say? The last time I checked, it was 350 subscribers. And, yeah, man, an easy thing for me to build my subscribers. Right now, me can have, let me see, today I sat there, right? Right now, me can have 1,000 subscribers by Monday. Very easy. All me have to do, just come out and start cuss somebody. Or start diss up somebody. Right? Because we know, so what? The back and forth and the bagger and the argument, yeah, man, people will subscribe for that. But, yeah, that's not our style. And, yeah, man, we know engage in that kind of approach to build no platform. You get what I say? We're not buying no views, we're not buying no subscribers, we're not buying no likes. And we're not trying to tear down nobody to try to build a platform. We're doing it naturally and in the organic way where people will hear the content and they might listen to the content, appreciate the content and say, here go on. I love how that Virginia reasoning, so let me give him a subscription. You get what I say? Yeah, man. Make me follow him or whatever and see what I go on because I love the reasoning. So I would rather to build my platform based on that criteria. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I really talking only good karma. Right now, if me want 2,000 subscribers by tomorrow, me just run out and start this on Mr. Vegas and them something. Yeah, man. And start this up all Rick Storm and some other people. And once me run out and start this up them people, yeah, man, Mr. Vegas, this and Mr. Vegas, that. Yeah, man, thousands of people are going to subscribe because they want to hear what kind of secret Imhotep have for Mr. Vegas or Rick Storm or anybody when they're around. I saw some people build them platform. Them have to try to tear down others to build it up, but we not depend on that, people. It's all about the content. We are dealing with the information. Yeah, man, I would rather have 34 people are listening to me, and we know say whatever is being discussed is informative and beneficial. You get what I say? Than me there so I tear down somebody and 500 people are listening to me. So 500 people are here listening because they want to hear what kind of secret me have for the person when me a cuss. You get what I say? And then now, when me not have nothing more to say about the person, me can only get 120 people or 30 people or 40 people because everybody else gone. No. Me not build my platform that way there. You get what I say? It's all about having constructive discussions, informative conversations so that we can educate and inform and engage with the audience. That's the objective of the platform. Chang, enough respect, big up yourself in a family. Yeah, man, enough respect because you don't know it going to Chang. You're a real warrior in our trenches for a long time. Randy, big up, enough respect. Yeah, man, so as I say, there's a biblical proverb that says, I would rather have a loaf of bread with peace of mind than have a banquet in a house of trouble. In other words, me rather stay here with my little bit of subscribers and my little bit of viewers, and we know say we are having constructive conversations that are informative, educational, and beneficial to the audience than know say me have one bag of people, 300 people, 500 people who are here just to hear some mixed up or gossip or bagga or who me can tear down. So that's not the objective, family. You get what I say? Yeah, man, that's what me there. You understand what I say? So enough respect to the ones and ones who check in, enough respect to the ones and ones who support the channel in terms of liking and subscribing. Because at the end of the day, yeah, man, couple months from now, couple years from now, when the channel grow, we are going to always remember where we are forward from and how we build we channel. And at least we can say we never build our channel in tearing down others because that's not the objective. You get what me I say? The reason we go on pandem channel, yeah, no go on nowhere else. Especially when you know say a lolly bella check in and you don't know it got the rest of ones and ones them check in and we are reason. We reason about politics, we reason about religion, we reason about social affairs, current affairs, international affairs, regional affairs, and we enlighten the audience. You get what me I say? Enough ones and ones reach out to me and them I say, yo, Imhotep, big up yourself, brother. Me greatly appreciate what you're doing out there. Me greatly appreciate the information. I'm learning a lot and I'm listening a lot. I might not comment a lot, but yeah, man, Imhotep, man, your platform, it's very educational, it's very informative. Keep up the good work. That is what I appreciate. The little ones and ones them who will, yeah, man, lend them support. You get what me I say? Because that's right there. All right, so Lolly Bella say, in the 1950s, in one fell swoop, Norman Manley got rid of Jamaica's bicycle exercise tax, and per documented reports, Bustamante told him that he was foolish for doing said. Well, remember, sir, both of them, Lolly Bella, are different political spectrum. So, yeah, man, Norman Manley, yeah, man, him getting rid of that. Yeah, the people them would have said, yeah, man, we like that and I respect that. But at the end of the day, Bustamante is gonna do what's best for him. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So Lolly Bella said when Bustamante told Norman that when the next election come, the people would have remembered him. Yeah, but that's the reality, Lolly Bella. And that's how politics work. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, in a real life, man. Anthony Summers, big up family, enough respect for the check-in. Darlan Hines, enough respect for the check-in. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, gratitude. 41 people there and listen to the political reasoning. And me appreciate that because as Mr. Family, there's a whole heap of content that we have in the pipeline for drop on the people them. And how we run the platform is that we are open and receptive to, dialogues. You get what me I say? Ones and ones can hit the link and check in and say a thing or two. Yeah, man, I will deal with that. You get what me I say? Yeah, so that's the whole objective of the platform to, engage in constructive dialogues and to educate and, yeah, man, have a little reasoning. I would use some logical reasoning. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Um, yeah, man, only good karma. Yeah, man, big up skeptic too, so skeptic always there with the alien reasoning them. You get what me I say? A long time, say skeptic for real. But only good karma. Skeptic always tell we say that the overlords are after him, and him can't talk certain things. So skeptic, big up yourself, family. Greatly appreciate, your support as always and your input. You don't know it got more time, and all the while we need the alien reasoning still, but we always receptive to what you have to say, Lolly Bella, my brother, big up yourself, where you going with?
Then a salute, brother. Salute to you and
Yeah, man,
salute
respect for
to
you check in, man. You know it go.
yeah, man. And salute to all in the chat. Where's
Yeah,
the
man.
skeptic? Is the skeptic giant? Skeptic in the chat?
No. Where only good karma say a long time. She not a skeptic because only good karma always like skeptic, man. I real skeptic. You get me? I say.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Skeptic check in for Rick
Jesus.
Star more time and Eve over yesterday, but a couple of weeks now for real, me not really see him still, but I trust that, all is well with him still. Big up skeptic, enough respect. Him always check in and him sharing point of view. We might not always agree with it, but at the same time, we appreciate his contribution to the reasoning.
Yeah, man. A long time I know you're from skeptic.
Yeah, man. Michelle Clark, big up sister, enough respect. Yeah, go to Lolly Bella. Me, you have to send a family.
Yeah, man. I agree with you, brother. And the issue is knowing that politicians have failed us largely from independence. I'm gonna try to figure out how do we get to a point where we can get these politicians to be accountable. And clearly, it seems as if we need to get the electorate informed in a way that they would vote relative to their best interests. And right now, unfortunately, that is not the case. I'm gonna try to figure out what can we do for really create that paradigm shift. And in some respects, it would have seemed like, say, brother, if we don't have a revolution,
Right.
we won't get to where we are to be. Because the 10 grand in a t-shirt clearly show the desperation of the majority of Jamaicans.
Right.
Because in America, 10 grand is what, 100 US or somewhere about, or whatever that is?
What in America?
Yeah.
It's less than. Well, pretty much 15,000 Jamaican is 100 US pretty much.
Yeah, because I can't imagine you give meaningful, you give $100 or $150 to most Americans, and that would make sense to them.
Right, right,
So
right, right.
it really sure, and it's sad reality, brother. Somehow we have kids, and we know, so if our children weren't taught certain things within reason, we shouldn't expect them to know it. And we know that the majority of Jamaicans are just not as cognizant as they are to be when it comes to politics. And you have this cycle, you have this cycle where we need to break. And what I mean, there's the poverty, there's the ignorance,
Right, right.
and clearly politicians exploit all of that.
Right, right. And they
See?
play on that. 1 second, Lalibela. Not to cut
Mm-hmm.
your wisdom, but big up Scara, enough respect family. Rick Storm TV, big up, enough respect family for the check-in. Got you, Lalibela.
Yeah, Mr. Kenny Marshall asked a question. I'm not too sure about that. I've heard it before, but I don't remember if Bustamante did say it, and I don't remember if it was said in 1957. But the truth is, Bustamante was, for whatever it's worth, spot on, right? Because
Yes.
when Norman Manley got rid of the excise tax in 56, somewhere whereabouts, see? By 62, the people didn't remember Norman Manley. They voted for Buster as the first prime minister. And politics is a necessary evil for proper policies. See? Politics different from policy making, and you have to be very astute when it comes to politics. And if you are good intending, you have to go in the trenches of politics and roll up a sleeve on some dirty work per se, and hopefully then get to where, you are in a position where you can, like even Damian Crawford, right? Damian Crawford
Right.
refused to buy a vote in a Portland. And
Right.
I can't remember where in St. Andrew before he refused to buy a vote.
He
I don't
was
know.
um he was up in he was in the constituency. I think the constituency now. I think he replaced Colin Campbell. Colin Campbell did in charge of upper UE Utech side, Papi insider, that side there. I think Colin Campbell was in charge of up the side there, brother. You get me? I say when it's going to Standpipe, Augustown. Yeah, that was where Crawford was. I think Juliet Holness now
Mm.
kind of control, or Juliet Cuthbert, one of them,
Yeah,
control
yeah,
up the
yeah,
side,
yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think
Right.
so. But isn't Damon again running for as an MP?
Yeah, I think they are putting him in St. Anne's side. I think
Oh, St.
I
Anne.
think it's in Lisa. I'm not sure if it's Lisa
Oh.
constituency, but I think it's St. Anne. I put Crawford in right now. But just to add to your point though, in Portland, right? Him
Mm-hmm.
decides him now buying a vote, and he was saying, people, me raise goats, right? And me can't go no goats, I only just raise the goats and do farming and build nothing. The people them say, well, we don't want that. During that by-election, there was evidence, video footage, for sure say the Labour right them appear people for vote.
Yeah,
And
man.
Crawford lost to Anne-Marie Vaz, who was a political neophyte at that time.
Yeah, man. And I remember the Prime Minister being asked a question, and he was very coy. He never categorically denied that votes were being bought, What he said is that we didn't take money from certain funds. See, he was very coy. He was very coy with how he responded. He never categorically denied votes being bought or sold.
Right.
And the reality of it, as we say already, right? Both parties buy and sell votes. So it's like if we were to point to the JLP in Portland doing it, we know the PNP do it almost everywhere.
Right.
And I've spoken to prominent people who at the time was like, yo, what I mean, Damon, I here for take the vote. And practically speaking, the reason made sense, right? Because Damon never got himself in a position where he could then effect changes. But PNP thought they would have won that election by buying votes, and they were outflanked, and that's really where that was. PNP really pledged to buy a vote the same kind of way, and we just need that for change, really and truly. Still, we need issue-based politics. And you asked the question earlier about whether or not the prime minister in the last, what, 6 or 8 years, 6 or 7 years?
No,
If
he's
he,
been the prime minister for 7 years, past 7 years,
right, 7 years, right? You asked the question whether or not he's done any meaningful investment in any PNP communities.
Right, right. In
And
terms of the housing, the housing thing, because taxpayers' money they
yeah,
use and build these houses.
yeah, man. Even them thing that have to stop, brother. You know what I
Right.
mean? Even them thing that have to stop. But as where the Virginia said earlier, I'm really sure the power is in the hands of the people. The people just don't know. The
Agreed.
people, the
Agreed.
people,
Agreed.
people just don't know,
Agreed.
and it's sad.
Yeah, I agree. But remember, say as well that the masses. That's why they call them the masses, don't?
Yeah, man.
Because the masses are considered illiterate, ignorant, and gullible.
Yep.
And as such, these politicians, some of them will go university and they will learn political science and they know the formula, man. They know the formula. Just some money, so a plate of food and give them one shirt and you're good to go with the votes. It has always been that way in Jamaica. In these garrison areas, you get what I say? And the status quo has always continued, never changed. Even in Andrew Wone's constituency too.
Yeah, man. And you know what's interesting, right? A lot of people, when Andrew came to his prominence as prime minister, the reasoning was Andrew was born post-independence. He has a different way of seeing things. He has a different way of thinking. And what I like to know, if, especially for people on the ground, if they would agree that Andrew has done anything meaningfully different from the status quo, from the legacy politicians who were pre-independent and so forth. Because I don't know if you remember, people used to say, yeah, man, Andrew, our generation type thing, I mean, in born after independence, or he's one of the post-independence individuals. He sees
Right,
Jamaica differently. But I
right.
wonder if that was just a mute at this point.
Well, with Andrew own listener, remember say Edward Thiago groom him, not true.
Yeah, man, of course, mentor.
Edward Thiago groom Andrew Honest, right? Same way how in the groom Bruce Golden, but Bruce Golden was fed up because Bruce Golden realized that as long as he was in the JLP, right, he could not be a leader as long as Edward Thiago was there. And him left and go farm the NDM, right?
Yeah, man.
And him
Yeah, man.
left and forward back because them promised him, so, all right, yeah, man, we gain leadership. So when he came back, and JLP won the election, I think it was what, about 99 election, something like that. And 97 election. Let me see.
Was it that early?
97, yeah, 97 election, yes. 97 election, right? The JLP won that election.
Mm.
And yeah, 97 election they win. What was it? 97 election, Lalibela. JLP won that
So,
election though, or 98 election. One of them, right? Because me know say Bruce Golding was the prime minister until the 2010 West Kingston incursion. When he
come on.
compromised himself with the whole extradition thing or whatever, because the CIA they don't tap him phone. So them they know
No,
say he might communicate with others them and them something there. So them tell him say here go on Bruce. Yeah man, we still want to go on with there, so you have to go step aside, Bruce. You can't represent Jamaica or else the US are cut off all funding. I remember
no.
say Bruce Golding come out and say, oh, the laws of Jamaica was not formulated up at Old Hope Road in reference to the US Embassy. And when the man drop him file and say, Bruce, these are the people you communicate with, criminals, wanted people as a leader. Yeah, man, the United States cannot engage in any business with the Jamaican government as long as you are prime minister, and he was forced to resign. And Andrew Onless became the prime minister right after Bruce Golding because
Right.
Andrew Onless was the heir to the throne because he was groomed by Edward Siaga.
Yeah, yeah. So Bruce didn't win in the 90s because that seemed too early. In a 2000 he won. In a 2007 is when Bruce won.
Right, 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 right,
Right,
right,
right,
right,
right, right,
right.
right, right. No, no real talk. But it is concerning to me. It is very concerning to me that the masses at large, resigned to the fact that regardless if they vote PNP or GLP, there won't be any difference.
Right.
and it is very unfortunate. And I think once we depress people by not giving them access to meaningful education, I mean, going to school is not enough to say that's education. And
Right.
access to proper health care, and you see how eloquently Dory went into how them destroy the labor laws in Jamaica, seeing
Right.
where, I mean, it is very disheartening. It is very disheartening that at the same time they were destroying the labor laws in Jamaica, they were empowering these foreign multinational corporations that aren't really invested in Jamaica in any meaningful way. And I think we're at a point where we need to stop and think and ask ourselves, is this really working out? Yeah, we're seeing these beautiful hotels and these wonderful people who are speaking highly of our country, but are the people benefiting from it? They might take with the beaches and so forth, and lots of spaces that we usually were able to, I mean, entertain and enjoy, and now
Right.
we're getting these hotels where we're not benefiting from them.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, because our Ministry of Tourism, right, and the government, right, yeah, man, them sign these deals and give these hotels concessions, right? And
Yeah,
as Dory rightfully said, right, and I think you made that point too. Like most of these hotels, the money don't even pass through Jamaica at
yeah,
all.
yeah, and
Because
them
when
go,
these people are book, when the people them are book, right, these hotels, them book them through various travel agencies which are in America or Europe or wherever. So you have nothing to do with Jamaica, right? And then them come at these hotels all inclusive. They stay at these all inclusive resorts, and Jamaica don't see a dollar.
yeah, man, we talk, and remember, I'm saying these hotels are in business for 20 odd years, and quote unquote are not making a profit. See, I mean, how do you remain in business if you're not solvent for 20 years?
Right,
And
right, right.
and and
I see, Oral Donaldson made a very valid point here. Oral Donaldson, let me tell you, brother, I me know about this constituency where Andrew Wallace in like me and Miguel. You hear me tell you? And you're 100% right. When Oral Donaldson said Andrew
hmm,
Holness's first time becoming an MP was questionable in 1998 election, and that court case finished in 2011. Oral Donaldson, me
wow,
know about that like me and Nigel, because here we go now. A West Central St. Andrew, me live. And guess what go on now? Andrew Holness went against Dr. Warren Blake because it was AJ Nicholson who was the previous MP, and he was winning the seat non-stop for the PNP. But the moment Andrew Holness was placed in that constituency as a political neophyte, you get what me I say? Yeah, man, that election, it was very questionable because what's going on now? Whole heap of ballot boxes were stolen and
hmm,
missing, and the election was so close, they had to do a recount, and then they had to do a by-election, and there was still controversy. And guess what going on? Danville Walker was the director of elections at that time. And Danville Walker is now a big time JLP laborite. So I say that to say this. Corruption go on all over the place with Andrew Wallace in a real life with West Central. And him know that too. Him know that. Because what's the Crawford go on Lalibela? Let me show you a Crawford go on West Central St. Andrew, right? Um, Even after Andrew Wallace defeated um, Warren Blake, right? In a
hmm,
98. Them put in Patrick Roberts to start represent the constituency for the PNP, right? A Beanie
hmm,
Man manager that. You get
yeah,
me, I
man,
say.
yeah,
Now, Patrick Roberts was running against Andrew Wallace. You see, during the whole campaign, you see in the PNP areas them, Patrick Roberts we see. You get me, I say? PNP
hmm,
people them come and them support him and blah blah blah. You see election day, brother. You see when the people them go figure said then them a go vote. The man them see about three Patrick Roberts there on the ballot, brother. You hear me tell you in a real life, and watch this, Patrick Roberts' middle initial was Patrick L. Roberts, brother. And you have some name, Lally Bella. Patrick R. Roberts, Patrick M. Roberts appear confusion. So
hmm,
most of the people only knew Patrick Roberts. And it begs the question, and where them a particular works that come from, where the people them never see it, we not hear about them, the man them not come round or nothing at all, but on the ballot on election day, we see about three more particular births name. And
Hmm.
guess where going with that? You know where going with that? Pure confusion. When we saw on the news in the Andrew Holness areas them, the people them a vote openly. We make certain say Andrew Holness them a vote for. People make sure say them walk the people them in the voting booths. We make certain say Andrew Holness them vote for. So whole heap of corruption going on with the election there in a Andrew Holness constituency. No doubt about that. That's no secret. It's no secret, bro. No secret at all. How Andrew Holness came into politics in our West Central St. Andrew is one of the most corrupt ways in the history of Jamaican politics. And I say that with no apology because me witnessed that for myself.
So when that court case was concluded in 2011, what were the findings, if you remember?
No, the findings was that Andrew Holness was the legitimate member of parliament.
Wow.
The court case was to challenge the validity of the polls because some ballot boxes were stolen and whole heap of miscalculation going on or whatever. But as me I said, Danville Walker was the man who ultimately controlled the numbers because he was the director of elections. And Miss Maleficent, Danville Walker, even show him allegiance to the JLP. And a director of election should be a neutral person.
And I'm gonna ask, if at the time he purported to be an objective individual.
Yes, at that time, yes. At that time,
Okay.
yes, he purported to be. And later on, we realized that the man is a labor, right? So we have to hold on. That the man there was in charge of Jamaica's election process, brother. You get what I say?
Mm.
Yeah, man. So it just shows the corruption in the Jamaican electoral system.
No, 1998. So could it be at the time, right? Clearly, Siaga would have lost confidence, and because I don't remember what year them formed the MDM, Bruce and them bridging that. So
The Bruce formed the NDM in the early 2000. Early 2000.
okay, so that means that's how late it was. Okay, I thought it was earlier than that.
Yeah, it was
Uh,
the early 2000, like 2001 or 2, them region, them, man. At them
okay.
time, Bruce Golden did farm the NDM. I think it was, hold on, it's a 98 election, I think Bruce Golden was NDM, if memory serves me right. But me know say
Okay.
up until 2000, Bruce Golden was still NDM. You get me, I say?
Yeah, so that's probably what it is, but it's kind of weird that Mr. Siaga would look to go through those lengths for bringing Anjo when you had other people in the party, or he felt like he couldn't trust whomever was left in the party. So he was bringing in Anjo to replace Bruce. And you see how eventually Bruce came back to the JLP, and then Anjo eventually replaced the Bruce in 2011 when Bruce resigned. Very interesting. It's like, so whomever was doing that calculus, brother, they had clear view of what was coming for the next 10 years.
100% because notice Lalibela. Notice the fun thing about the West Kingston incursion, right? That was
Mm-hmm.
2010, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
West Kingston incursion only occurred after Siaga gave up or retired as the member of parliament. Because remember, say, Edward Siaga was member of parliament for what? About 50 years, bro.
Yeah, man.
Or over 40 odd years, he was member of parliament for West Kingston. And when he gave up the member of parliament or retired, that was when them said them wanted us. So
Yeah, I
even
think
the US government, they make sure say they wait because remember, brother, there is no secret of what transpired with even the 70s with Edward Siaga and the CIA against Norman Manley.
yeah,
Michael
man.
Manley, I mean.
Yeah,
Right?
I think
So
yeah, I
it
think
will not really look bad. It will not look bad where Edward Siaga was still MP and the US are going to send extradition requests for Dodos were in a film constituency. So them wait until when him retire. Bruce Golding was a member of parliament for down there and the prime
yeah,
minister. And that was when them say, here we go now. We have the extradition request. And at that caused the downfall of Bruce Golding. They never did it when Edward Siaga was the MP down there. So them
yeah, man.
smart with that.
And some me they like Bruce as a prime minister in some respects. I did like Bruce as a prime minister. and even the junior stock exchange and so forth. Many of those kind of things. Many of these financial restructuring that was done, they started under Bruce Golding. And PNP, JLP have to give Bruce Golding credit for them thing there. Saying, I think if he was left to his own devices, he would have been a very successful prime minister. He would have led Jamaica out of its doldrums a lot earlier than we eventually will, if ever, get out of our doldrums. You know, he was one of those prime ministers who believe in Jamaican self-reliance. You know what I mean? What he was saying wasn't much different from Michael Manley. Two separate parties, but what he was saying in many respects wasn't different from Michael Manley. And remember, Bruce, which is very peculiar for a GLP man to have or look for faster close ties with Cuba at the time. That was very intriguing. But Bruce was a man of his own mind. I really respect him for that. And there you go again, another man trying to foster with Cuba,
Right.
and his tenure was short lived.
Right,
Very
yeah,
peculiar.
because the thing with Bruce now, right? The problem with Bruce Golding, and we have 44 people in the building. Yeah, man, enough respect. Please remember, as I say, yeah, man, you can support the channel by hitting the like button and also subscribing. We appreciate the subscription. Remember with Bruce Golding, Lalibela, right? That was when,
Hmm.
in 2010, the US authorities sent out the extradition request for Dodos.
Right.
And Bruce Golding now, he was in a very precarious position because not only was he the prime minister, but he was the member of parliament for that constituency where
Hmm.
the feds wanted us.
Hmm.
And we know how that go. You get what me I say from Jim Brown days and the whole Vivian Blake shower passy thing and whatever, and the JLP connection to the whole shower passy and then something there. That's no
Hmm.
secret. The shower passy was created for evil said deal with the JLP business like that. So when under Bruce Golding's leadership now, when they sent out that extradition request, Bruce Golding had to sign it because guess what? Jamaica and the US they don't have some agreement.
Yeah, man.
But Bruce Golding did push back at them. But at that time now, that was when the US was spying on everybody.
Yeah, the problem with Bruce Golding is how they went about getting legal, uh, whatever term I want to use, legal counseling as to how they should handle it, or how like they were actually. I think Bruce, the law firm that they got to look to defend Dudas. I think Bruce or the JLP got that law firm, if I'm not mistaken. So that was some of the issues, seeing. And when I talk to people where, I have some ties with Bruce, those were the regrets, how he went about certain things. But they're saying that it's not like Bruce wasn't willing to let go of Dudas. They just wanted due process. They wanted due process. But you know how the US operate, right? Them just want you to just listen and respond real time. And I think, is it with Dudas or was it another individual where they had another extradition where, because when them submit these extradition requests, right? There's a shelf life. And I think there was another quote unquote fugitive, if it wasn't us, that they were trying to get. But the politicians were filibustering so much that I think it could have been Dodos. It probably was like 1 day or so left when they could have gotten him. So that's why they had to act. And they felt like Bruce Golden was interfering with the
Right.
process. But from Bruce's perspective, Dodos is a Jamaican citizen, regardless of what he was accused of. We needed certain due process. We need to have certain legal interpretation before we just handed them over to the US.
Well, I think the problem was Lalibela, right? Because Jamaica and the US had signed, extradition treaties at that time. But I think at the time when they wanted Dodos, and the US authorities knew the firestorm it was going to create because they knew that Bruce Gordon was the MP for West Kingston and the Prime
Mm-hmm.
Minister. And them know say, them for ask for a strong man for a Bruce Gordon constituency, it have put Bruce Gordon in a very what?
Yeah.
Compromising position.
Yeah,
You get me,
man.
I say? Now,
Mm-hmm.
how Bruce Golding handled it, some will say he handled it poorly in terms of his utterances because when he came out and said, well, Jamaica's laws does not start at Old Hope Road, he was pushing back on the extradition request. But
Mm-hmm.
because the CIA then they don't bug him phone, that's why even Edward Snowden then did reveal how much leaders' phones were hacked. You get me I say? And they
Yeah,
were
man.
eavesdropping on all these people. That was when they were shown that, listen to me, Bruce Golding really communicate because when them get the request, Dodust was informed. So
Mm-hmm.
that's really a breach of protocol. You get me I say? When they got the request, yes, them informed us about it.
And when you say them, you really mean the
The
PNP, the
government of
GLP, the
Jamaica
government. Yeah,
notified him
right,
about it. You don't know how it go.
right, right.
A
Yeah, man,
politics,
definitely.
brother.
Yeah,
So
but I
he
want to
was
be
aware
clear.
of it when
Yeah,
when
to
in
be clear for the
reality,
audience.
you get me I say, them proves that the government informing about that, so them show us a year go on. A corruption go on there so. And them force Bruce Golding to resign. Or else, the United States would have definitely sanctioned Jamaica and they would have discontinued many funding and stuff like that. So that's why Bruce Golding had to resign. But I think how Bruce Golding handled that now in his utterances when he said that Jamaica's laws does not start at Old Hope Road in reference to the U.S. Embassy. I think him shouldn't say that at the time
Yeah,
because Jamaica did not have extradition treaty with the US. So if the US wanted us and then present the evidence now, then he has no choice but to acquiesce. You get me? I say.
yeah, and that's it. He ultimately acquiesced. And you know what is peculiar to me is that Bruce Colin has never written anything, never written a book. And I'm wondering why is it that man, with his unique position as far as Jamaican history, has never written a book. I'm trying to figure out if this man I wait till him dead to even write a memoir pertaining to the Tripoli incursion. Because that will be intriguing enough for kids to study in school at Jamaica, brother, to really get Bruce Golding's perspective and then measure it against what we know as public knowledge to this point. Very will be very interesting.
Yeah, I
So
agree, but I don't expect Bruce Golding to speak on the West Kingston incursion like that neither. You get me? I say.
yeah, man, he might do it. He might document things to be revealed after he passes away and so forth.
True,
Where
true.
and them kind of way. But right now, him being who he is, I don't think he will. But then Bruce is this kind of person where he doesn't really necessarily think or care about himself in most cases when you listen to him talk. But you see, Oral Donaldson make a very good point, He must say, yo, there's no way you should have a prime minister that doesn't declare his assets. Or to the extent as it really clearly applied to Andrew Holness.
Right,
He's always late with whatever declaration,
right.
and I don't think any of his declarations have ever been certified.
Right, right. So at the end of the day, now, Lalibela, who is responsible now? Who are responsible? The people are the political establishment? Which one?
So if we have a transparent government or a transparent system that would ensure that these breaches are highlighted and dealt with correctly, if we have that type of organ in Jamaica, we wouldn't have these problems. But guess what? You see the leader of the opposition, they should build their narratives around that, especially for the fact that Mark Golding has declared his assets.
Yeah, but Lalibela, I think when you're actually like 49-14, right, in the House of Parliament, there is so much and so little you can do. So in that regard now, remember, the PNP does not control the Speaker of the House. You understand me? I say, so there is not much that they can do. But the reality is, though, as Oral Donaldson said, it is unfair to the Jamaican public that we have a prime minister who cannot be certified. So what's going on with that?
So hold on. I'm not talking by way of the parliamentary process. As a politician, if me know say without a doubt, and it's clear, none of his reports have been certified, I would not stop talking about that. Not in a parliament. But you see, even a couple of months ago when I was doing my PNP, whatever, whatever, that would be a part of the conversation. I think the problem for the PNP always is, yes, that's the prime minister who's having issues, but I think because they're PNP individuals who probably have the same problems, the PNP are are reluctant to go after the prime minister in the way that they should. The masses of the people should be, even the media too, right? The media should be talking so much about it. Along, you know, what I mean, if I were the JLP, if I were the PNP, I would put on all these ads, these editorials, constantly talking about it. I wouldn't let the people forget about it. That if, for whatever it's worth. But you know that Jamaica do, Virgin, or you go, your bad mind, because your bad mind, the prime minister cause him do him thing. That's the talk, you know. And it's a powerful, unfortunate reasoning in Jamaica. Where once someone tells you you're a bad man, you're bad mind, the prime minister,
Right.
then you know what I mean, then your sister that don't really that get toxic quickly. But the truth is, when I whatever that news channel news program was, whatever degree now, and I heard Andrew out of his own mouth say, yo, I don't like to pay taxes. I try to avoid paying taxes as much as possible. That's not verbatim what he said, but that was material what he was saying. See? And the day before the election is when that interview was published. And even on that day, he still had a few outstanding taxes. And I'm saying to myself, how could be the prime minister of a country publicly state that he doesn't enjoy paying taxes, and yet still he hopes to assume the position of prime minister? And then, when, as it relates to his trust that he has in St. Lucia, he went on the record saying, yo, I took the advice of my financial advisor and yada, yada, yada. So to the extent that I'm not paying taxes for certain resources, that's not my action. It's just my financial advisor who advised me. And how can you get away with those things? Mm, That's
Yeah,
why,
I agree.
yeah, that's why issue politics is so important in Jamaica. You know what I mean? And say Andrew was late 1 year when it comes to declaring his financial his assets. It wouldn't be so bad, brother. He's late every year. And for none of them to be certified, and for people in the parliament not to be alarmed, it does clearly show that it's just par for the course. Because the PNP should be outraged. You know what I mean? And to your point again, Imhotep, 49 to 13, you will not be able to find the funds and the time to compete to win those seats, to maintain your 13 and win enough to get a majority.
Right,
So,
right,
so,
right.
so you have to find all these areas where you can chisel and, you know what I mean, shave off certain things off of the prime minister's armor. You know what I mean? Point to the fact that the prime minister is not trustworthy, he doesn't pay his taxes, he has not been able to get his assets certified. Let people know that that is a smoking gun. You know what I mean? There's so many things that
Right.
he ought to constantly, he should be, that's where he should spend his money. He should try to go to every radio station, every TV station, and constantly get into the spotlight. You know what I mean? Write all these editorials, everything. Upon social media, push the campaign. Because you know it already, right? The incumbent declare when there's election, and the incumbent party will not declare election until they find it favorable for themselves.
Right, that is correct. That is, then that's why if you look at the craft that they are using now, right? They are making the upcoming elections, because the upcoming elections is local government, which was long
Mm-hmm.
overdue.
Yep.
So they're gonna call it next year, right? So what they are doing is making the environment very favorable. So you have the
Mm-hmm.
JUTC, which have been losing billions, which has been bleeding
Yep.
taxpayers' money for years,
Mm-hmm.
and the government has decided to do what? To cut the bus fare by what? I think is by 50% or 60%.
It is very interesting for many reasons, you know. You would expect the PNP to do something like that, not the JLP that is supposed to be fiscally conservative. That in and of itself is very peculiar. And when I talk to people who say they support the JLP, they're saying that they support the Labour Party because historically Labour parties, whether in Jamaica, in England, are usually very conservative. And
Right.
for them to pump that much money into subsidizing a failing entity,
Entity.
it is clear that that contradicts their ethos.
Yes,
And
and
you,
it's a political ploy, because when you
yeah,
cut bus fare now, pretty much you are saying that the average person who take bus can get a little benefit. But me see I'm Kenny Marshall check in. Maybe not hear him master real quick. Big up family, where you going with?
Yeah, yeah, big up man, Wagwan.
Yeah man, respect for you check in now. Where you going with?
Yeah, man. So with
salute
this
Kenny.
this statutory declaration, we not talk about, right? You have to remember the difference between the two. One enter politics with their money, and one enter without.
Right.
So it's easier for one to have his one certified.
Right,
So
and that would be Mark Golding, right?
yes, yes. So
Yeah,
that's where
because I
the
remember say
mistake.
Mark Golding was the big man of DB&G, man, Chris Deering and Peter Bunting. And
So
them
so
Yeah.
sold
let
it to Scotia. You know, whatever. We know say that billions them sell it for because DB&G was one of the rivals. They were one of the biggest investment firms in Jamaica. Apart from like JMB and Mayberry Investments. You get me, I say? And them did really do the investments and stocks and bonds. So Mark Golding, them they don't have the money already still.
so Kenny, salute here. Why should
Yeah,
it be
man. Give
easier
thanks,
for
man.
yeah? Why should it be easier for Mark versus Bruce? I mean Angel. Why should it be easier for Mark to declare versus Angel?
No, no. It's not that it's easier to declare. You have to remember, you can trace Mark money, right? Remember, Andrew came into politics relatively broke,
Yeah, of
and
course, no
within a
doubt.
short space of time, he
Yeah.
gathered all this wealth. And
Right.
with him and
So
his wife together, remember, they're like poor people. Put it to be this simple. So it's more rigmarole than to show his money because
so you're
you can't.
inferring that I'm sorry. So you're inferring
No,
that Andrew has transparency issues then?
yeah,
Okay.
it's not a secret.
And then Oral Donaldson asked why the Integrity Commission doesn't go after, doesn't pressure Andrew. See, I'm not too
They
sure what their charter is and what power they have.
Yeah,
hold
it's
on,
based on the laws. It's
hold on.
based on the act.
Yeah, but they are. But you got to remember, the oversight committee in the parliament are controlled by the government.
Agree.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
So
Yep. Yep.
that's why the speaker now changed the law. So when the integrity commission give them the report, they don't have to make it public. They send
Right,
it to
right, 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 right,
the
right.
oversight, the oversight committee, which she is the chairperson of the committee. So it's like sending the documents to herself, and then
Well,
Mm-hmm.
well,
what they
in
want.
other words, Kenny, not to cut you, is like pretty much the patients are in charge of the asylum or you leave the rat for what it is.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah.
where she want to happen, like when the report come, right, they review it and put out their own report to the public, so the public will always be misled.
Right. 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 Right.
So
Real talk.
it's a three-card trick.
So why is it though the PNP cannot exploit this for
PNP
their
don't have
political gain?
okay, they don't have enough seat. They don't have the leverage.
No, man, not in the parliament again, But as far as engaging the masses, right? Clearly you won't have the bully pulpit that the prime minister has, but with
Mhm.
social media and the printed media and so forth, you can write editorials. You can just push
Uh,
these narratives out there
true,
profusely.
true, but if all right, the media is controlled, and if you notice, the money is pumped one way. So you're not going to see anything. And the PMP political machine, they're not doing a good job in promoting or advertising. I think the PR campaign is weak.
I agree. So let me ask you though, do you think beyond their PR campaign is weak, or to the extent that their PR campaign is weak, is it due to the fact that they too are compromised?
Uh, you know, oh, I see. Well, to answer it this way, oh, I see it's going. They are trying to use it more a social media platform because they understand the mainstream is already controlled. If you listen to the mainstream media, every time you hear a commercial, this commercial is paid for, sponsored by the government. Rapid. The difference with the PMP and the JLP is a PR machine. You always see Christopher Tufton in the media. They're just
Yeah,
all in the media.
and even social media too. 'Cause, I mean, I tell you,
They
when
got
I
they got the campaign.
But I'm
Yeah,
Kenny. Do you remember? You remember the time a couple of years ago when the big C was fully active, right?
yeah.
And there was some PR funding that the government was supposed to engage. And I think it was Tuft and Sweetheart where
Mm-hmm.
him did give the contract to and somebody they blow the whistle on that.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show the corruption, the level of corruption as well. And member said to during the curfew hours, Tufton and him friend them did the outer door and then spot some illegals for one beach and them apprehend them and one bag of sitting.
Hold
And
on, hold
nothing
on.
came out of that either.
As you mentioned that, you think you just randomly spot that person? So why was he on that beach at that time of the night? Is it Tufton constituency?
Right.
No, real
Yeah,
talk.
that was questionable. To me, that was questionable because one Tufton was in breach of the Disaster Risk Management Act.
You know what? Me glad you kind of bring up back.
And nothing came out of it as well. Nothing
Let me
came
ask
out
you.
of it.
Let me ask you something. You think a drugs man will come on boat, right? And Christopher Tufton can just tie up the man, so?
Yeah, that more know out of tan skills, so.
Yeah,
Hold on. Tough time type of drug dealer?
Yes, man.
yes.
Yes,
From the
brother.
beach, till police come. One.
Yes. Him and his friend them tie them up until
Yeah,
police come.
at the house. Yo, let me tell you something, man. Most of Jamaican politicians are juggies.
Isn't
Yeah,
Tough time the Minister of Health?
yeah. So what?
And I'm gonna tie up drug dealer?
Okay, he's the Minister of Health, right? When the bad rice was coming into Jamaica, who was bringing it in? Whose company had the contract?
Or his company or a company associated with him?
His company.
Interesting.
Yep, that's a fact. And guess what? He was the Minister of what? Health.
Health.
So how the Minister of Health, who is
Bringing in.
responsible for the health and wellness and well-being of the country, I import them bad rice there.
Yeah, the bad
And nothing came out of it either. Because you know why? The Bureau of Standards, who was also responsible for inspecting and ensuring that and maintaining the quality, they were compromised too.
And hold on, Tufton doesn't have a medical degree, right? He has a doctorate, but he
No,
doesn't have a
remember
medical
that
degree.
he was the Minister of Agriculture at first, you know.
No, he
This is
don't have
quite.
a they have it wrong. Because Horace Chang is the one with the doctorate. He should have been over health,
Right.
but he's stuck up at security where he's not doing anything.
Hmm.
So they all have the placement wrong.
Agree.
So you see what you're talking about is a lot of ineptness, a lot of corruption,
Listen,
and the
Hannibal,
PNP, as well, with the Virgin when him oral, the PNP are very pathetic at being opposition leaders. They're not good at that role. And as far
uh,
as regular
I
print,
would even say that I think the party is too divided. Everyone seeking power.
yes,
Right?
yes.
In
So
my
speak,
opinion, what they should have done, get behind Mark Golden, because so out of all of them, he's a man with credibility, a man who know to do stuff based on his track record. Most of the legislation that passed in Parliament, he was the one who drafted them on both sides.
Yeah,
you
right.
mean
So
on a Porsche, right?
no, on every
No,
government in England,
and the Peter Phillips,
yeah, he's the
So
even some of the things that
and
they'll do pass.
Porsche, both of them.
yeah,
He's
on the
he's
Peter too, right,
yeah,
correct. But
yeah, he's the legal mind. Both parties take advice from him when it comes to legal work.
this is true.
So,
This is
as
true.
a party, get behind him. But they will do everything to keep it divided because they know the power of him.
So let me ask you a question. Don't you think uh, what's her name, Lisa Hanna, could have could and should have been where Mark Golan is today?
Uh, Um, she could have, but the delegates didn't want her.
Right, and in the same way, the delegates didn't want Portia Simpson, and they went with PJ initially.
Hmm.
When I'm thinking there's some kind of sexism going on there, and I truly believe Lisa is leaving so that she can come back victoriously.
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. Everybody's thinking about individualism. It's no longer about the team.
You get to a point still, when you see ineptitude at the top, and you find that because of how the system is rigged, you
Yeah,
of your own merits can never ascend to where you ought to be, right? And when Andrew came into power, the PNP needed a fresh ideas and a fresh
yeah, but
image.
but Lisa wouldn't represent a fresh idea.
You don't
She
think
has
so?
been no, she has been around a long time, right? You need fresh blood. That's why they use and trick the people. Andrew,
A
first
fourth.
blood. Oh, go quiet, go ahead.
Andrew and Lisa came around roughly the same time. If as a matter of fact, Andrew might have gotten there before Lisa.
Yeah, but yes. Okay, remember Andrew. What? Okay, it wasn't Andrew supposed to get it. It was supposed to be what's the guy name? Manayard, Hardly Shaw.
Mm.
It was supposed to be him, but you got to remember, it's family business. Bruce, Andrew, they're cousins. He
Bruce and
started.
Andrew are cousins.
Yes,
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
he started to promote young people time, elevate
Bruce.
Andrew. Remember, Andrew was at education where money went missing.
Right.
Look at it. Who was Andrew
He
advisor?
was the Minister of Education.
Well, yes. Who was his advisor?
During that time.
Yes, Ruel Reed. Follow me. Follow me.
Oh, Rural Reed, but
No,
at that time, Rural Reed was
yeah.
the principal of JSC.
No, before that. Come on, we are going to bring you back to all.
Right. Got you.
Ruel Reed, right? When Andrew vacate, and then the guy Pinnock from
Yeah,
CMU.
the Caribbean Maritime Institute,
Okay.
or university, right?
You remove Pinnock to give who the seat?
No, Rural Reed, right?
Okay.
Right, and he was the minister. Rural Reed became the Minister of Education and Andrew Wallace, right?
Okay, and then what happened?
The whole CMU scandal.
Money missing, right?
Right, the scandal with the CMU, right?
Okay, who replaced Ruel Reed?
As the Minister of Education.
Yes, yeah. You see where I'm going with it, right? The lady, right? What's her
Right,
name?
right.
What happened?
With her, there was a lot of money missing under her watch as well.
So ask yourself the question: why is the money keep missing from the education sector?
Very interesting.
Right.
So we have it from Andrew, Ruel, and then the woman who replaced Ruel.
Why the money keep going from there? No, who is there? Favor Williams, right?
Right, she's there now, right?
Okay, she's struggling for money. Why?
So you tell me, brother, what in your view, is it a thing where somehow they're able to quickly observe that money is missing from that budget versus the others? Or are you just thinking that one is just uniquely corrupt?
It is because if you keep the nation under educated, what's going to happen? You always control them, my brother.
No, we agree with that. We definitely agree with that. All of us agree with that. But
so in my view, I ain't got to be right. It's not coincidental why the money keep coming out of that sector all the time.
But the last time, Kenny, not to cut you, right? We have 51 people in the building, and enough respect to the ones and ones them. Yeah, man. Appreciate the channel by hitting the like button. We appreciate that still and respect that. And if you like the content, man, just subscribe. You know, so at least you know, so once we go live, ones and ones can engage in the dialogue. And the link is pinned. Feel free to hit the link and join the panel as well and engage in the discussion. But Kenny, last year's budget, right? Didn't they cut the expenditure for education to fund the Ministry of National Security?
I'm glad you said that.
Right.
Yes, they did. But can you tell where those money went?
That is quite interesting that they would cut education to fund. And of course, national security is important.
That's another corrupt system right there. That one corrupt.
Come on.
Remember when both party have corruption in it. Let's put it out there.
No doubt.
But like when I'm speaking, right, I gotta speak at one government at a time.
Yeah,
because you got the country's cover. What let's go back to the security portfolio. When Bobby Montague was there, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to those 200 cars?
Hold on. You're talking about the O'Brien deal.
The used car.
Right. That deal, right? And up until now, but they still have to be going to court about it, right?
But hold on, look at this the three card trick again. What happened, right? What did the party leader ask him to do at the time?
Step aside and
Step us with an undated,
Resignation letter.
okay. But
But hold on. But remember that he
what I
wasn't
did
the
was that,
only one. It was a number of
yeah,
them that were
I
given.
know. But like you always say, let me land the plane. Let me.
Got you. Yeah.
So undated, right? So he should step aside. But he was still the chairman of the party.
right,
How that makes sense?
right.
But I'm Kenny, just to dovetail into another topic we have, right? I don't know
Yeah,
if you guys saw the news where Harold Brady, that name ring a bell, Kenny?
yeah,
Good. So the Factories Corporation of Jamaica, right?
mm-hmm,
We know that Harold Brady was a big JLP lawyer, big time, well connected.
yeah,
As a matter of fact, he was very well connected because he was legal partners with Arthur Williams. And remember, Arthur Williams, he was one of them that got a ministry under Bruce Golden portfolio too,
yeah,
Right? Now watch this now. He was supposed to close a deal, $100 million deal, on behalf of the government, right? With the Factories Corporation of Jamaica. And him close the deal and take the money. Them find him guilty. Disbar him, This man not got prisoner, nothing, No criminal investigation, right? Them
mm-hmm,
just disbar him. Harold Brady. Big
yes,
JLP lawyer, whole heap of connection with the JLP. You get me,
yes.
I said? Now, the Factories Corporation of Jamaica has spent over $14 million of taxpayers' money trying to recoup that 100 million where Harold Brady take away.
But because it's friend and company, and it's not only him. Remember Patrick Bailey? He got disbarred. He was the prime minister's lawyer.
Right.
Mm.
What happened again? Fraud. Always money fraud. So you tell me now, if you surround yourself with peer thief, what are you?
Right, because my question is, Kenny, why them can't find Brady? In last?
No, they can't find him. Can't find him. They choose
Because
not.
I'm certain say Brady that Jamaica, him not run Ghana away.
They choose not to.
Right, because as me say, what's this in a brother? And I gotta tell you something, man. Yes, when they come out to Harold Brady have the nuclear for them, brother. That's why. Do you remember? Do you remember the Operation Pride scandal with Danai Williams there? And I PNP, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
Danai Williams take what him said, not true.
yeah,
Because him say they lock him up in my car, son name or whatever.
yeah,
Any other touch Brady, people are getting in trouble. Any other Brady starts squeal, people are getting in trouble.
yeah.
Because
And
they know Sir Brady have them file. Them know.
yeah,
Because he was their lawyer. Listen to me. He was the greatest legal mind representing the JLP at the time. And the whole of them go meet with him. Bruce Golden meet with him. Arlie Shaw, the whole of them meet with him. That's how I meet with my 1-2 eye. Nobody can tell me, say, me I make it up. You get what I say? Because I know Brady and Arthur Williams them. In the sense that Bruce Golden, the whole of them, Arlie Shaw, the whole of them used to go meet with Brady because he was the one represent the party from all legal aspects. So it makes sense now why they can't find him.
and you have to remember, it's the same thing now what happened with SSL. You remember FinSac, right?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Wasn't Mark Krasky was a part of FinSac?
Right. That's a valid point. Yeah.
I know he's a part of SSL, right?
Right. And now them man they untouchable. After everything we are going with SSL, how comes the head? How comes the head now in the investigation?
Why did the Prime
All
Minister
right.
choose to take his
Let
money out?
me have to run, because I have to go back in our. But let me ask you one question, right? With the SSL thing, right? Why the Prime Minister money withdrawn, right?
Yeah, man.
Right.
We're in a pandemic time. Hold on. And why the taxpayers' money are still in there?
Right.
Housing
Correct.
trust money.
Yeah.
Why is it still in SSL?
Yeah,
And we have
SSL tied up, right.
anything about it.
Right. That's a valid question, right?
Nobody's
So
saying
so so
anything.
hold on. So I tell you say now the Prime Minister cared about withdrawing his money from SSL, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody not care about withdrawing taxpayers' money from SSL.
No. But if it was anywhere else, brother, if it went up here, insider trading, he would have been charged. It doesn't matter who, man. But with this politics thing in Jamaica, the real problem lies with the people. And
That's where I was gonna go. That's the
Correct.
question I was gonna ask.
cause my solution to it, when there's an election, the people need to stand up, right? No vote mean no government can form because we don't have a system where we can have a coalition government. So each MP vote is tied. That's when they're going to realize the people are serious. That's the
So
only
so
time.
so
The
how do
only
we
time
get the
Jamaica going to
people?
change.
How do we get the people to that kind of thinking though?
The
Uh,
mindset. We got to work on
yeah,
the
yeah,
mindset.
awareness.
The
Yeah, it
handout
would
thing
be
got to
awareness.
stop. Because me, I can't speak for myself, right? While in Jamaica, I didn't know the Constitution. I didn't learn the Constitution until I came here and I got my master's in political science,
Word.
right? Where I studied international relations and
Right.
U.S. and Jamaican government. That was my main focus. And let me tell you
Mm.
something. There's some things that I know that I choose not to speak of because we
Right.
have family and the gun. Me already show you some things.
Word.
Me can't share. Me wouldn't put my family in a
Yeah,
jail
I get you. I
like
get
that.
you. And that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's
But
fair enough because what you
since
say, Kenny? Kenny, you fall out and be a whistleblower, right? Nobody cares about you after a while. Look at Snowden, right? Him have to run Ghana and Russia, right? And look on the next one there. Where the next one where they were England, man.
We know what you're
What's the
talking
next one
about.
again? The WikiLeaks
The
found that Julian
Australian, the
Assange,
Austra-
man.
yeah, yeah.
Julian,
But
Yeah,
yeah.
you see them man, they have your eye now. Nobody
okay,
not support them. So I agree.
even
It's
better.
not worth it, bro. It's not worth it.
It's not. And you mentioned WikiLeaks. How many Jamaicans politicians are on WikiLeaks, and they are still sitting in the parliament today?
Yes, sir.
Right, I agree. I agree, but members say the problem with WikiLeaks, right? And even with Snowden, the US government discredit the sources and the information, so therefore it cannot be used as any substance. You get what I say?
No,
That
no,
are the
but
problem there, so
yeah, because they're trying to cover it. Like
right, correct,
why
correct,
why,
correct.
why I think the minister of security, right? Oh, you have a minister of security where you cannot go to a first world country. Why you
Can't
got to
travel. What
stay
other
true?
man? Oh, Andrew Wallace. No, no, I'm Kenny. Respectfully, brother.
Yeah.
Not only is Oriel Strong the Minister of National Security, because remember, brother, you see the Ministry of Finance and National Security are the two highest
Yes.
ministries in the government, brother.
Exactly.
You get me? I say, and watch this now. He is also Deputy Prime Minister, and he
But
can't travel go to any place, brother.
he was a deputy prime minister, right? There's nowhere, no place in the constitution that refers to a deputy prime minister. That was just added.
Right,
Give him a title, more
right.
money, more money, more
Right.
money.
But the question is though, right? Because I saw Andrew Owens pull off a craft about 5 6 months ago, about 4 5 6 months ago. Look what him do, right? Andrew Owens run come out and Andrew Owens say, oh, all the guns that are coming to Jamaica, yeah man, we're gonna link with the American authorities and give them the names of all the people who are doing it. Right? And we say Andrew Owens go America saying go meet with the FBI and them people
And
there.
give over names.
Right? Good. I give over name. So what me I say? Where was your Minister of National Security? Because I feel in portfolio that. So why him couldn't
Okay.
Yep.
accompany you?
Good,
Why
good,
him couldn't be the
Yep.
one to give the FBI that information there?
good question.
Why him can't travel go America?
Who did
Why?
he brought with him? Who did he brought with him? The
Brother.
Minister of Finance,
commissioner
right?
of police, right?
Or the Commissioner
The
of
Right.
Police
commissioner
Office.
of police is under the security minister.
Exactly. Facts.
But you see, these are the questions that Mark Golan should be asking.
He
And when
know
I say ask these questions, you need to publicly ask them in social media and everywhere else.
no. Listen, politics it don't work like that. It only work all happen when election time, my brother. It's
You see,
it's
yes.
it's eye scratcher back. It's a brotherhood.
Right.
How the people would take it
So you
because
say,
okay, with all the corruption that the PMP has done, right? Why when Andrew come into power, he has never investigated any of them.
no, real talk, But the problem is, how are you going to vie to become the next administration if you don't leverage what is in your favor?
True. But like I said, Mark is not. He's just learning the art of politics.
Right.
He's just a businessman.
No,
If
this
it
is true, you know.
if,
This is true.
if it was like say, okay, the six politicians right now that are under investigation, right? If it was anybody on the opposition side
Big
with
deal.
the PR campaign, they would have been
Right.
out in the public a long
Big
time ago.
deal. Big deal. Everybody would have know
But
and pay
i-
Bangaran.
if you're following it though, people can tell who they are.
So is the Prime Minister
Mm.
one of those MPs?
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Mm.
I ain't say nothing, my brother. But it's easy to
Uh,
find out.
I'm
Right,
Two,
asking
but
attention
two.
enough.
Okay,
watch out.
let,
But
let,
remember, say
yo,
before
yo,
me give,
yo, I
yeah,
really got it wrong. But listen, two ministers came out publicly and talking about what the Integrity Commission trying to do, right? You have two
right,
right there, and you have two at high position, very high position. Two family members. That's four. We,
I know
we
you have
spoke
to
up.
go there, brother. I know you have to go, but we need to have a table this conversation
No,
yeah,
again
no,
man,
around.
boy, it's
no,
a pity you have to run
no,
for
no, no.
weekend,
Yeah,
man.
man.
We can't have it like privately. We can be more open there and just freely. Like
Word,
we can just sit up and like the show we have a conversation and we
word,
you know
word, word,
Yeah,
word.
man. Cool,
this.
cool, cool, cool. Real
But
talk.
yeah, man, give thanks, man. I have to run now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, me
man. Respect, see?
appreciate the check-in
Respect,
still, man,
respect,
and give thanks, man.
respect.
Bless yourself, man.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
give
yeah, yeah.
thanks.
Salute.
Yeah, man. So roll this boss. Big up yourself in the family. Where you going with? Him there? Oh, he might mute.
He's on mute.
Yeah, he's on mute. Just unmute your mic, family. Roll this. Unmute your mic there if you want to check in there. All right. Well, probably not ready yet, Lolly Bella. So go through now. Let me hear what you have to say, family.
Yeah, man. The reason that we're having, where we're trying to assess the psychology of the people and just even the psychology of the politicians, that is important. And clearly, I don't want to divulge anything publicly that could
Right, right,
implicate him
right,
and his family.
right,
But the truth is, we have other means by which we can put certain things out there. You know what I mean?
right.
We have other ways, and to the extent that you would have come by certain information, whether we directly engage someone who can activate that information or something, it is mission critical
Yeah,
because
and Lolly Bella say, Dory, say a thing, yeah, and it's so true. Because remember, Chang was saying that these were the amount of quote unquote guns coming to the country. So, oh, him know that. Because we know say, what they were doing as well, they were just throwing some numbers out there to engender fear so that they could have done
mm,
what they were doing in terms of implementing whatever laws and whatever. Because,
yeah,
oh, you
yeah,
are talking
yeah,
about 200 guns were being imported into the island. Yeah, I
hmm
think he was saying it's either every week or every month or something like that. Where you get them numbers there from? What evidence you have? No details, no presenting a Lalibella. The man just forward out and just throw it out there like that. Oh, that to make sense.
No, I really talking about, brother. And I remember one time years ago, he mentioned that he know for a fact that there are certain criminals out there in high places that he know for a fact, and he said that they got unscathed. So it was a Twitter post that the man put up in a brother.
Right.
And when he put that up, I said, hold on. How could a man within the ranks of the security make a statement like this and no one question him as to how he came about that information and asked him to explain himself? I
Right,
was
right,
very shocked
right.
when I see the man tweet. You know what I
Yeah,
mean,
but
fam?
you see, Chang always get to her with everything, you know. You notice, you know. Even when Andrew Owenless do a cabinet reshuffle, right? Chang is untouchable. You notice that?
Mm-hmm.
Chang
I
is
real talk.
untouchable. But you have a minister of national security and a deputy prime minister who the Jamaican people say don't travel go nowhere. Only in the Caribbean, brother. So why go on this so? Why go on this so? Why you can't go America?
Serious
Why?
question, but
Why Orius Chang can't travel go America? Why as deputy prime minister he can't travel? Go them places there. Why go on this so?
these are serious questions. And the opposition representing us should be asking these questions. You know what I mean? Pique the interest of the citizenry. pique the interest of the electorate, in fact. You know what I mean? Have them
Right.
thinking, why is it that this man can't travel? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? If he's compromised enough, wherein he cannot travel to America, is his corruption just unique to one particular incident, or that's just him, a corrupt person? Is he trustworthy?
But
Why is it?
member say even Darrell Vaz trainer, right?
Yeah, man.
No last year they must give him a little visa so he couldn't go at some farmer symposium. And he
Yeah,
was wasn't he minister of technology and information and commerce and whatever,
yeah. And what's interesting
before he
about
went to
Vaz,
even the transport area,
yeah, and
right?
what's interesting about Vaz, remember he was a dual citizen, right?
Right,
And he gave up his dual citizenship. And
right.
even that in and of itself have me questioning, what is in this politics that would implore someone like him who purportedly got so much from being an American citizen for him to give up his citizenship?
No, the problem was that became a national scandal.
No, man, no, no.
Because because remember say, right? Based on the constitution, remember say based on the constitution, yeah man, they can't have no dual loyalty.
No,
Because
man,
to
no,
be a
no.
US citizen,
Man, no, no.
remember,
But
remember say, right? Lalibela, if you are a US citizen, you have sworn an oath to the US. So
yeah, man. I get
when
that,
the Jamaican constitution I say, boy, you can't serve in a politics. Because remember, if you're a member of parliament, you swore an oath to the Jamaican constitution and the Jamaican people. So how is it that you are going to be a US citizen and be a member of parliament? That's a conflict of interest.
No, I agree,
But that was something where they blew still big time and it caused a big controversy.
Yeah, me
I
understand,
won't for them that they actually renounce them citizenship.
Yeah, me understand, But you see, based on how he was living in between Jamaica and the United States, I think this is where he even came to school and so forth, his children and bag of stuff. I had to ask myself, politician must be that rewarding for him to give up all of what he had with the American citizenship for a job that was paying him roughly 50,000 American dollars in Jamaica as an
Right,
MP.
when him could have easily resign and just hold on for him US citizenship. But
Ye-
right that's a now,
Yeah,
Lalibella, right? That's a conflict of interest because at the end of the day, we want to know where is your allegiance because if you are a US citizen, it can be said that your allegiance is not to the Jamaican people or to the Constitution.
which is true. And
Right.
that's why I have problems with other Commonwealth individuals being able to participate where they could run for office in Jamaica and they don't have to be a Jamaican citizen. That's why I have a problem with that too. I mean, a Canadian Commonwealth individual can go to Jamaica and participate in politics, and a Jamaican cannot go to Canada and do the same.
Right, but
So,
remember, say, a whole heap of little foolishness, both parties go on with too, because remember when PNP then they bring in Mark Shields them and the one bag of money from Scotland Yard too. One bag of
dude,
Englishman, right? Never live in a Jamaica yet, does
yeah.
not understand the Jamaican society, but you bring them money from England to come address our crime problem. And how did that work out? So you get what me I say? We have to just
What
call
work out?
both of them out big time.
Mark Shields are no good in Jamaica right now for himself.
Yeah, man, Marx is good. Marx a consultant, brother.
For
A
himself, you know what I
consultancy
mean?
where the man that do you know. The man is
Yep,
good. But what me I
he's
say is
good.
that when you
Yeah.
bring them man there, the colonial masters them from Scotland Yard, we don't know nothing about the Jamaican culture, nor the whole history of the country as it relates to crime and violence. And at them man there, who put above the people them where I fight crime for years on the ground.
No, real talk. A real talk. A
You
serious thing.
understand
And
them, yes, brother?
yeah, and we as a
And,
people
and
need to be thinking about these things.
all of them were assistant commissioner of police. All of them were white man there.
Yeah.
The
We
highest
also,
rank they get.
yeah, man.
The only thing that it was Macmillan at the time, right? Trevor Macmillan.
Trevor, yeah, I think
Trevor
so.
Macmillan was the commissioner of police at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But all of them get assistant commissioner of police posts.
Mm-hmm.
All of
I
them.
real, I
The
real
most
talk.
senior posts them get. You get what
Real
me I say?
talk. Right.
And how did that work out? The country benefit? No. And up until now, Lalibela, up until now, even Chang as a Minister of National Security, he is yet to give the Jamaican people a crime plan.
Brother, I don't know how them go around that. I don't know how them go around that, brother. I don't know how them go around that. That would
Yes,
never
there's
make
a way
sense
to
to
go
me.
around it, brother. The SOEs. The
Yeah. Well,
SOEs, man.
yeah,
The
no, no.
SOEs just polish off things, brother. Just
Yeah.
trample upon the people and constitutional rights and say,
Yeah.
yeah, fight crime, and that good, man. That's all them
Yeah.
are going to do. Continue using them, using the SOEs instead
Yeah.
of presenting a crime plan
Real
to
talk.
the people.
Yeah, ever blessed. Mr. Siaga did denounce his citizenship, American citizenship, from very early time. He did denounce his citizenship.
Yeah, but remember, say, the man, the thing, Edward Siago thing is a next conversation in the bro. You get what me I
Yeah,
say?
man.
Yeah, we know, say, them, man, the thing never normal neither, bro.
Yeah, man. And you know what
We
funny?
know say them man there, we know say them man there, them man there are the architect of Jamaica's destruction.
Yeah, man. And the
And it
sad thing,
begs
you
the
know.
question, why even some people are so tribal when they must say, oh, me a born jail.
But like I said,
None
hold
of
on
them
a second.
don't know the history of Edward Siaga. They don't.
What's going on here?
Yeah, are you hearing me, Lady Bella?
Yeah, I wasn't hearing it for a second there. Yeah.
Oh no, what I was saying is that Edward Siaga and film history is a whole new thing, brother.
Yeah, man. A real
They
thing, you
said
know.
that man they turned Jamaica upside down, brother.
Yeah, man.
That man there turned Jamaica upside it down.
Real thing.
Big
And
up
the thing
Mr.
about
Vegas not the building too. Enough respect, family.
yeah,
You get
and the thing with Mr. Siaga, you know, brother, you see before the 70s, that man exhibited a lot of great potential in a brother. I mean, when it comes to the anthropology, the sociology, and all those things that he was doing. And like me tell you, celebrating talk about it's so funny because you know Mr. Siaga did lots of research by way of the cults in Jamaica and so forth. And you can see it. He did a proper lecture. I think it was at Clark Atlanta University, and he was spot on when it comes to those things. I think it's just in the 70s when he was desperate to become prime minister that he started doing some, you know what I mean?
but Lalibela, all right. So the argument that you presented says Siago gave up his citizenship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we spotting Berry? No, in
I'm sure.
Boston.
Was he buried in Boston?
Yes, Siaga gonna be, hold on. No, let me
I
ask
heard
that
about
question
that
again.
before now.
Is Edward Siaga buried in Jamaica?
I think I heard something about him being buried in Boston before now, but I never did
Right,
verify it
right,
myself.
right, exactly, bro. So if he's not a citizen in America, or he can get buried over there,
No, so
and in Jamaica and dead, and
while
it's
he
him
was
dead.
in political office, right, he denounced his citizenship, and he probably got it back after the fact.
Remember saying, with Edward Siaga in the brother, them man listen me, Edward Siaga thing never normal in a brother. Right now, that's why I say, they make certain say, the CIA and the feds, then they make certain say, then wait until when Edward Siaga was no longer the MP for West Kingston, before them send out the extradition request. Because Edward Siaga have a serious connection with the US government and the CIA. I don't know joke thing that. I don't know secret that, brother. That's
Yeah,
no
man.
secret.
Remember, you know, brother, I am no advocate of Edward Siaga, you know, and I have read many CIA documents and diplomatic cables pertaining to him, you know. So he doesn't function as no paragon of virtue in my book, you know, brother. See? So I know these things, and I agree with you definitely. You see me, I said?
Right,
Um,
right,
I am of the view that if Edward Siaga hadn't gotten into politics, first and foremost, we wouldn't have Tivoli Gardens, seeing,
right,
and we wouldn't have the tumultuous 1970s.
right.
And if we didn't have the tumultuous 1970s in Jamaica, one can argue that Jamaica would be where it ought to be. So if you were to ask me, beyond the fact that Edward Siaga was very integral when it comes to our music in Jamaica and so forth, I don't think he contributed anything else that was positive.
Right.
And
And me see where Mr. Vegas I said we moving forward, jobs development. PNP only want to line them pockets, but the one them are the same, bro. What kind of jobs you talk about Subi when them say in the hotel sector, them now have the most skilled people they can employ. Is that them say?
depressed wages and so forth, you know what I mean? no labor rights for the employees and so forth. And these are large in the past 8 to 7 years.
Right.
To the extent that Jamaica even started paying on its debt, that was a function of the PNP. And we talk about what the Virgin name were retired, Peter Phillips, seeing Peter Phillips and Mark Golden were integral in a lot of those things. So to the extent that we were able to even secure the desperately needed IMF World Bank sanctioned loans,
Right.
if not for the prowess of Dr. Peter Phillips, we wouldn't have gotten any of those type of things.
Yeah, but all
Uh,
right. So what's this now? Lalibela, and me agree with Mr. Vegas in this regard because Mr. Vegas in a construction or development for a very long time, right? And in Jamaica right now, because in Jamaica, Jamaica's main issue as it relates to the workforce is the lack of skilled people. And it is no secret that there's a brain drain in Jamaica because the younger folks are migrating to Canada, America, or England for a better way of life. So you realize, say what? Even in the construction industry, you don't have enough skilled people who can take on certain volume of work. You get what me I say? So the government now have no choice but for what? Give the Chinese them.
no, no. So
But the Chinese then now in turn around and exploit the Jamaican marketplace as well because the labor market because them appear Jamaican laborers way below
no, that
way below certain criteria in the
no that
construction field.
no that reason
But
is
it's
different.
not illegal because it is in the confines of the national minimum wage. That's the problem. But
No,
a
that reason.
construction field.
Another reason when I touch on still, and even we'll go with what Dory mentioned the other day, right? To the way that they're emasculating Jamaican workers. That is informing why many of them are leaving, brother. See? See? You have a master's degree in Jamaica, two master's degree in Jamaica. You can't buy a vehicle. If you buy a vehicle, you can't buy gas. And you find that your skills can transfer to another country wherein you can live a proper life for you and your family. That is enough for someone to leave the country. Saying that people are not being properly employed, compensated in Jamaica. And that has been the case for as long as me upon earth.
Right, it just funny to me, Lali Bella. Cause based on what you say, Edward Siaga give up his citizenship and a Boston in Berry, brother, and a Jamaica. So
Yeah,
I
man, but
want
this
to
is the
know
thing.
what I go on there. So, but theme thing is something where nobody no want trouble, brother. You know, no joke thing. Because listen to me, anytime that they find a declassified, trust me, probably everybody start vote PNP in a real life.
Yeah, man, and I would think they would have known enough for them not to even
About
wait for
Edward
that.
Siaga, no, them no know, them no care. So, well, the
But,
masses don't know, them don't know about the 70s with Edward Siaga and where he going with.
boy, that's
No, then
sad.
them sitting there make all Michael Mann, they have to lock up all Babsy Grains, them and they sitting there. And
Colonel
Pernell Charles, them and
Colonel
they sitting
Charles.
there.
Yeah, so you see, even with Mr. Vegas here saying that clearly there has been continued progress under the JLP, There's been a lot of continuity. We see it with the roadwork, the construction of the highway and so forth. A highway system that the JLP thought wasn't necessary, right? The PNP was able to secure these loans. Can you see the thing about it though? The JLP wouldn't have gone to the Chinese for loans, because they're more pro-West, where the PNP, figure, hey, wherever the resources are, I remember we're talking about the multilateral, the multipolarity world, you know what I
Right,
mean? The PNP were the first to take advantage of that, secure funding for these highway system and other public works projects.
right.
And to the extent that Jamaica is solvent financially, again, that is a function of what Dr. Peter Phillips did under Portia Simpson.
Yeah,
And
because remember, say, the first highway there, right? The highway 2000 project. And even with the causeway thing there. Now the French them that man.
yeah, man, the French,
And
and
then
have a
the
big,
Belgians them, the
yeah,
Belgians and the Billy Bus Parker after three there. And
yeah,
them did end up give Jamaica the dog bus them, we call it dog bus, the
yeah,
whole
man,
heap of the yellow bus them. Now the Belgians them that too man.
yeah, man, I have a
So that
brethren,
was a benefit of the multipolar world for real.
yeah, and then to the extent that Jamaica, again, is financial solvent, that's a function of what Dr. Peter Phillips did. Seeing, so whatever the JLP are benefiting from, they're not the ones who created those policies. They're just continuing those policies. Policies. They are what the right word? What the right? I can't losing the word right now. But for whatever it's worth, none of
Right,
these are due because of the PNP. Not the
right,
JLP.
right.
I mean. And if you look at it, if you look at anything that the IMF put out, and even the current Minister of Finance, when he would speak about a certain period in which the country has grown economically, you find that that window started way before the JLP came into power. So to the extent
Agree.
that one would commend the JLP, you cannot ignore who did it. You know what I mean? Them kind of way about Andrew. Yeah, of course. And I give Andrew credit for continuing the work.
No, but that is his duties and responsibility.
Yeah,
And
man,
that's
no
something we
doubt.
ain't go out
No,
time with.
yeah, man. No, may I respond to
But that's
Mr.
something
Vegas,
we
you
ain't
know.
forgot. What I'm saying is we can give credit where credit is due, but with the whole Highway 2000 project, all of those things were planned before.
Yeah,
So
man.
it is the duty of any government who is in power to finish that.
Yeah, man. Right. So, and I agree with you, you know. It's just that if someone were to say, well, you know, under the JLP, there's prosperity, without realizing from whence that prosperity came. You know, for example, you know what I mean? A lot of what transpired, a lot of times these policies take a while for them to come to fruition as far as showing their fruits, right? And
Right.
you may have these austere periods and you say, yo, things rough. That's why Andrew Olis was talking about even the bitter medicine, because you need to go through the period where you apply the bitter medicine to the extent that it worked. And then eventually you'll see the success of that.
That cost him that election though, unfortunately, you know.
But wasn't he
Yeah,
not talking
when
about
he
bitter
said that
medicine
that
when
was
he
the
beat?
2012 election, yeah. When him said bitter medicine, yeah, man, the people then vote him out.
I think he came back with it when he beat Portia the other day, too, you know.
Well, 2016. That's when he won back.
Mr. Vegas, I love my issues with the JLP, and let's weigh both sides. Yeah, man, we can weigh both sides. And like I say again, right, to the extent that Jamaica is financial solvent, that's due to the PNP. There's
Yeah,
no
but
doubt
yeah,
about
but
it.
but, but Mr. Vegas have to know the year ago and now. You see, when it come on to the JLP, yeah, man, we have to do an autopsy on them as well too, just like how we are doing with the PNP. So me not have no problem. Who want run the thing, you know? But what we are saying, this whole corruption, nepotism, right? Political tribalism, it needs to stop on
Of
both
course.
sides.
Of course, facts.
You understand what I say?
I categorically agree.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not like say boy the JNP are immune from any of the aforementioned. Not at
So,
all.
and you know what's so funny? Clearly, there seemed to be a corruption concern when it comes to the JLP. And I don't know if that's unique to the JLP. I mean, some people will have me think that it's worse under the JLP, but I mean, look at those years of PJ Patterson, brother. I mean, what's there to get excited about? Nothing. You understand? I think PJ should have never become prime minister in the first place, and he became a prime minister versus Portia because he's a man.
Yeah,
And
but Lalibela, if you say that, you know, right? People are gonna say, how did Edward Seaga become even prime minister too?
I mean,
How is starting the band? Where was Edward Seaga born, Lalibela?
a lot of people say he was born in Boston, but he actually was born on a boat.
Well, then they say he was born in
No,
a plane too. In
yeah,
in a
actually
in a
no,
must Jamaican airspace and he's sitting there.
yeah, I think he was actually born in Boston, Massachusetts, to be honest.
Right, then nobody say him born, but then use
Yeah,
craft and say
yeah,
him born now and playing in a Jamaican airspace too.
yeah,
All
man.
them something there.
He was
But we
citizen.
know for a fact that Edward Seaga was sent to Jamaica the same way in the 1917, 18, right? During the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia.
Mm.
Lenin and Trotsky were in America and they were sent over to Russia to cause all of that. So we know so Edward Seaga too was sent to Jamaica.
And Lenin was largely in Germany too. So
Right.
I'm with you. And the truth is, Mr. Siaga, by default of his parents being Jamaican, he would have been Jamaican regardless of where he was born. Naturalized wise, right? Or whatever I can't remember what the Constitution has to say about that. But he was also an American citizen, and him and Netanyahu went to the same school.
But
And
his parents, were Lebanese Americans, you know.
yeah, but they were Jamaican when he was born. They were
Why is it I thought they were Lebanese Americans though?
no,
Because
not from no.
then hold on, then how was he an American citizen in the first place?
No, they eventually migrated to America, you know. See? Or I can't remember why they were in America, but they eventually were in that region.
Because remember, say, Edward Seaga them born now about 30s of them region there, brother, 40s.
Yeah, man, real talk.
Right,
And
so them time you never really had a whole of migration from Jamaica to America. But anyways, that's
no,
neither here nor
Bustamante
there
and them
still.
man, they would have, remember around the time when Bustamante would have gone to America and so forth?
Right, 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 right,
Those
right.
people do. Hold on, do you believe that Andrew Holness had an unchallenged 2 terms? I would say because of the chaos within the PNP, Mr. Vegas, I would say because of that, Andrew Holness was unchallenged. But I think you're talking about issues like, for example, the pandemic and so forth. Yes, and
But him craft the election that's to do, right?
yeah, and my big issue too, even with the local election, even what you mentioned earlier, right? I mean, I am bothered when a prime minister is going to say that we don't have the money for run an election. That is of concern to me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Can democracy be that malleable that a country doesn't have the resources, so them decide to put elections on hold?
But you
That is
see,
shocking to me.
the question when Mr. Vegas asks now, I say, if we believe the Andrew one is an unchallenged 2 term. Remember, I said 2016, them, right? Him win the election, fine. You get me, I said? But the last election that he won in 2020, right? I craft him use because him locked down the whole place and tell everybody say they can't go nowhere. They can't even
Yep,
go buy food. They can't do nothing at all. But him still keep the election.
yep. And when it wasn't convenient for him,
Right,
he
right. When it
postponed
was
them.
during the
Postponed,
midst
yeah.
of a whole pandemic vibration. So Andrew Wallace used the pandemic to his advantage as well. Because remember, people couldn't even go out, go vote like that. No campaigning couldn't even go on much like that. Them limit everything because he knew that the people them never come out go vote. Remember, his
Hmm.
second term was what? 30% or less than 30% of the votes.
Yeah, man, Dory, when I say he's not within the ambit of the laws, it's not permissible, but I think even so, Jamaica should have a fixed date for election.
Agree.
When,
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
when you have this floating thing that you have to call election within 5 years, that the incumbent benefit too much from that. The incumbent benefit too much from that. Look at Mr. Siaga, right? Remember when he won in 1918, after he saw where the polls were going and he saw how the economics was, brother,
Right?
economy
In
was,
calling, in calling election
the
even
snap
before it was due.
election and the
Right?
PNP protested, see?
Right.
And then when he saw that when he looked at all the polls and looked at the economic trend in the 80s again, you know what I mean? The man pushed for the election as far as he could. Gilbert forced his hands. You know what I mean? And he had
Yeah,
no choice.
yeah. I agree with Alali Bella that we should have a standardized date for the elections because just like how the local government elections are well overdue constitutionally, right?
Yeah,
And now they're not call yet. Because
yeah.
Andrew Unless can call it whenever him think is convenient. We cannot have an independent republic, Jamaica, where you don't have set election dates. So
Yeah,
I
man,
totally agree with that.
it compromised our democracy, brother. You know
Agree.
what I mean? And then you're gonna come out and say, yo, we never have enough money, so we never want to call election. So you put democracy on hold because allegedly the country doesn't have money. I mean, everyone should be alarmed by that. Everyone should be alarmed by that. You see me, I say? And I promise you, if the polls were in his favor at that time, he would have called those elections. They would have called the election.
Yeah. Me totally understand that. And Dory, me totally understand what you said to family. Say, yeah, you have a right to call the election. But remember, say, everywhere else do in lockdown the whole country. And I
Yeah,
charge people hundreds of thousands to breach this disaster risk management act.
yeah,
People couldn't
brother.
go to school, people couldn't go to church, people couldn't go out go buy food as them want, right? Nobody couldn't go to work. Not all, brother.
Yeah, man. When
But
Mr.
people were free to go out and vote and them something there. So what we are saying is that him calling that election in the midst of the pandemic, that was unethical in a real life. Because him put the public in even more danger in doing that. And right after the election, that was when the big spike occurred in Jamaica too.
Yeah, you know, funny about that because he was looking at the numbers, and based on what they were saying about the pandemic, he thought things would have gotten so dire that he would have been blamed for it. So he saw a window where he figured, you know what I mean? Yo, if I call election right now, I have a shot. And that's what he did.
But but
And you
but
know,
see but see Doria said no. Biden used the pandemic as well in some sense, but in what sense?
yeah,
Because remember say Biden came into power 2021 in the mid side too. Because Trump was the man in power when it kind of evil official. You get what
right.
me I say? So Biden
And
didn't really have to follow through with the policies as per the whole pandemic thing. So me not understand Dory, but if you can still, me know say you don't check in still, but respect the
yeah,
interaction same way. I would love to hear some clarity on in what sense. You get what me I say?
and
Biden
to,
yeah man,
and
use it as to his advantage because me not see nobody else use the pandemic to their advantage in terms of political gain like Andrew Holness because in reality, whether we love Trump or hate Trump, Trump could have used the disaster, the whole pandemic thing and postpone election.
yeah,
Constitutionally, he could have done that.
and to the extent that we're admonishing Andrew for exploiting the pandemic for his benefit doesn't mean we're excusing others. And Biden's exploits, to the extent that he exploited the pandemic, has no bearing on Jamaica. So,
Right.
so I get to ask the door still, and when I say yo, others didn't.
Right,
Yes,
right, 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 right. And you don't know you go let's big up anyone Mr. We check in still. You don't know you go Gunners for life, big up. You get what me I say? Yeah man. Sam Allen, respect. As I going Kenny, you know I think man, time and space permit family man. We appreciate yeah man. The reasoning where you're dropping, it was a solid reasoning still. So I
yep, yeah,
just
man.
like a family man. You get what me I say?
Yep, and Mr.
But Lalibella. What you think about what's going on in Guyana with Venezuela and Guyana? Because we see where right now the United States are going to intervene militarily in Guyana too. The
Yeah, I
Guyanese
saw.
government
Yeah,
request the U.S. military intervention because the whole December 3rd referendum that Venezuela are put forward to actually annex the Esquibo, the Esquibo region. And the
I
region
find.
is bigger than Jamaica by about probably 20 times or more. Whole
I
heap of
find.
minerals and oil and them something there. You get what me I
Yeah,
say?
man. I find it to be so intriguing on many levels. Clearly, Guyana has oil. It is in America's interest to align with Guyana. America has always had issues with Venezuela. But what is intriguing is that it is only now that Biden is looking to repair whatever he can salvage, whatever with Maduro, the Maduro government, right? And I am thinking to myself, how far will America go knowing that they have this very delicate relationship with Maduro, right? How far will they go? I see where they're probably looking to hedge their bets. You know what I mean? As far as
Right.
Guyana is this nascent nation as far as oil development and so forth. Is this their way of jabbing Venezuela again? And
But
even beyond that, may I say to myself, like, yo, this is a Caribbean island, Caribbean nation.
right,
This is in the Western Hemisphere.
right.
We should be extremely concerned about this.
But the thing is, too, remember, say, the United States position towards Venezuela is the same position towards Cuba and Nicaragua and, any leftist countries. You get me? I say, it's really recently, as a result of the Ukraine-Russia war and them ban Russian gas and oil and them something there, and it increased, the price. Them reach out to Venezuela and sign some farm agreement to allow Venezuela to sell oil. You get me? I say so. The U.S. has always been hostile to Venezuela from the time of even Hugo Chavez and them thing there. You get me? I say
So the Citco, being an oil company owned by Venezuela, right, has been allowed, especially under the Democrats, to flourish in America. Right? Citco is a very big
well,
oil refining
well,
company.
well. No, but Lalibela, I remember said the U.S. took over Citgo under Trump.
No, no, no. I know. I'm speaking from the historical portion of it,
Right,
right?
right, 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 right.
That definitely the Republicans are very draconian when it comes to Venezuela. America as a whole, neither of them really cared for Hugo Chavez, but Hugo Chavez had a little bit more latitude under the Democrats. But as you stated, right, Trump sanctioned Venezuela, Maduro in particular, wanted to go after Maduro. I mean, humiliated Maduro. You know, what I mean, humiliate and stifled the Venezuelan economy. I mean, destroyed the Venezuelan economy, destroyed it. See,
Right.
and then, and then, as I would say, Biden, hat in hand, seeing what was going on, where he couldn't gain any traction with bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, or at the same time he was engaging bin Salman, even Iran and Venezuela, hoping that somehow Venezuela would then start, I mean, sell oil again, so
Yeah,
that it
yeah.
could
I
then,
mean, remember, so the US they banned Venezuelan oil, so
yeah,
and
man,
them have
under
the
Trump,
power for free it up. So
under
because of the
Trump,
Russian sanctions now, yeah, them have to try to create a more balance between supply and demand. They get me myself, you kind of lower the price. But let me say this real quick there, Lali Bella. Mr. Stubia asks, what's the purpose of local government? Local government have to decide who control the parish council and who get the money for run the parish council and sitting there, brother. You get what I say? Yeah, and then now me see Donovan Wilson I say, Rasta fi talk about Africa, born politics, scooping a Niger, Burkina Faso and Gabon. But Donovan Wilson, there's a link that is pinned, brother, a StreamYard link. So if you feel say, yeah, man, there's a need to talk about those things, you can freely join the panel and engage in a brother. But we are talking about Jamaica and the things that affect Jamaica because at the end of
yeah,
the day, what go on in a Burkina Faso don't affect me. What go on in Jamaica affect me directly.
yeah, and not even that. It's not that we don't talk about Burkina Faso, right? So Donovan just need to know. So yo, we've touched on Burkina Faso,
Right, right.
Niger, and the
Right,
conflict
and
in
Mali
Francophone
and
Africa
Chad and
as a whole.
Gabon. You get me? I
Right.
say, yeah, man, we touch upon them topics, the family. Chances are, though, you might be new to the channel or you might miss certain little reason prior. But we reason upon them things, man. We're very diverse with the reasoning, brother.
Yeah,
But
man.
right now, we are reasoning from a political perspective. It's a political reasoning because at the end of the day, family, whatever happens in Jamaica, yeah, man, we are Jamaican citizens or whatever. These things will affect us. So if you want to join in, you can join the link and yeah, man, you can just say your 2 cents for what go on in Africa too. We not a
Yeah,
problem
man.
with that to engage the reasoning they need.
Yeah, man. We spent a lot of time on Francophone Africa, Francophone Africa, and so forth.
Right.
We've spoken about it ad nauseum. I mean, if you want to talk about it, then
But
we're
with
able to have
Guyana,
more
though,
than
I
that.
want to speak about Guyana because it is
Yeah,
something that a lot of people are not aware of, right?
yeah,
And it's something that can lead to military intervention because right now, the Guyanese have requested the US military to intervene. So they are supposed to meet with the US military, the Department of Defense, of some people who are going to meet with the Guyanese government. But remember before that, with ExxonMobil, ExxonMobil was the one who got all the license for drill for the island of Guyana. And
right.
ExxonMobil is making a killing in a Guyana with
Yeah,
the
man.
oil. Is a lot of corruption going on in Guyana with the government and the oil. Guyana supposed to be the richest country per capita based on the amount of oil where them discovered. You get what me I
Yep,
say? Now,
yep,
it's a lot of thief in Guyana. So right now, the December 3rd resolution where Venezuela, the referendum where Venezuela want to put forward, remember, Venezuela is not being hostile, no brother. You get what me I say? All Venezuela said because in 1899, Britain and the Dutch did control Guyana. The British and the Dutch did sign one treaty, right? So the Dutch hand over Guyana to the British. Long story short, in 1899, Britain did employ one virgin, one surveyor, to mark out the borders. Then you get what I say? He marked out some borders and said that is that. 1966 was when Venezuela said them not recognize that 1899 border there. So that's why we have this problem now. So it's even a whole colonial problem, Lalibela, forward round full circle to come cause this problem right now where Guyana have to ask for US military assistance, but they are deliberately escalating it because even though Venezuela is having a referendum, you get me? I said Venezuela have reached out to the Guyanese government to discuss it. So why them not discuss with the Venezuelan government? Me understand so then Ghana the International Court of Justice. You get me? I say, me understand that. But why is it that them say they need now for bringing in the US when they are part of CARICOM? So CARICOM can help in this case.
So I let me respond to something real quick before we touch on this. Another importance of local government in any polity is the most important of the governments, and to the extent that politics work is on the local level, so that's why local government is important. But yes, so I think what Guyana is signaling is that there isn't any political solution to be had, so they're getting America involved, and they know that convenient for them, they probably should get America to side with them at a cost to them, of course.
Right. All right. So, me see Michelle Clark check in. Big up, Michelle. Yeah, man. You have the
Yes,
mic.
yes. Peace, balance, and wellness to everybody.
Yeah, man. Respect. Bless up.
Perfect, love Michelle.
Uh, what I'm saying, well, Guyana is gonna get them involved because Guyana don't have an army.
Right.
Them not have
Right.
no
Agree.
army. Huh?
You're
No,
right.
Right.
You're
Them
right.
not have an army, so them all get the United States involved. When which I think it's a wrong thing for them to do because the United States are going to go help themselves
Of course.
and all them things there. You
Right,
know.
because they are the ones who are drilling all the oil in Guyana. ExxonMobil. Remember, Sir Rex Tillerson, he was the CEO of ExxonMobil, right? And
Yes.
when Trump won the election, he resigned as CEO of ExxonMobil so he could be Secretary of State. The first place he went to was Guyana, and then him come to Jamaica because the plan was right? Cut off Venezuelan oil so that ExxonMobil, all these countries have to be buying American oil through ExxonMobil. And that's what they did. Ban Iranian oil, so everybody has to buy oil through ExxonMobil. And that's what they did. But sorry for cut you still, got you. I just want
um
to put like a context tonight.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's the whole thing. Guyana is like a little country where, like, a cousin where it just was lonely and left by itself, and they have a lot of minerals there, a lot of
Right,
Yes.
oil, gold too.
Yeah,
right.
Guyana
man.
is
Bauxite,
big on
everything.
gold too. So it's a thing now where in which I think Venezuela is wrong because them are trying to move if it took over Guyana, the minerals them in a Guyana. But my thing is that Jamaica need to step in a way because Jamaica and Venezuela have a thing going. And if
Jamaica
it's
should step
even
in.
to
I'm sorry.
if
Ja-
if it's even to say just to bring peace, them not for step in for say do any kind of military action or anything. Is that since they have a rapport with Venezuela, in which they do, I think that they should step in and try to see what they can do to
Oh,
say,
all right. So, Michelle, all
huh?
right.
Yeah.
You see, this comment that's highlighted by Sam Allen, that's a very valid point that is made because the Andrew Holness administration are not on good terms with the Nicolas Maduro administration, the
Oh, with the
PNP. The
Right.
PNP was the one who negotiated the Petrocaribe deal, right? And that was with Hugo Chavez. Now, the Petrocaribe deal was beneficial to Jamaica big time. Now, what Rex Tillerson did, he came to Jamaica and him tell Andrew Holness, the here go on Andrew, we're gonna put a ban on all Venezuelan oil, so we don't have to go buy oil from ExxonMobil. So, I mean, Andrew Holness, what he did was breach the Petrocaribe deal to the point where there is some court issue, there's some court of arbitration to address the whole Petrocaribe thing. So the
Mhm.
Jamaican government cut off the Petrocaribe deal, right, which was illegal as per the agreement. And now that the US has allowed Venezuela to sell back oil, Venezuela said, Jamaica, no, Andrew Wallace, we're not selling no oil because Uno stabbed in our back. So the
Yeah,
JLP
man.
administration is not on good terms with the Nicolas Maduro administration in Venezuela.
Yep.
The thing
Yep.
is that Nicolas Maduro not listen to nobody, you know. No, if he ain't listening, he's doing his own thing.
You mean he's doing what's in the best interest of Venezuela, right?
And rightfully so.
Well, rightfully so, but Maduro is not. He is not taking no telling from nobody, no other country, nobody. Him just a do film own thing.
But I
Yeah, but
mean,
when it comes on to this particular issue, right, with the Esquibo region, right, it is
Mhm.
a contested region. That's the problem, you know. Countries will have border disputes because some things were not ratified and signed off on. It's the same thing with the Esquibo region in Guyana.
Yeah,
Because
but
I
it's
said
Guyana,
before,
right? It's
it was not
Guyana.
ratified. So technically, Venezuela can lay claim to it, and Guyana can lay claim to it because it was never ratified. So that is the problem we have right here now. That's the reason why Guyana has gone to the International Court of Justice for it to be ratified. That is the problem. The British, when they were giving Guyana their quote unquote independence, that border region there was not ratified as a part of Guyana.
As a part of Guyana.
That's a part of the problem. So while we might say, well, Nicolas Maduro is bullying Guyana, in reality, he has a right to that claim.
it
You
is
get what
similar
I'm
to the
saying?
it is similar to the
Yeah,
Kashmir
he
region.
kind of have a right to the claim, but it's not his. It's Guyana's.
Hold on, but
It's just
Michelle,
So
no,
if it
that's the
was
thing, you
never
know.
ratified,
If it wasn't ratified, you cannot have claim. Both countries can claim it. And until it's ratified in some international court or whatever,
yeah, but
or
it's
both
still a
countries
little
sign an
bully thing
agreement.
still because Maduro know that him have the army, him have the power behind him, so him can't just liquidate Guyana and take it.
Well, to be honest with you, Venezuela is a leftist government. Venezuela have always been friendly to all Caribbean nations, right? And hostile to US imperialism. So I think it's more of a case where Guyana as well is also, poking the bear in terms of, say, bringing in the United States Department of Defense to assess the situation so that they can bring in military personnel. I think that is a case of escalation. I think they should have waited for the December 3rd referendum to see what Venezuela is doing because Maduro is not posturing that much to say, well, they're going to invade Guyana or whatever. Yes, there is thought that the Venezuelan government has built an airstrip in the region or near the region, right? I understand that. But
Mm-hmm.
Venezuela is not hostile towards Caribbean nations like that.
so let me ask you a question because I haven't read anything pertaining to this dispute.
Right.
This referendum, is it the peoples of that region who will decide if they want to be a part of Venezuela
No, it's
versus?
not.
No.
So
It's the Venezuelan government, right? That's gonna have a referendum on the 3rd of December to say that that region is a part of Venezuela,
Venezuela.
and as a result of that, they will annex
so
that
hold on. So,
region.
so Venezuelan citizens are going to make that decision for the government, is
Right.
what you're saying.
Yeah, they're gonna vote on it. They're gonna vote on it. So I agree that Guyana has all the right to challenge. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
That to say, well, it's a part of
Guyana
Guyana
know that
because,
them can't challenge them.
huh?
Guyana know they can't challenge them, and
Well,
this is where it's
militarily, but
going.
in our court of law, what they're doing now, that's the right way for them to challenge it, you know? But militarily, yeah, we get that. Remember, say Guyana is not even a million people, while Venezuela is a
That's
huge
right.
country
That's right.
with about probably 25 million people or whatever. So we understand that. But what Guyana is doing is the right approach, though. But the United States now getting involved militarily, and we know that the US don't like Venezuela. You get what I say? I think that is more like an escalation there. You get what I say? But the Guyanese government is also very corrupt with what's going on with the oil and the gold and the timber and something there. It's a lot of nepotism going on with the Guyanese government because the amount of oil and resources Guyana have, every Guyanese should be wealthy. Every single one.
Well,
Which every
I,
Guyana is wealthy.
Yes, they are wealthy based on the amount of resources, oil. The amount of oil that they discovered, it makes them the richest country per capita.
So Guyana was a fairly poor country. It's to the extent that we would talk about poverty in the Caribbean. We would even speak about Guyana more than even Haiti back in the early 80s and 90s, right? So
Right.
Guyana was properly poor. So to the extent that Guyana discovered oil, it will take a while before they build up to,
Before they
yeah,
exactly.
yeah, it's gonna take a while. I mean, they were abjectly poor. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
it will take some time. So I don't expect, and I've spoken to Guyanese people before, and I don't expect individual citizens to start benefiting yet, but they build a lot of infrastructure
But the
where
thing
in
is,
time,
Lalibela, they are currently exporting over 400,000 barrels per day right now,
but
right?
right, they
And
are, no, but
and
but go ahead.
yeah, and they are on the road to exporting 1.3 million barrels per day. That is up with Saudi Arabia and those big, oil exporters. I say that to say this, even though, right, it's not gonna happen overnight, but the amount of resources that they have discovered makes Guyana the richest country in the world per capita. You get what me I
No,
say?
no, so hold on. Like for example, in 2022, right? Guyana, Guyana, as far as oil exploration and procurement and so forth, they got $9.8 billion, right?
Right?
But of that $9.8 billion, only $1.4 billion went to the government.
Why?
Why?
Yeah,
You
them sign a deal with Exxon Mobil, right? So
Yeah,
Exxon Mobil got rid of all of the money.
right, and that is not unusual, right? I think it's even
Right.
better than what Angola get. Angola get like 40 or 60 cents to the dollar. So you see, we have a poor country that doesn't have the means and the capacity, any kind of way to procure the oil themselves.
To procure it
They,
themselves.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, and there's a risk associated with it, right? So this is how the Exxon Mobils and these companies come in. But if you've listened to
Hmm.
the Guyanese president, I think he spoke like 6 months or a year ago when he was traveling to Saudi Arabia and so forth. And he's saying that with the new reserves that they've found, they're going to have deals that are more favorable to them. So these initial reserves are not the most favorable. But for whatever it's worth, compared to where they were, and this is
Right.
why in the last 15 years, 10 years, that's what Guyana has had uh, for most of those years, the fastest growing economy in the world because of how small their economy was.
Right.
But this thing will take time, but they build the infrastructure and there's a lot of corruption still. The
Yeah, and they
Chinese
have
are
the
there.
resources. So let me just say this real quick because I still wear respect to Pilgrim, for the comment. But bro understands geopolitics. JA couldn't take oil from Venezuela during that era. Since the US banned trading with them. We understand that. But it doesn't negate the fact that Jamaica pulling out of the Petro Caribbean deal was illegal as per the agreement still. You get me? I say, yes, we understand the pressure from America and stuff like that, but it still doesn't negate the fact that what Andrew Honest did as per the deal was illegal. Subi, where you going with?
Yeah, fam.
Yeah, bless your family, where you going?
Yeah,
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 man.
yeah.
Yeah, man. Big up on yourself. Me have show in the next hour and a half, so me just quickly want to chime in a little bit.
Yeah, man, respect for you check in, brother.
Just food for thoughts. You see? Two things more point out. I can address them. I'm listening still. People keep on saying about the lower turnout. Just to go back a little bit and then me ask about the Venezuela thing. People keep saying 30% of voters turned out for the election, last election, right?
Right,
And
right,
during that time of the election, we were going through a lot of lockdowns and strict restrictions and stuff like that, right?
right.
Were the PMP supporters given an equal opportunity to vote on election day?
To vote on election day?
Yeah.
That I wouldn't necessarily say yes.
No, no, I would not say so. I would not say
Why?
everyone
Explain.
because
Explain.
there were still restrictions in place. So if
There
there were
were
restrictions
there,
still in place, then we
sir,
can't say it was
sir, sir,
free
sir,
and
sir,
fair like that. Then
sir. I drove out almost half of Jamaica the day before election. I went from Kingston. I did St. Mary. I left from St. Mary. I went to Negril. I went to pick up my boy down in St. Mary, my son. And we went down to Negril. And I came back the next day. And PMP supporters were out in droves campaigning or whatever they were doing, nomination day, whatever. PMP supporters were fully out. Everyone in Jamaica knew about the election, and no one was not restricted more than the other citizen to take away JLP and PMP. Because no one stopped anyone and said, who are you going to vote for? You cannot vote, or you have restriction. So if restriction was in place of voters, it wouldn't have been just PMP voters. Okay? So
Okay,
the
Right, I
but
whole
agree with that,
idea,
Subi.
but
the whole
But you
idea,
see,
hold
but
on one second.
yeah.
Land, the whole idea that we're going to say this election is automatically in the bag or somehow feel like there was a sign that Andrew Holness is not doing a good job, so people only turned out, 30% of the country turned out. In my view, that was the opportune time for the PMP supporters to vote out Andrew Holness. They should have been ashamed that they are here now crying about Andrew Holness when 30% of the country turned out and they did not turn out.
All right, Mr.
But
Vegas.
Subi, the fact that it was a 30% vote, which was, I think
Right.
it was the lowest in Jamaica's history. Yeah,
PMP got
it
us to
does
lock in.
indicate that the restrictions did play a role. You get me? I
No,
say?
of
the
course.
restriction the restriction did not play a role on the voters turning out to vote that day. More than the restriction did not play a role in deciding who vote and who couldn't vote.
No, but
If
what
there
I'm
So
were
saying
We're
is,
not
restriction,
is the
saying
fact
that.
that,
No one is
if
saying
there were
that.
if
yeah,
there
yeah.
were restriction on the voters the date of the election, there would have been the same restriction to JLP supporters as well.
No, Subi, we're not
Yes,
However,
saying we're
we're
not
not
saying there were
saying that.
restrictions on voters, but what's it, There were so many restrictions as it relates to protocols. Even the old people them who would have normally go vote said them not go out there because they afraid them
Them
not
but
get
not
brother,
because
voted.
but
them
brother,
mine
but
already.
brother,
Them
that
already
Right,
have
so
them
that is
psyched out.
that
Them
is
already have
that
them
is
psyched out.
so
Some
so
them
so
afraid for go
this is
right,
to
what you
vote.
right.
guys are saying to me. So this is what you guys are saying to me. You guys are saying to me is only old people in the PMP party.
We never say
No,
old people. We're
no. What
just
we are
saying,
saying,
listen,
yeah, go through, Michelle.
the way they had it, that them scare people so much that
So
nobody
why the
never
JLP?
want to go
So
there.
why the JLP people never scared?
We're
But
not saying
Subi,
that the tail people them never scared. And number one, the thing is, what I think, Jamaica is off balance all the way. The government, everything, because there should be a set voting date that everybody know every 4 years you vote, and this date on that 4 year is when voting is. So
yeah, so let me.
all parties can be prepared to say, okay, voting is in 4 years. We have to work towards that.
But what I'm
Right.
saying
So
is,
It's
me
wrong.
understand I understand everything when I say no. Me hear when I say
Yeah.
no.
So
But you
so
not tell
so
me say
so
hold on,
therefore
hold on,
you
hold
have
on,
an
hold on,
upper
hold on,
hand if
hold
you
on,
can just call
hold on, hold on, hold
call a
on.
vote call in
Again, I'm
election
asking
just
a
so.
question again.
You have an upper hand.
I'm asking a question again. Are you guys saying to me that the PMP people stayed on because the election was called sudden?
so Mr. Vegas, let me tell you how me see this thing.
No, sister, answer me. Are you saying that
Okay.
the
Yes,
PMP supporters
yes,
stayed on
yes,
because?
yes, yes. Because if you as a prime minister just can't say next week may have all the other party get to say prepare to say put out for them campaign and people come out and them thing that is off balance. That's very
Okay,
off balance.
okay. So let me ask you a question.
Listen,
So
let me tell you
so
something.
Andrew Wilness. So hold on one second. Hold on. So hold on a second. So Andrew Wilness caught the PMP flat-footed.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay,
yes.
yes, yes.
okay. Thank you, thank you.
So Mr.
So you were
Vegas,
going now. So you were going now. You were going now. If I am into politics and I'm in the PMP party and I'm the leader of the opposition or whatever for the PMP party or the opposition against the other government, and I know that because now that they're out there campaigning, why are they out there campaigning now?
I mean, the
you,
whole lockdown done with brother, and I mean, local government election are called too.
Come on, Vegas. Come on,
Yeah,
So
a
brother,
Vegas.
so
different thing
brother, so
now.
brother, so brother, so
Yeah.
brother. We never have social media during the election to get people attention.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
the
and the PNP, Mark, remember
brother,
say Mark Bowling
brother.
them, you know. Remember
Up
say
to
the
up
PNP
to
was
up
saying
to
no
up
wasn't the
to
time for the election. They were
sir,
saying we are in
sir,
the midst of a pandemic.
sir.
No wasn't the time. They were opposing it.
Up to 6 months ago, the PNP had no message. Up to 6 months ago, it's now that them come with two little chain pan, two little man, they can bujo and two little man jump in on the top man.
I agree with
Andrew
that.
Wellness, Andrew Wellness start, in my view, Andrew Wellness start put some things forward that he mean can explain it, right?
Right, I agree. But let me
Now,
respond to your initial questions, right?
so know
So
that understand, know that the PMP now have a little voice now. Them a act as if them they depend them. That just what they them that have no message. Just what they them are at a record. Damien Crawford and are selling out. Just what they them out there a fight over everybody a fight. Just what they release and a session now done with PMP. They never have no message, brother. So them caught them flat footed. And if I am the leader of the country, I mean see a flat footed, I mean know say this is a race. And this is a competition. This is something we will fight for key and a
Yeah,
power.
but you can't
Why
go
wouldn't I?
to line if it's a race and you
Yeah.
have the and you'll win if you have the upper hand.
No,
Because if
me
me they
train.
are
Me
if
train.
me they are the
No, I
starting line and you don't gone at the second line because you
no,
know.
no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Usain Bolt train and prepare for the Olympics.
but you expect a
Chilean
fair
train and prepare for the Olympics.
But when them go to starting line,
they
everybody
expect a fair
put them
race.
foot in the arm thing for
Right,
say for the
right.
gun
I
for
agree.
let
And he
off,
wasn't
No,
right?
impeded. Usain Bolt
Okay
everybody,
wasn't
then.
impeded.
everybody at the starting line, they trained. So if they say if Usain Bolt book him too, somebody run past him.
Yeah,
But that's not a
we
proper
are say Vegas to
analog.
make no sense. We are say no make
Mis-
no sense. All
So
Madam,
right.
Mr.
don't
Vegas.
disrespect me. Don't disrespect me
No,
by saying
what
what
you're
I'm saying don't
saying
make no sense
right
because
now
I'm not
doesn't
your
make any
madam, madam,
sense.
madam,
Your
madam,
example
madam,
that
madam,
you're
madam,
trying
madam,
to
madam,
show
madam, madam, madam,
Vegas,
madam,
it
madam, madam,
doesn't
madam, madam,
sound right.
madam, madam,
All right,
madam,
but
Because
madam,
hold on, one
madam,
second.
if I am
madam, I
the
think so we
prime
can
minister,
madam, I come from here so if you shout or disrespect nobody. Don't try to disrespect me. Me not disrespect your sister.
Yeah,
This
the
is
ad
just a
hominem is not
conversation.
the ad
I
hominem is
don't know
not
why you have
necessary. I
this is
agree.
just I mean the compa yo, look more brother.
No,
Big up on
well,
yourself.
yeah, well, Michelle, you can say you
So
disagree
Vegas,
with
long
him,
time,
but we
man.
are saying that
What
you
you
know
want
make a
to
sense. Well,
all right,
yeah, make
okay,
us
I
keep it civil.
disagree.
Yeah, make it
Listen,
keep it
sometimes
civil. Right.
we get passionate and we'll come out with something. Okay, all
So
right. Me
so
disagree with what y'all say. If that's
right.
it, it sound
All
better.
right.
Me
I'm
disagree with
gone.
what y'all say because what you're trying to do now, you're trying to say. You tell me that Usain, but everybody train for the
Hold on.
Olympics, right?
So
Okay,
Michelle,
but guess what?
Imhotep, you hear
Everybody
me?
have. If you going
Yeah,
to
I'm
your
hearing you,
okay.
Kenny.
starting for go
Yeah, you hear
start
me?
off for
Yeah,
go
make you
sit.
finish, Kenny.
Hold
Make
on,
you
Kenny.
finish,
Hold
and then
on,
you
Kenny.
can
Yeah,
you can
can I
continue.
finish? Yes. If
Yeah.
you go for do you go for do your track and field and everybody line up for run. You think if somebody jump off before the gun, you're disqualified. Okay? So what we are trying to say to you now is that he have the upper hand as the prime minister where him can say, I'll call election next week, you know. If I am not here in America, nobody just can't call election, so we know that your election time, so you're preparing from whenever to say go for election for when election time starts. So
Right,
it's
and
valid.
that is something we said earlier, Michelle, that we need to have a set date. So
Yes,
the fact that 30% of Jamaicans voted, yeah man, it shows it says that during that time, yeah man, it was not a good time to call the election. But let me hear what Kenny have to say there. Got you family.
Yeah, so with that, right? It's just the Lord. What happened? The Lord, Vegas was saying they didn't have any message 6 months ago, but they couldn't have any message because remember they was going to leadership change, so they made a form a team, so they couldn't really come up with a message.
Right.
Real talk. So hear me one for now, saying you see 1983, the GLP called a snap election, saying caught the PNP flat-footed again. And
Yeah,
and that and that further affirm why we need to have a set date for the election. Because
but
exactly.
the
but
incumbent benefit too much from being able to pick a
Just call
particular
when I'm
date.
ready for call.
yeah,
Right. See?
quickly. But remember, that's what he said he was going to do within the first 100 days. He's going to have a set election date. But we
Who
don't
Andrew?
have the. Yeah, that's what his manifesto 2016. But
See? Here
we
we are.
don't have a system for that, right?
Right.
Because
And then
you all you,
you have a system where all your prime minister can all run all four times. 5
hold on,
times.
man.
There's
Because
no
but
limit where you can't say only 2 terms you can run.
no,
That's
be-
bull crap.
no, because we have in a Westminster system, so we can't really blame the prime minister. And you have to remember, a prime minister job, right, is always to stay in power. It's
Any
politics one.
politician, any politician,
Yes,
any politician.
it's politics 101. To gain power, to distribute the wealth how you want to distribute it, and
And
stay
to
in there
consolidate
as
power.
long as you want it to be.
Politicians,
So,
right?
so you
That's
can't you
across the
can't
board.
bl- you can't blame him saying he had the upper hand. Yes, he had more money during the pandemic because he got a lot of grants, right,
Right.
to issue because during
Right.
that election, a
We
lot
have
of
a
money.
lot of grants for issue with that he didn't do.
Yeah,
But here's the
so
fun thing about it. Hold on, to the extent that he has grants, were they appropriated for election?
No, it
no,
wasn't,
no,
but it used
no, no,
against
no. But
him.
you can use it as you see fit.
Right.
You
So
use
there
the money
was
to stay in
no.
power, my brother.
Okay. No, no.
Bull
Listen.
crap.
Listen. I don't think we're saying. Listen. Incumbents benefit from the political system that we have in Jamaica, right?
Right.
And
Yes,
we've looked at this for the longest time, and we have a concern pertaining to it, right? Whether it's PNP, JLP, the incumbents have, to the extent that the JLP had an advantage, is because the prime minister get to pick his spot whenever he wants to call
and
election.
I would even say like because you have to remember, you know, the Jamaica just didn't turn out. Like it's not like it's only jail people turn out. It's out of the 30%, it was like 27% was for the
I
JLP
understand.
and the 3% was for the
I understand,
PNP.
it, brother. I understand, it, brother. But guess what? You see, when you have the money,
Yeah,
you can better inform your turnout to the extent that you have.
listen, I know that in me, me know how the thing working. I've been there. I've been there. Trust me.
Yeah, man. So what we're saying now, my critique is not necessarily because of the last election cycle, you know. My critique is just pure the Westminster system. I
Mm-hmm.
think we I think we need to either evolve to a more modern Westminster system or
Mm-hmm.
just get rid of it altogether.
All together. Exactly.
I
Exactly.
That's
think
my critique.
if okay, you say if you want accountability, do a system that like what is in Germany, right? You can have a coalition government.
Or
Yo, me I feel
Israel,
I don't talk
right?
and my sound muffled, but me I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Go
man.
on your
Germany
thing,
or
man.
Israel are most modern democracies.
Not, you, don't mention Israel. I don't want to get in that part
They have a
tonight.
coalition government, brother. With a
Yeah,
coalition.
but yeah, they have it. But listen, it's just
Yeah,
face,
but
showing face, showing face.
hold on there, Kenny. Remember, say Lalibela, respectfully, you know. Remember, say Israel and Boa 5 elections in 1 year, you know.
Corruption,
No, no,
yeah,
no, no.
corruption, my brother.
So hold on. No.
It's,
5 elections in a 1 year.
No, listen, I'm not speaking to the integrity of it. You know, we're talking about coalition governments, and I'm
Right.
saying,
Right.
right, because my biggest issue with Israel is that they don't have a constitution. That's my biggest issue with Israel, first and foremost. Right? They don't have a constitution, and we know why they don't have a constitution. But coalition governments make sense to the extent that new parties, nascent parties, can come in and gain some traction. But 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 Michelle, listen, we are able to reason all these things. There's no need for ad hominem, and I agree with you. There's passion, and we can reason out these things. And I greatly appreciate the fact they joined the platform, and I go
Yeah,
sit
man.
down and
That's why I
listen to
got
you.
some time. You know, that's
yeah,
one of
but
them days.
Immature, you know what the next problem is? We're too tribal as Jamaicans. We're too
Yes,
sensitive to this. We are either PNP or JP. No,
Not me.
we are
I'm neither one.
hold on, man.
I'm neither one.
We're born Jamaican. Period.
Right.
Don't let them divide us. We're Jamaicans. So we do what's best for Jamaica. Because
yes.
remember,
Exactly. That's
first
what
of
it
all,
should be about.
what they need to
Country,
educate the
not
vote the
party.
hold on,
I believe in
educate
that.
hold on, man. What they need to understand, right? You need to educate the voters. You don't vote for the prime minister. You vote for your MP.
Yes.
So when Mr. Vegas was asking how important is the local election, it is very important
It's
because
Right.
the most
Yeah.
important.
locally
That's the
that's the
most
base.
important one.
That's the base. That's who develop your community. Yes, they
Right.
get the
Right.
money
Exactly.
from the
And
MP
run the
because
municipal
Everything.
corporations and
yes,
all that
because
stuff. Right.
and next thing, right? Until you got MPs living in their constituencies, is what
Right.
get any better.
Right.
Because
Carpet
you
bagging.
can't you can't
Carpet
bring a
bagging.
man from hold on from Westmoreland
Anyway,
come around all the way in Portland. Let me ask you one question, right? Pernell Charles, is he from St. Thomas?
Clarence.
No.
How we own those sugars lands up there?
True.
Real talk.
And that piece of island that they had to kick the people off. Remember last
Yo,
year?
I know it well. I know it well. I got
Right.
family
Right.
there. I know it
Right.
well.
Right. Right.
But yo,
So yeah,
I got
man,
to
real
run.
talk, brother.
I got to run. I got to run. I got to run.
Yeah, man. Respect,
All
respect,
right,
still,
all right.
respect,
Yeah,
Kenny.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, Robert, jump on the platform, no, man.
Yeah,
We're
man.
talking about Guyana, you
The
know.
reason sweet more time still. So you know it go.
Robert, we're talking about Guyana, yeah. Jump on the platform. You know, Imhotep, right?
Yeah.
That landmass that Venezuela is trying to go after, it's more than half the current size of Guyana, you know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's over 100,000 square miles.
It's more than half the size of the
Right.
current Guyana landmass.
And as a matter of fact, there are over, I think it's 125,000 Guyanese who live on that landmass area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking if the referendum was pertaining to them deciding where they want to go.
No,
You
it's
know what I
the
mean?
no, no, no. It's the Venezuelan government having the referendum to say that that region is a part of Venezuela. You know, the Esquibo region. But see, are
Which I
you a
expect the
region
people.
listener? Are you a region listener, Robert? So make sure you check in. You know. Oh, see me.
Yeah, man. Wave a crack.
Yeah, man. So yeah. So it's a December 3rd referendum and thing. So I don't know if Robert ready for reason about that still, but Michelle, you want to say anything about that?
Soon talk. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
man.
girl.
Got you. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Well,
Michelle, you want to say anything about that?
about what
Uh,
the Venezuelan,
Yeah.
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 Are
government.
you familiar with what's going on down there? You know,
Yes, I
Guyana and
am. Yes, I
Venezuela.
am. I even
Right.
had a discussion on it today as well.
Right.
My son-in-law is Indian Guyanese, so we, I'm familiar with everything. I think that it's really Guyanese land, and Venezuelan the government are trying to take it over a some seat.
And
And poor
empirical.
Guyana just can't fight back. Them not have nothing to say fight back really, and in terms of military, and them probably will get soaking at the whole
All
thing.
right. So let's look at this now. Right. Um, you have these same problems all over the world due to colonialism. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Even in North Africa, you have between Algeria and which one is it? Is it between Algeria and Morocco? You have a region called Western Sahara. These people have been fighting for their independence in the 1970s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because during colonialism, these borders were not properly delineated. So, you know, you have certain areas of land where it was up for grabs. Long story short, Trump tell Morocco, say, you recognize Israel, me recognize Western Sahara as part of Morocco. I say that to say this. In the Esquibo region, in 1899, when the British commissioned the land surveyor to mark these borders, that is where all the problem is stemming from. When Britain was there and they did not properly delineate these borders, right, to ensure, say, this is Guyana and this is Venezuela.
And
That a part of the problem.
who the hell is Britain for talk about them out deliver and them out
Because
take over?
Michelle, they were the ones who controlled Guyana at the time.
So that
Yeah.
right.
The same way
And
out in the control Jamaica, them control Guyana. They
and
took it
remember,
from
I
the
know, brother.
Dutch.
And remember, I
Yeah,
know,
go
this
ahead,
came to the
sir.
this dispute really escalated after remember when Venezuela when Guyana first announced that they discovered oil right off the
Yes.
bat, you know, if you remember, you know, Venezuela said, yo, you're tapping into our reserves. I don't know if you guys remember that,
Yeah,
right?
but they
So
wasn't tapping into their reserve.
you know why
It
they're
was
saying that?
Guyanese.
Because they're speaking about this disputed region and elsewhere.
Right.
Um, so I'm not taking one. So if they've never ratified the boundaries between these two countries or that demark these two countries,
Right.
if that was never ratified, then I cannot argue that the region belonged to Guyana
Venezuela.
versus Venezuela.
Right.
Right.
And
Right.
here's the thing about it, right, Michelle? If you know in the mountains, in the mountainous region of Venezuela, and I guess Robert can even chime in eventually. Like the first Guyanese person with me ever reasoned with like 20 odd years ago or so forth, you know what I mean, about these regions.
Mm-hmm.
The black people, they were marooned in these regions, and they had conflicts with the Indian
With the
descended
Indians.
Guyanese,
Mm-hmm.
and for all intents and purposes, they were left to their own devices in these regions to fend for themselves too. You know what I mean? Because after a while, they kind of came to the realization that, yo, you know, we can't really get this thing sorted out with these Indian people. So we're just stay in this autonomous region. And I could argue that Guyana didn't necessarily care much for that region. Not to say that because they don't care for it, that it's not their land, but they didn't attend much to it. And even Venezuela, this land makes more sense to Venezuela because of the resources. But I don't know where this is going to play out.
So I was trying to build up my split real quick, but look, this is so basically what Venezuela's argument mainly is that when they got the land of Venezuela from Spain, right? The Spain had claimed a large swath of territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
That also included the Essequibo region. Now, what Guyana's argument is that they got the land from the British, right? And the British argument is that they got the land from the Dutch. And their argument is that the Dutch during that time period had a working relationship with the Native Americans in that region. So based on that argument, they're saying that the lines that were drawn during colonial times, what was the 15th century, those are the lines that we're going to have to stick to. And I think that's a fair argument because before the 15th century, none of those countries existed. None of those lands existed. But before the 15th century, no one has claim to any land minus the Native Americans. Go ahead.
So technically, that wasn't colonial times, but I get what you're saying, right? That 15th century wasn't colonial times, but I do get what you're saying, right? And my thing is, when can Venezuela, pre-Bolivarian revolution, when can they say that they had that land when there was no Venezuela?
But respectfully, family, 1492 is considered the 15th century, and colonialism was fully active then.
Yeah, but that's not important. But I mean, I heard when he said it, but I didn't really feel like it was important.
When I speak of colonization, right, I'm speaking of the period post-slavery. When I speak of colonization from that perspective.
But that's post-slavery is neo-colonialism, though.
No, post-slavery was post-slavery. Like, for example, the Balkanization of Africa, right? It is at the end of the 19th century that they Balkanized and carved up Africa and colonized Africa.
Right, Africa, and that's why they call it neo-colonialism or neo-imperialism.
No, that wasn't neo-colonialism at that point.
But remember, neo means new colonialism, right?
I know.
Right, so remember that colonialism, though, was in essence, right? For example, Spain would go to Cuba, and they will claim the land for the state or the church or whatever, right?
I'm going to correct myself, right?
Yeah.
Africa was colonized at a different time than the Caribbean was colonized, is what it is, right?
Okay.
Africa was colonized way later.
So I should have said post. Transatlantic, but even then it wasn't post. It wasn't post either.
Well, no, you're correct. That's why I'm correcting myself. Because
yeah, but it wasn't important. It wasn't here nor there.
It's important. It's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? Because they did colonize these regions. The Europeans colonized the Western Hemisphere before they colonized Africa. So that was my thinking of Africa when I was talking about colonization. Perfectly fine. Go ahead.
So the Venezuela, again, I know I'm repeating myself now, but the Venezuela's argument is essentially that Spain laid claim to that land before anything, right? But the problem is that the land that, like, if you look up maps of Venezuela from what was Venezuela founded in, like 17?
Yeah, because that was after that was when
the Bolivarian
Simon Bolivar. Yeah, he was the one that fought the Spanish and got them their independence.
18th century.
It was the 19th century. After Haiti got their independence in 1804.
Oh yeah, right. 1811.
Right.
All right. So the point that I'm making is that when Venezuela was founded in 1811, if you look up the borders and the area that they actually had people in, it was nowhere close to Essequibo. Nowhere close to it. But like someone said earlier, it's really about the land. Venezuela is in a tight economic position right now, and they
want the resources.
Yeah, they just resumed. America is buying Venezuelan oil now again. So Venezuela needs to increase its output, and the Essequibo region is the perfect place to do it. And unfortunately, Guyana is in a tough position because traditionally, Guyana was dependent on America to defend us against Venezuela. But now with all the shit that's going on in Ukraine, the shit that's going on in Israel, I don't really think that America has much of an appetite to defend Guyana at this point.
Well, it does. It does because it's in their national security interest. ExxonMobil is fully active in Guyana, and
Yeah,
ExxonMobil
facts.
is getting all those contracts. That's the reason why they are meeting with Department of Defense officials. They are having two meetings. I think next week with Department of Defense officials. So yes, the United States will intervene because ExxonMobil and those American corporations
Yeah, because
are
they're
in
going to
Guyana. You
benefit
get what
from
I
it.
say? And the
Right.
Essequibo region as well. ExxonMobil has been given license
Yes,
to
yes.
drill for oil in that region as well. You get what I say, Robert?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
And
But
Robert,
if let's just say hypothetically, if Venezuela sent a land force to go occupy that land, do you really think America would send military to go defend that?
Yes.
I think they would.
Yes.
Because
I
they're
don't
going to
think
profit
they
from
would.
it somehow.
I
They
I
profiting.
just because look when Venezuela was having the revolution with Guaido as the unofficial president. America was doing a lot of chatting,
No,
and
bro, they crippled
anybody
Venezuela.
over there.
No, they crippled
No.
Venezuela.
Yes,
No,
they
remember.
did. They crippled
No.
Venezuela.
No,
Yes,
but
they did.
remember, Robert,
But
not only talking.
if they
America
crippled
took
Venezuela,
action because remember the Americans recognized the assembly, right, as the official authority, and Juan Guaido was the head of the assembly, and they recognized him as president to the extent where even Britain and Europe followed suit and recognized him as the president of Venezuela to the point where they froze 2 billion in gold. All of the oil revenue from Citgo was going to Juan Guaido and stuff like that. So yes, the Americans were very active, not only talking.
but
Yeah,
how effective was that? Because Guaido
Very, very, very
Very.
effective.
But,
Hold
but
on.
wait, Guaido can't step foot in Venezuela right now. They're
No,
gonna
no,
wipe
no,
him
but
out.
Robert, look at the Venezuelan economy. Look at their
Yeah,
money.
it's a mess. They destroyed it.
What are you
Yes.
saying, bro? They crippled
Yep.
the country.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but they crippled them economically, but it still hasn't caused a political change. That was what America's goal was. That's what America's always doing. They
bro,
put
look at-
economic stress on you with the hopes of creating upheaval and uprising in your country.
When
Right.
has that
And-
ever
Right.
worked anywhere? When has
America
that
do
ever worked
coups.
anywhere?
That's what
So
they're the one that be
it
setting
didn't
coups in
work.
people's
Yes,
countries.
it worked. It worked on a surface level. Yes, it destroyed
No,
Venezuela's economy, but it didn't
Robert.
create regime change. So was it really successful?
Robert, seldom does America realize regime change when they go after it, unless they're literally going to fight a war against those countries.
I can give
Look
you
at Cuba.
20 regimes that they changed. I can give you 20.
Yeah, but Robert,
Was that a
remember,
war?
remember like Cuba, right?
Within the
They
last
tried the
100
same
years,
thing.
Lalibela. Within the last
that-
100 years.
Without a war, Robert?
Yes, sir.
No, but he's right though, Robert.
Yes,
No, hold
sir.
on, but Lalibela, no, hold on, Lalibela. He is correct though. We can give you a lot.
Look up
Especially
the
listen,
Chicago
hold
boys.
hold on, hold on. Let me say
Lalibela,
this.
Google
Let
up
me
the
say this
Chicago
though.
boys.
Let me say this. And Lalibela, you made mention about that documentary, right?
Which
That
documentary?
that Stone, the virgin named Oliver Stone did, right?
Right.
The hidden history of America, whatever.
Right.
Every country in South America was influenced by the American regime.
Lalibela, one second,
Central America,
Lalibela,
right?
when you get a chance, look up the Chicago boys. There's a whole documentary on it where pretty much all of the dictators in South America all went to one school in Chicago.
Right, facts.
It's not a
No.
coincidence. It's not a coincidence.
Hold on. I understand what America does as far as New England, as far as Harvard and the University of Chicago, right? And as far as how they influence these leaders in all these countries. But what I'm saying is that if you look at the history, even if it's just 100 years, you look at it, most of these countries that America was successful in regime changes required some kind of military warfare. Most of them.
No,
All right. So hold on. All right. So hold on.
Funnel money into it.
All right. So let's start from the 1950s, right, Lalibela? And we can look at the first country that America did that with was with Iran, with Mohammad Mossadegh, right?
Right.
He was the first democratically elected president for Iran, right? And the United States pushed him out, and Britain pushed him out to reinstall the Shah because BP, British Petroleum, and American, petroleum companies were getting favorable deals with
They did that with no guns. They did that with no guns. Just money. Just money. Money.
But I don't know if you guys are listening, guys. I'm not saying absolutely every. I'm saying the majority of them required some kind of military intervention.
Right,
No,
and what we are saying is, right, within the
most
last
of the
50
regime
years,
changes didn't happen militarily.
within
That's
the
what
last
we're
50 years, it's just a few. They did
most
more,
of it is
hold on,
economic.
they did more silent revolutions than military ones within the last 50 years.
All right,
I'm
all
But
right,
a-
all
that's
right.
where they put
Imhotep
codes in
is
people's
right,
conscience.
Lalabella.
No, hold
Right.
on, bro. Listen. They meddle in the ballot boxes of
That's
pretty
enough.
much every. Hold on. Let me finish, brother. In almost every country, right? But what I'm saying is that the majority of the countries where America was successful with regime changes are by way of some kind of military intervention. Not necessarily America
And we are saying,
intervening,
Lalibela.
but civil wars and so forth.
No, but we are saying, all right, so hold on. So, Lalibela, within the last 50 years, give us 5 countries that you can say they were successful militarily in regime change and change the status quo and stuff like that. You know, from
Let me
a
help you
left
out.
to
Let me help you out,
yeah.
Lalibella.
That's easy.
No,
That's easy,
I
right?
asked for 5, just 5 in 50 years.
That's easy.
5.
Listen,
That's
5
easy.
countries that they had to use military forces to create a regime change.
Right.
So we have Iraq.
Okay,
Right.
that's 2003.
No, in the last, it's still within that window you're talking about.
No,
right?
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
We have El
Yeah.
Salvador.
El Salvador.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We have Argentina with Augusto Pinochet.
That's Chile.
I mean, sorry, Chile. What I'm
Chile,
sorry,
right? Chile.
Chile, right? Yeah, of course, Chile. See? So how much?
No,
Where am I?
hold on,
Three?
hold on.
How much guns did they shoot?
Hold on.
How much
Let's
guns
pick
did
up
they
in.
shoot in Chile? How much
No,
guns
let's
did they
pick up
shoot in
in.
Chile?
Let's pick up in. Let's
What?
pick up in. In Iraq, there was American military invasion. In
No,
El
that's
Salvador, there were no American military invasion. In Chile, there was no. Hold on, Lalibela. The argument was America carrying out regime change through the use of military force. And you mentioned Iraq, where them invade Iraq. You see that? In El Salvador, there was no American invasion of El Salvador.
No, but brother,
nor in
I
Chile.
didn't say American invasion, you know.
Lalibella,
But that's the conversation,
restructuring your
Lalibela.
argument.
Military forces, bro. Like the Sandinistas and so forth, right? When I say military forces, right, I mean that there was some kind of kinetic warfare taking place. Not necessarily America having boots on the ground. So I'm not talking
But
about
I
America having
thought
boots
that's
on the
what
ground.
you meant
That's-
about
but that's
America.
what it was-
But you mentioned Iraq, though, Lalibela.
No, but regardless though, right? Military intervention can be America with boots on the ground or local conflicts, right? I wasn't exclusively saying American boots on the ground. I would be dead wrong if I made that argument. But that's not the argument that I'm striking. See?
All right. Well, if your argument is that America influences kinetic warfare between two
Yes,
sides
of course,
to
that's
make
what they
regime
do.
change, yes, no one will disagree
That's
with
what
you
they
on
do.
that.
They did that
That's
all over South
The
and
premise
Central
of your
America.
original statement was it
No.
alluded to
No,
America
you guys
having
assume
to
that I
use
was
its
hold on.
the
You
way
guys
you
assume
make
I was
the way
talking
you
about American
frame
boots on the
this.
ground. You
No,
guys
but the
assume I
way
was talking
you
about American boots on the ground, but that's not what I was talking about. No.
No, I got you now. But the way you framed it, it sounded like you're saying
No,
that
you guys misconstrued
majority
me,
of
but
the
it's fine.
regime change
That's
that
why it's good to
America
have
got,
reason,
it
Reggie.
got it by sending military.
That's why
and
reason
that's
is
just not
important.
true.
That's why reason is good, right? Because I have this particular book like meddling in the ballot box, right? And it clearly lists all the countries that America intervened in South
Yes,
America,
and I was going
elsewhere.
to add some more. I wanted to add some more. The Congo with Patrice Lumumba.
Of
Let's not
course.
forget about that.
Of course.
Let's not forget. Yeah, and then obviously you mentioned the neo-Contras in Nicaragua. What
But
about
the Contras, but the thing is this, right? They failed with the Contras in Nicaragua because
But they gave-
the Sandinistas were successful, you know.
That's
So
true.
here's the
That's
thing, right?
That's
You know what?
That is true. That is true.
What about your name? Kermit? What's his last name?
But look, but wait, let me just name one more. And this is in 100 years. Hawaii.
The Philippines. Hold on. The Philippines. Hold on.
Hawaii. They toppled that whole kingdom and didn't kill anyone. They didn't have to go to war with them physically.
Right.
They literally just created a referendum, got like 200 white people on the island and said, we want to annex.
Right.
And they just did a vote, and that was it.
Right. No, but hold on. But Robert, there was wars between the kingdoms in Hawaii and those people, but the U.S. went in and supported those Americans.
Oh, the white men, yeah.
Right, yeah.
But Hawaii didn't even have a standing army to even fight against America.
Agree. But the tribes did fight back, though, somewhat. But it was futile.
Yeah, it was more like more of a just a safe face, but they weren't actually fighting. Queen Lukalani, didn't she die in exile, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, I think something like that though, something like that. But long story short though, as it relates to Guyana, yes, the U.S. will intervene. Right now, Venezuela does not want any issues with America
So
because
what
they
it
know
seems
that
like,
the U.S. can just snap their finger and drop back all these sanctions and cripple their economy. So they are
that's
even
fair.
trying to avoid that as well.
That's fair,
Yeah.
but that's why right now Guyana is taking this up with the United Nations. You feel me?
Let,
Right
let,
now,
let me say something real quick. You see when Kermit Roosevelt was able to bankroll the coup in Iran, that was the first time that America attempted a coup without there being bloodshed or
Right, and that's the
nukes.
reason why I mentioned it first. I mentioned Mohammed Mossadegh, right? And they
Right,
put in the Shah. They take him
right,
out and put in the Shah.
but subsequently they eventually went back to revert to their old ways in some respects if they needed to, but no doubt. But Guyana, Venezuela. So here's the thing: what America has going on with Venezuela right now is very tenuous, and I'm wondering if it would be worth it for them to truly go after Venezuela in any abrasive way. I think they will.
it's just about the numbers because Joe Biden needs to win re-election. The war in Ukraine is hitting
Yeah,
the oil market prices
yeah,
hard, and
yeah.
the Democrats need a way to pivot. So they had to pivot, and they use Venezuela as a way to pivot.
Similar to what Trump did before. But another thing you said earlier, Robert, right? You know what, sir? Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken, has more proven oil reserve than any other country, independent of this disputed region, right? So
I
it's
wouldn't
not a
doubt
thing,
that for a second.
right? So it's not a thing where they have issues with access to oil and so forth. But I just think that
It's
because
distributing it.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
America crippled them as far as that is concerned, and
Yeah, them cripple them.
right,
yeah, because they have to have somewhere to sell the oil, right? But also on top of that, it don't matter how much wells you have to have refining capacity. You know what I'm saying?
of course,
So you could be sitting on 1,000 trillion gallons of oil, but if you could
And
only
if you
pull
don't
up a
have it,
hundred, yeah,
right.
if you can only pull up 100 barrels a day, that shit don't fucking matter. You know what I'm
It
no,
saying?
doesn't
for real,
matter.
for real. And how America got Venezuela is that the actual equipment that they need, the technology, the technical know-how, a lot of those components are only made in America, and
I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be that hard for them to outsource it to Russia. Russia has
no,
proven
no,
it
no,
know
no.
how to get oil out the ground.
At the time, at the time, Venezuela had no other alternative but to go to America, and that's why, and that's why the infrastructure was unmaintained because they didn't have any other option other than to go through America to get that respective part.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Right, right.
But
And we do understand, with just like Nigeria, right? Nigeria has so much oil, but they have to what? Send their oil to be processed in American refineries and then sold back to them and stuff like that. So we understand how
and
the
a lot of their oil
individuals.
is and a lot of their oil is stolen every day because
Yep,
Nigeria has a big
yep,
piracy problem, like very
yep,
huge piracy problem.
Their own government taken from them.
yep.
Because
But you
they
know
have
that,
Boko Haram in the northern parts of Nigeria, and where the oil wells is located at, like those places are under contention. It's not like just just cashing money every day. Like that oil is being pumped out, stolen.
Right, right. Yeah, and you're
but
talking about the oil-rich Niger Delta, right? And you have a lot of different. Not only Boko Haram is there, but you have a lot of different tribes that are there that are not benefiting from the resource richness of the area, and that's the reason why they are rebelling against the central government. You get what I'm saying?
you know that even Iran, right? Iran doesn't refine their oil into gasoline and so forth either, right? You know they import gasoline, right? And that's why when you compare all of these OPEC nations, I think Iran probably has the most expensive gasoline. So they procure their oil for export versus local usage. You know what I mean? They don't refine that into gasoline locally in Venezuela. I mean Iran. And then like I think at the time when I was looking, I think it was what, like 50 cents a gallon for oil in Saudi Arabia. just like Venezuela, highly subsidized when Hugo Chavez was around. You know what I mean? And Roberto further affirmed that America truly crippled Venezuela. When Hugo Chavez was in power, bro, I mean, he took Venezuela out of poverty big time. And
Yeah,
one of the
but
big
you know what? Fuck America for what they did to Venezuela. Let's be clear. Venezuela was a success story for a very long time
it was
because like my mom, I mean, as you know, I'm Guyanese. My mom told me that growing up, everybody in Guyana wanted to run away to Venezuela. Not Trinidad, Venezuela. That's where they wanted to go. You feel what I'm saying? She told me like when she was growing up, they would always hear stories like everyone there have cars and they have nice roads and they have access to medicine. But you know, it's because Venezuela is a socialist country or was moving towards socialism more and more.
They are a leftist government, and remember, the Monroe Doctrine is always that stick over their heads. The Monroe Doctrine.
Yes.
All left-leaning governments, right?
You gotta be
The
destroyed.
United States sees them as an enemy and an
As an
existential
enemy.
threat. So they always try to get rid of them or whatever. So the Monroe Doctrine is that tool that America uses on all these leftist nations in the region.
right. And Venezuela became left or went socialist under Hugo Chavez, and he referred to his revolution as a Bolivarian revolution, also, right?
Right, based on
It is
Simon Bolivar.
right.
Like even just going back to the Monroe Doctrine, even like when Burnham in Guyana, and I would argue that like that might have been an assassination too, maybe. But even when Guyana started to lean towards socialism, because you know there was a time period where Guyana was considered the breadbasket of the Caribbean. Majority of the grain was being exported from Guyana to the Caribbean nations. And what happened is that people in Guyana started talking about internalizing the trade and essentially like becoming a Caribbean federation. And America was not trying to hear that. I'm not talking about the little bullshit that they have now.
No, the West Indian Federation you're talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly. Within like a socialist order where you know our resources would be distributed more evenly so that all of our people could benefit more easily. Because like a country like Guyana got 10 times the resources than what the people there need. So that could be spread out. But again,
way more than 10 times.
Yeah, you know, I just throw a number out there. But you know, capitalism don't want to see that. Capitalism need the people to be hungry because how else you going to get them to work for you?
Yeah, and here's the thing about capitalism, right? They couldn't abide by Venezuela being successful with the model that they had, right? Because if Venezuela, as it was, successful, if the world saw too much of that, then they question whether the efficacy of capitalism.
Hey, talking about that, guys.
Cuba.
Talking about that, guys, right? Let's look at Gaza, right? A couple of years ago, there was an Israeli company that discovered trillions of cubic meters of liquefied natural gas or whatever, right? And they call that field the Leviathan gas field, and that is actually in the Gaza region where the sea is. So technically, the people of Gaza would have the rights to that because it is within their shoreline borders. They get me? I say, what Israel do? Israel take away the whole of that. Them and one British company sign one deal, right? Trillions of cubic meters. So it just goes to show how people just bad up others with their resources too.
Yeah, man, and
sorry, go ahead, Lala.
And this is why even when they admonish Palestinians for saying from the river to the sea, right? And under the Lockheed Party charter, they pretty much are saying the same thing.
Right. They were the ones.
They don't recognize. Yeah, and they're saying that no non-Israeli entity can ever control that region.
Right, and notice the name of the gas field, you know, and anyone can look it up. Leviathan.
Yeah, man. And part of the conversation now, is that they're saying that Palestinians should have access to some of those resources to rebuild Gaza, right? The thing is, Israel and the West shouldn't be deciding that for Palestine. And if it's not clear to people that, it's because of this resource. Remember, when Netanyahu went to the UN in September, he showed a map of the region with no Palestine, right? And this is why Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and all these nations are making peace with Israel, so that they could be a part of this new corridor. You know what I mean? Because the way they see it is, if you're not a part of this corridor, when the Middle East is reshaped, your fortunes will go one way or the other. If you're part of the corridor, you'll be good.
Israel had their hand in that too. Like the reason why Egypt's president is pro-Israeli is because Israel be meddling in other countries' elections as well. Don't get it fucked up.
No, of course. You know what I mean? And America actually buys Egypt's loyalty as it relates to Israel, right?
Right. They give them $1 billion every year too. I think Egypt gets 500 million every year, and in addition to other aids. But remember as well that with Egypt, the current government, they are quote unquote illegitimate because they came into power
Arab Spring,
undemocratic
the
means,
Arab Spring.
You get what I'm saying?
Spring.
But that coup was backed by America as well.
Of course.
That was after Gaddafi got pushed out.
Right, because remember in 2012, Mohamed Morsi, he was the first democratically elected president of Egypt. Because remember, Hosni Mubarak, right? Hosni Mubarak was in power for like 30 years or so. They got rid of him through the Spring Revolution, right? And Mohamed Morsi came into power. The problem with Mohamed Morsi was that he was a Muslim Brotherhood. And the Gaza man them Muslim Brotherhood. The Turkish president now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Muslim Brotherhood. So in the Middle East, there is a Muslim Brotherhood affiliate, right? And you have other countries who are anti-Muslim Brotherhood. So the US was very happy to not have a Muslim Brotherhood country bordering the Gaza, because at that time, the Gaza man them did smuggle whole heap of weapons and things from Egypt in a Gaza. And that was an existential threat to Israel. So America decided to them have to get rid of the Muslim Brotherhood man in Egypt so they can cut off the supply to the Muslim Brotherhood man them in a Gaza.
So Erdogan is not necessarily pro-Muslim Brotherhood, but what he did.
No, yes, he is.
But look, you know what else is funny too? Israel created this problem because Yasser Arafat was way more passive than the new leaders of Hamas is. And what did Israel do to Yasser Arafat? They poisoned and killed him.
Not to say that Yasser Arafat from the onset was amiable, right? But
he was willing to negotiate. He was way more willing to negotiate.
But later on, Robert, initially, Yasser Arafat, that's from the PLO. Yeah, he was a warrior, right? And he had to flee into Lebanon and all those places. But in the latter years, like the 90s now, when you have the Camp David Accords, with
muffled
Egyptian. What's the name of that Israeli president? Yitzhak Rabin. It was the Israeli people that assassinated Yitzhak Rabin because Yitzhak Rabin was going to sign that peace agreement with Yasser Arafat.
Yeah, man. So Arafat was receptive to reason as time went by, right?
Right.
The problem that Israel had.
That was the only way to make some progress. And then he had Bill Clinton and all of them in his ear too.
Right. The problem for Israel was that, like, for example, ultimately they were given 90% of the West Bank, right? 90, I think like 90% of the West Bank and probably all of Gaza. The problem is that they were never going to have access to their airspace and so forth. And what Arafat told Clinton and Netanyahu toward the end was like, yo, if I agree to those terms, you're sending me to my funeral. You know what I mean? They like to talk about the fact that the Palestinians walked away from these peace talks and whatever, these deals. These weren't meaningful deals. How can you be a sovereign nation if you don't control the airspace?
You know that's true still, but at least, as some people would say, right? The Shy Lights have a song that says half a loaf is better than none at all. Not true. So they were willing. Well, the Palestinians, Yasser Arafat, he was willing to acquiesce to some conditions. But let me say this real quick. Dory said, this channel needs more growth. Yeah, man. You know the reasoning, top-notch, high-level reasoning. So, ones who are listening, man, please feel free to subscribe, so you can join the reasoning as well. And, you can listen now, you can learn now, you can partake on the reasoning too. Because, you see, there are some brilliant minds that are reason. So, yeah, man, respect Dory, man. You don't know it, go. Give thanks for the positive feed forward.
Yeah, Michelle,
Go
you're
too
too
long,
quiet.
brother.
Please talk. Michelle, you're too quiet. Please
I'm
talk. Say
listening
something.
and
Yeah,
I'm
go to Michelle.
listening.
What you say?
No, man, listen. I was just about to say, well, we all know that the American government is the one who created Gaza and who created ISIS. And them create both of them.
Who?
Yes.
Now, the
Who
The
Gaza was
created?
American
created by the
government. The
British.
American
Gaza was created
government
by the
was the
British,
ones
no?
that created ISIS and created Gaza.
I
Well,
thought the
you're
Gaza was created by the British.
no. She's saying that what she's saying is that the Americans were in. Well, oh, you said the Americans. The Israelis were integral in the ascension of Hamas,
Right,
right?
right.
And and
Hamas.
and, and
Hamas, I
Hamas
mean.
Hamas was supposed to function as a counterweight to the secular
To Fatah, right,
Fatah, right?
right, correct.
They wanted
Yeah,
an Islamic reference to counter Fatah. Can you see the thing is, Imhotep? They
right.
realized that the traction that, because you see, the thing is, they were counting on Arafat not being reasonable. But when
Mm-hmm.
Arafat became reasonable, they realized that he was eventually going to get his way, right? And the only way to do it is have this counter force, which is Hamas, and that's what they did. And even with the
They
counter force,
created.
Hamas, it still wasn't enough. They eventually poisoned Arafat. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys ever seen the
The
documentary where they
radiation.
went.
It was like
Yeah,
radiation poisoning, yeah.
I think it was plutonium. I can't remember what they said it was,
Yeah,
but
it was
Yeah, I think it was
plutonium.
plutonium, something like that, right?
yeah,
It was
Plutonium.
like
Mm-hmm.
some it was like some CIA assassination weapon type
Oh, well,
shit.
that's what
Like
I'm saying. The
Right,
CIA
but
is the
remember
ones
that.
that
But remember
created
that. You see,
ISIS and these.
it was
but it's
Mossad.
the military industrial complex. Israel
And
is
here's
in
the,
it. So
here's the
they
truth.
all
And here's
connected.
the truth, Michelle. Wherever you see Mossad or Israel, you always see the CIA.
yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. They do act in
Mm-hmm.
tandem. They
They
do
work
act in
hand in
tandem.
hand.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
Mm-hmm.
they
They
do.
work hand
right,
in hand. Yes.
Yeah,
right.
because the thing is this now, right? Because they both designate like Hamas as a terrorist group. They
Mm-hmm.
work in counterintelligence trying to find the leaders and whatever, and try to assassinate them and share certain information. Even Trump recently said that what? Trump said when they found out, because remember, it was someone in Iraq that gave the details of the Iranian general there. What's his name again?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's
Qasem
Thomas King.
Soleimani, right?
Soleimani, right,
He was assassinated January 1st. Trump did it,
right,
right?
right.
Qasem
With the
Soleimani,
ninja
right?
bomb or some shit. No, that
Right.
wasn't him.
And Trump said when he was about to carry it out and him linked Netanyahu and said, Netanyahu, we have him enough. We know where he's at. We're going to do it. Netanyahu said, no, no, no. I don't want Israel name in this thing. And Trump called him out and said he's a coward recently. Remember that? So it goes to
Yeah,
show, I
man.
say that to say this. Once there is a common enemy, yeah, man, the Mossad and the CIA share the same intel internal aspects.
And you know what's interesting, too? If you go back to the Congo, in 1959, when Patrice Lumumba was assassinated, the Israelis were there too, See? The Israelis were there, and eventually it was the Israelis that subsequently trained Mobutu's parachutists and so forth, right? And when they were bankrolling and funding Mobutu, Mobutu then was then facilitating what was going on in Rhodesia. It's a
Right,
very peculiar thing.
because remember say as well, they were also responsible for the training of the Ugandan special
Yeah,
forces, right?
yes, yeah,
And
man.
they because Uganda was very strategic to them. So yeah, man, I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
I just turn Dada to become a turncoat pan them still,
Idi Amin Dada.
and that's
See,
when the whole world start demonize him and then call him the madman. And
cannibal.
when anyone talks about Idi Amin, right, it carries a negative connotation, all because him just craft them and turn from them because they want to use Uganda,
Yes.
because Uganda border with Sudan and Israel and Sudan
Yes.
was enemy at the time, and they want to use Uganda as a springboard to go over Sudan. You get what I say? I remember say the first hijacking, right, that took place, the plane landed in what? At the Entebbe airport in Uganda. And
Yeah,
Israeli
man.
special forces
With Idi
landed
Amin.
there.
With
Yeah.
Idi Amin. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. And they call it
And
the
they did the
Entebbe
attack.
airport.
They did the overnight attack and got the civilians and
Right,
killed off a
right,
bunch of
right.
Nazi
Special
Yes.
soldiers.
forces. Right.
I remember that.
Listen, man. Like I say, in the 50s, Israel was big in Africa, and most people would think, well, it's a fairly new country. But even in the 50s, brother, they were significant. They were properly invested in Africa, and they fought against decolonization in Africa, right? It
I
is
wanted
in
to say
19.
something, and I want to ask you a question, Lalibela. I'm sorry, but you can finish your thought, man.
No,
I
go
just
ahead,
want
go
to
ahead,
ask
go
you
ahead,
when you're
go
done.
ahead,
Wait, so
go
what
ahead.
I wanted to say is I was reading up on the Lumumba assassination, right? And I already knew that the CIA did it, but I didn't know that that they had a Senate committee, like how they do like the Senate investigations to
Right.
get the information.
Yeah, right.
And the Senate concluded that the CIA had no involvement in the death of Patrice
But
Lumumba.
Robert, question.
Well, they ain't gonna
Do you
say they
remember?
did.
Do you guys remember the Warren Commission?
Yes, of
Yes.
course.
Right? And what did they conclude?
That
The
was with the
the
CIA.
9/11 Commission.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that 9/11. I think 9/11 was taken down by planes.
No, hold on. I'm saying all these commissions, remember, they have to be furnished with intel from who? The same people who they
they
trying to find
investigated.
out if they
The
did
same
it.
people they investigated. But so I said that to say this, and I'm kind of this is not related to the topic, but like I know you've been seeing it in the news recently that they've been talking a lot about the JFK assassination and like rehashing the
Yeah,
information.
for the past few months, right?
Yeah, and so I wanted to know what you thought about that, Arabella. Like, do you think JFK was assassinated? And I mean, it is actually connected because JFK is connected to Cuba, and JFK is connected to the Vietnam War and colonialism and the Monroe
Right.
Doctrine as well. So, do you think that the CIA killed John F. Kennedy?
If not that, it would have been indirectly, right? But I think he went against the military-industrial complex. He violated a few well-entrenched institutions in Washington,
Right.
and no different than Trump, right? And that's why he's gone. I'm not comparing him to Trump.
He was
but
about to pull out of the Vietnam War as well.
yeah. So he was going
That
against the
Vietnam
grain.
War, I remember Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson, that brother there, never normal neither.
Yeah, man.
And along with J. Edgar Hoover. Them remember said J. Edgar Hoover that them man there are years him there about to get trouble in a man. From Marcus Garvey time to
That nigga was a racist, and I think he was a botchy guy too.
Yeah, he was a cross-dresser.
Yeah, he was. But with Kennedy now, that Vietnam War, he was gonna pull out of Vietnam.
Right. So
and they was trying to pressure Kennedy to go into Laos and all that too.
Right. No, hold on, but what's this three now? They were carrying out illegal bombings in Laos.
Operations, yes.
Good. And they did not inform Kennedy about it as well.
Yeah,
right.
So my point in saying is that is like, they did the whole CIA commission and they was like, oh, it was one shooter, Lee Harvey Oswald. And
right.
Just reading this shit right here with them from the churches committee saying that the CIA had no involvement in Lumumba, if they could sit there and lie about it and then later on it'd be revealed that they did have something to do with it, I'm 99% sure that the CIA or the FBI had something to do with Kennedy's assassination. I'm sure.
Remember that.
I used to doubt it though, but Imhotep, I used to doubt it, and I only started to really believe it within the last year. For my whole life, I was like, it's a conspiracy.
Remember that Nixon, that Contra? Remember the Contra, right? The Iran Contra affair, right? Or the Contra affair, right? Remember, so technically, the United States cannot be arming the Contras against the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
That's what they use Rick Ross for. That's what they use Rick Ross for.
So they use the Rick Ross them if they flood in the cocaine with the drugs, use the money, buy weapons from private people, then the CIA would give the Contras those weapons. Yep. And what happened? Remember Colonel North?
He got pardoned. Yeah,
right,
he's a
right. But remember,
big criminal.
But remember, there was a commission. But there was a commission, Robert, right?
He lied under oath too.
Right, exactly. But remember as well.
I remember, bro.
Remember, Robert, there was a commission, right? That was set up to investigate the Contra affair to see if the United States government was involved in it. Who would have provided the data? Was the CIA. And they covered it up. They covered it up, bro.
And then make a next point. And this is enough. This is like one of the flaws of the whole American system. Because think about this, right? They try to give us this idea that like the people in government are elected, right? And there's some truth to that, right? Like the president, he only could do 2 terms. Governors have term limits. Mayors have term limits. But the niggas in the CIA, what's their term limit?
No, talk about the senators. Talk about the House speakers and senators and those
No, but
people.
The
even
House speakers and the
but
senators.
even the senators, but I purposely didn't use the senators. You know why? Because senators could still get locked up and targeted. The CIA routinely be eavesdropping and targeting senators, even though they're not supposed to do that. You feel what I'm saying?
But remember,
But
right?
the CIA members, once you get into that shit, you're like, that's really the people with the power. The CIA got more power than the president. Because even if they don't agree, like say if the president does, like say if the president won't authorize something that they like, they can just wait till he come out of office and then the next president comes in and then they do it.
Robert, you know what's funny? The template for the CIA, they got it from the Germans, the SS. You get what I'm saying?
Like that's like one of the biggest, like literally the CIA and the FBI, they like a sovereign entity if you really think about it. Like they enforce the laws and they can enforce it on presidents. The president can't lock up nobody from the CIA though. He probably can't even fire the top levels. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna shut up. To emphasize the point. You know, the CIA, certain CIA people have higher levels of clearance than the president.
Of course.
What the fuck?
Of course.
What the fuck? How does that even make sense?
Yeah, that don't make no sense.
But it's the reality.
Well, that's because they create all of these agency for a reason. It's a part of their agenda. Come on, y'all. It's a part of their agenda.
But that shit is crazy. And when you really start thinking about that, you realize democracy is a bit of an illusion. Like this whole concept of like, oh, representational government and all that. How much representational government do we really have if the CIA is not elected?
Yo.
They just get ranked up.
Everybody talk about democracy all the time. The word democracy doesn't even appear in the Constitution.
It doesn't.
And everybody talk about democracy all the time. Democracy. It doesn't appear even in the Constitution. So people need to stop even saying that word.
So speaking of democracy, right? And I heard Bruce Golden kind of inferring that maybe he said Jamaica's problem is that Jamaica has been too democratic. He pretty much said that, right? And then he started talking about Lee Kuan Yew, how he was an authoritarian leader, and he spoke about Rwanda. And he was really intimating that maybe Jamaica should not be so democratic so that we could prosper. Do you guys think that Jamaica needs someone who's authoritarian, someone who's going to be in power for a long time, limit the rights per se of the people for the betterment of the country? No, like Rwanda, right?
I don't believe in that shit.
Post genocide, they've only had one leader.
Whatever's good for the white man is good for us. We not no third class citizens.
Does democracy work?
Yes.
Or put it this way: there's not just one brand of democracy, right?
That's what I was going to say.
There's not just one brand of
I agree, Lonnie Bell. I agree.
There's constitutional democracy. There's a republic, a constitutional republic.
You do have liberal democracies. You have all different terminologies, though.
Yeah, and I'm not speaking from that perspective. I'm speaking of being more authoritarian, right? Being more draconian, being more firm.
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
Right, but guess what? What Bruce Golden is saying that because of the cyclical nature of proper democracies, in many respects, politicians are more focused on being re-elected. They spend so much time being re-elected that consume the majority of their time.
The solution for that is extend the terms. That's the solution for that. So, make the terms longer, because imagine if you only have a 3-year run or a 4-year run, the first year and last year at minimum, you're going to be contributing that. You're going to be dedicating your time to re-election. So you really only have 2 effective years.
So that is then going to where I'm saying that in and of itself will change the tint of the democracy that's in Jamaica. say 10 years, right? Or 6 years. Senators in America get 6 years versus the representatives getting 2 years, right? Chances are if politicians, prime ministers in Jamaica were to get 6 years, they would probably spend 4 years campaigning on the tail end and up front. And then they probably would spend 4 years properly governing, right? Where right now, their primary focus always is making sure that they have the resources to be reelected. And I think that's a problem with democracy. Is that
Exactly. That is true.
Yeah. They
But you
spend
know
too
why
much.
I think democracy fails Jamaica and certain other countries is because I think one of the most important parts for a functional democracy is an educated and literate society.
I agree. And right?
I don't know if you saw what I posted in the box earlier, but if you look at the literacy rate for Jamaica, it's like 80%. That's not good.
I think it's more than that. I think it's more than that.
Let's see. Let me go look at it again.
I think it's more than Robert, but here's my issue with Jamaica still, right? Even to the extent that Jamaica's literacy rate is better than that, the literacy rate is just baseline competency, right? That literacy rate standard doesn't account for
88. You're right. It was 88%. Right. But that's still too low. That's still too low.
Right. But here's the problem. Even in these polities where the literacy rate is better, in many respects, actually, let me not say that.
No, I was about to say, because I was going to name some, and I was going to say, let's compare and contrast the quality of life.
No. Well, Cuba, the literacy rate in Cuba is probably better than anywhere else in the Caribbean, right?
Yes.
Well, that's actually probably not true, because listen.
Okay.
I'm looking at 3 countries right here in the Caribbean, and they all have literacy rates above 99%, 99.9 and 99.8.
Trinidad,
Barbados, Antigua.
Right.
Yeah, Antigua.
Cuba is not far from that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's up there. It's 99.9.
Yeah, it's gonna be up there for sure. Right. But
how much higher can you get than that?
No, but think about it. In spite of Cuba's struggles.
It's wait, I just got it. It's 99.80. So other countries have higher literacy.
Which one is more impressive to you?
The 99.8.
Yeah, in a country that's been embargoed and sanctioned forever.
For sure.
Exactly.
No, I agree. Exactly. That's a great point. Great point. And I wasn't trying to diss Cuba. I like Cuba, so I'm not. You're never gonna really hear me drag Cuba.
Viva la revolución.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drag Cuba, even though. Listen, no country in this world is perfect. I can tell you flaws about Cuba, but I'm not gonna sit here and go out of my way to do that. You feel me?
But I would argue that to the extent that Cuba has flaws, it's a function of America's sanctions and embargo. And I would argue that if not for America's crippling of Cuba, they wouldn't have none of these problems.
But why is Jamaica's literacy rate so low?
It's not necessarily low. It's just lower than other countries, right?
But you see, Lalibel, like we're talking about in comparison to Cuba, where you mentioned, right? Cuba have so much sanctions and all of that, right? Jamaica doesn't have that. We mentioned countries like Trinidad. We mentioned countries like Antigua, right?
But let me just also add, Guyana's literacy rate is lower
rate than these countries. Why?
Guyana's literacy rate is low too, just for the record.
Listen, yes, Jamaica's literacy rate is lower than those countries, but it's low relative to. No, Jamaica's problem is that we don't spend as much on education as Trinidad would, as even Cuba, right? That has not much, still invest heavily in education. Right, so Jamaica.
But you know what it is? They have foundational access to certain services still, even as a poor nation that Jamaicans don't have.
But they were deliberate to that end, though, right? They were deliberate in creating those infrastructures under Fidel Castro.
Right? The socialist shit. Yes.
Yeah, so they were deliberate. In Jamaica, they deliberately didn't invest in education.
Yeah, because they want to keep the people dumbed down.
And just remember, the Andrew Holness administration, right? They took money from the Ministry of Education to put into the Ministry of National Security and crime fighting. Right. So they don't care about the society being educated.
But that's
they
why
care more about fighting crime.
And that's what brings the conversation back to the main point. in order to have a functional democracy, you need a literate society.
I agree.
If the people ain't keeping up, if they don't know what your policies are, what else are they going to resort to? Tribalism.
Yeah,
right?
And guess what?
Garrison versus Garrison. They're not arguing, yo, what's your education plan? What's your health plan? They're not arguing that.
Yeah, man, and you know, right? And you know that Robert, like Haiti, Jamaica, and Guyana in the 80s and 90s were the three poorest countries in that region, right? And we didn't invest in education to the extent that we ought to.
But I mean, especially Guyana, because you got to realize that, like, so the British, Guyana was a resource pool. You know what I'm saying? So they wasn't putting money in schools; they was putting money into railroads. You feel me? They wasn't putting money into. They wasn't putting money into building up roads in the communities or building that. Why you think Guyana's on the shore? And
Same
now
thing in
we
Jamaica,
have fucking sea erosion. And now we have sea erosion because all of Guyana was built on shitty land. But that's why, if you notice, Guyana don't have no skyscrapers because Guyana's foundation isn't that good. Because where they chose to settle the shit was because the boats could get there, so they could export the resources. So the settlement wasn't about what was the most ideal spot. The settlement was about where can we make the most money. That's why Guyana got a bunch of train lines, but not a bunch of road lines. I mean, now they're building them, but historically.
Yeah, that's colonization, bro. They extract from colonies. They don't invest in colonies. They build enough infrastructure to extract from the colonies. Mm-hmm. That's what that was. And if you even look at Jamaica, right, historically, the schools that were in place were for the mulatto class, a few Europeans who would be there, and a few adjacent black folks. So if you look at those historical schools, they were there to serve those people. And that's why even Jamaica, for the most part, in many rural areas, they still don't have infrastructure because that was never part of the design. So colonization is all about extraction.
I just went and looked up the literacy rate of Guyana. Guyana's literacy rate is higher than Jamaica's. That should not be, son. That should not be. It really should.
I totally agree with that.
That's actually an embarrassment. That's an embarrassment. That's a slap in the face of the Jamaican government.
It's a smaller
Guyana, a poor ass nation like Guyana, has a higher literacy rate. That shouldn't be the case.
It's a smaller population, man.
Well, let me tell you something.
It's almost 1 million people, and Guyana's economy is not even a third of Jamaica's.
But the thing is, Lalibela, Jamaica was even the most advanced country in the English-speaking Caribbean.
Yeah,
and more modernized than everyone else. So how is Guyana? Is more in terms of the literacy rate.
No, so hold on.
There's no excuse for that, Lalibela, and you know it.
Jamaica, listen, I've already said it. Jamaica deliberately didn't invest in education.
No, I know. I wasn't talking about. Obviously, we're not fighting, Lalibela. Come on.
No,
but I'm saying
we have a
there's no way to mitigate it. You can't mitigate it by saying, "Oh, it's a smaller population." No, those are excuses. No.
If that was the case, you would have to say the same thing about Antigua that was mentioned, and even Trinidad as well.
No.
Because Jamaica has bigger populations than them.
No, when I said Guyana has a smaller population, I'm saying that the budget for education is less. So Jamaica would need a lot more in their coffers to educate that amount of people.
But their economy is at least, if I know for a fact, if I go look up the GDP, it's at least 3 times bigger than Guyana.
Right, they have the money though, Lalibela, right? Jamaica have the money for education. They do.
No, so
they have the money.
Listen, I know that Jamaica hasn't invested in education, right?
Right.
And if you look at Singapore, any country, even Rwanda, these countries invest significantly more in education than Jamaica does. And that's a problem. And we know why. I mean, they took civics out of the classroom. They're not trying to have an informed populace. And then if you look at the numbers, right?
Exactly.
If you look at the numbers, only 25% of all who go to high school actually get enough of an education to go to college, right? And in many respects, those students also still have to go to sixth form and so forth, right? And all those kind of things. So education in Jamaica is pathetic. They have they have 3 tiers of schools in Jamaica, right? And that top tier school, and here's the problem with Jamaica's education. In the top tier school system, in the top tier schools, they put the best performing students, right? And it's ridiculous that you put all the top performing students in certain set of schools. That's madness. And then the second tier school, you have some ratio of the top performance kids and whatever the overflow. And then you have that lower third tier. Those are the lack of a better word, degenerates from the government's perspective.
Well,
They have go ahead.
let me tell you something. I still think that although our literacy
Right.
percentage might be low,
Hmm.
we still smarter than American folks. I tell you that.
Um,
Okay, because if you put one of our student against one of them student up here, so we bust them out anytime. I
so
came
with
here
it,
from
But
7 years old.
and I'm
And
not
when me
trying to
coming
dis.
from 7 years old in the United States of America in the early 70s, I was in my grade that I left Jamaica in was I think like third. Well, y'all do it in farms in Jamaica. Me kind of used to American. And I came up here and I was in the third grade. I was supposed to be in the third grade, but because I came from the island, they put me back a grade.
right.
All of my siblings, they put us all back one grade back. And my
Hmm.
mother had to insist that we take a test and they test us out for us to go back into our right grade that we belong in. We can
So
go. So although our literacy percentage might be high, we still can dust out American pit them anytime in a bookwork.
Michelle, Miss
Which
Michelle Clark,
neighborhood?
right?
Which neighborhood? Because take a Jamaican and put them up against them white people in them STEM schools that's doing building robots in the third grade. They're not doing that in Jamaica.
So,
True,
so,
true.
so here's the problem with education in Jamaica, antiquated education in countries like Jamaica, right? It is so backwards that look at Japan, look at China, right? Those kids in the STEM courses are doing way better than American kids, right?
They will run laps around
But
us. Even in Sweden and all that too.
yet still, it is in America
All
that
the
you find
innovation is
all
happening.
these innovations taking place.
Because
Right.
So we
the money caused the brain drain. All the smart people leave those countries and come here because they want the money, they want the
right,
Rolls Royce, they want the Ferrari, they come in here for that.
but this is even some of these folks who came from other countries. It is when they came here that certain ideas got triggered. There's something magical about America, and it's almost like intangibles because when we compare, say, this Nigerian or this Jamaican to the average American, or even compare Chinese or Japanese in the same way, you find that these foreigners outflank the Americans on that
Yes,
anecdotal level.
yes,
On
they
the
do.
anecdotal level.
But let's
But
be
I'm
clear, we
talking about
love
listen, I'm
Jamaica.
not
We
talking
love.
about in STEMs and in like AI and them thing. I'm not talking about in a like mathematics.
Yeah, but that
which will
stuff
be
ain't
STEM,
matter no
which
more. That's the past. Being able to do your math real quick, yeah, that's cool. But those are not the skills that's gonna be needed for the future. Those is the
True.
skills that the slave master taught us, so we can add up the sugarcane crops real quick, so we can get it on the boat to get them some money. That's
and
why
that's
they.
why right, and that's why so much is outsourced to India, right? That's why so much is outsourced to India. Like for example, even my brother being an electrical engineer, right? They outsource all their design work to India, and they manage those people. So in America, we are the managers. There's something special about America. I don't know what it is, but no doubt about it, Michelle. I agree with you. I've worked with Indians, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, and all kind of people. And the smartest people that I run across are Jamaicans and Nigerians. Robert, I
I'm
don't know too
telling you,
many.
I know it.
Other than Ivan Sertim, I don't know any Guyanese. Oh yeah, there was Walter Rodney. Sorry.
And you do need math to run that AI stuff, honey. You gotta
Yeah,
have
but
some. You gotta have math, honey, to know how to run all them stuff. To know how to
yeah,
program and to know how to do all that stuff, you gotta have that math, honey.
yeah,
Right.
but
So,
it's not very math intensive though.
no. The kind of math that you use for programming is discrete mathematics, right? Not calculus per se. Discrete mathematics, but it still requires cerebral power. You know what I mean? You've
And
got to be
listen, let's
proficient.
be clear. I'm not shitting on Jamaica. I'm not saying Jamaica is some wasteland. Listen,
No, we're
this is
not.
like a problem we have as
And
Caribbean
our little
people
Jamaican pitney will put them little pitney our waist. So
for
give me a break.
sure. But
Our little
we as
pitney, just common sense alone will put them American pitney at top. to the
But you
side.
know,
I'm
Michelle,
not arguing with that. But wait, I just want to say one thing. I just feel like we as Caribbean people, all of us, we need to recognize that we can still be objective of ourselves and it not be us putting each other down. That's the
Listen,
no, no,
only way. That's the only way we're going to be able to improve our quality of life is if we point out and address the things that need to be addressed. We can't just
of
put a
course.
facade and put a zinc roof over everything and just act like it's good because it's
yeah,
not. You know what I'm
listen,
saying?
Right, right.
it's not. And listen, what Jamaica need to do, and you see all the politics are going at Jamaica right now too as well. That a lot of the people in Jamaica, this is the reason why Jamaica is the way it is. They are illiterate in the sense of them need to start putting waiting in schools now.
STEM
Um,
schools,
I'm sorry.
STEM schools.
If it's STEM school, but I'm talking about damn Michelle, I got a brain freeze. Um Civil, to teach the people them about the government and them things
Yes,
that so that they
yes.
could start learning, stuff like that, instead of them being for party and for color. They
Right.
need to start exactly. They need to start learning civil um, classes in school for them to know how to
Civics,
vote
civics.
and for them to know about the government. Them not do them things in Jamaica. Them need to start
Anymore,
implement those things in
anymore.
school.
Right. So here's
Yeah,
my thing, right? You can find pockets. You'll find a lot of Jamaicans who are very smart. The problem is that we're not culturally into education, right? I think that's where the issue is. Culturally, education is not a thing where we really focus on. You see, in other countries, like when you meet these Indian people, you meet Jewish people, and so many other people, education, or even affluent white people, education is a part of their fabric. You have smart people in Jamaica, but we're not culturally focused on education. And I think that's what you're saying, Michelle, where we're focused on the wrong things. We need to be teaching civics in the school so that students can
civics in
understand,
school, exactly.
right? You know, what I mean, everybody needs to learn some little political science, understand how things work, so you can
Yep,
see that things are out of line.
that you can
Uh,
see that thing exactly.
Let me just say a little thing there real quick there. What's look and listen. Big up yourself in the family. Yeah, man. Greatly appreciate the interaction with the panel. Yeah, man. We see some very solid points being presented as well. So
in the
ones
chat,
and
yeah.
ones who are new to the channel, man, just please feel free to like the stream. Yeah, man. And if you rate the content, please subscribe as well. So at least when we, go live and we are engaged in these reasoning, ones and ones can also join, the reasoning as well. The link to join the panel is pinned at the top of the screen. So, anyone who want to check in still can do that. Go to, was it Michelle? I'm sorry, Michelle. Go
Yeah,
to,
man,
No, no, it
Michelle, go
wasn't
ahead,
me.
man.
It wasn't me. It was
So, but
no,
look,
Lolly Bella.
just for the sake of the fact check, I see what Conroy posted in the box about a Jamaican STEM
No,
team.
yeah, that's a fact, Robert.
No,
That
it's
was
not
a
a
couple
fact.
weeks
No, no,
ago.
no, no. I went and looked it up, and I
Right.
dropped the link in the box. They didn't win the award for beating teams in the competition. It was more like a what they call that? Like they just gave them. They did so that if you read in the link, it says that they were giving out 12 awards to 191 teams, but any of the teams could have got it, and they awarded them for things like performance, team journey, local community work. So it wasn't that the Jamaican team was competing against the American team.
So we are
That
trying to say that we
was very
still know
important.
about
With
STEM.
that being said, that it is still very impressive that Jamaicans are even in the room when it comes to things like that for high
Of
school students.
course.
So I
Yes, we
congratulate them
are.
for that.
Yes,
But
we
let's
are.
not misrepresent it and say that they beat American teams. They did not. Just for the record.
Right.
I agree.
All right, we never beat it, but we're still not STEM. All right, we still are do
Yes,
it same
that's
way.
great. And that's great. And that's great.
Yeah,
More
man. No room
more
for
power to them for that.
self-aggrandizement. No room for self-aggrandizement. I totally agree with that.
Yes,
We
yes.
have a lot. We have a lot of work to do. The citizenry need to petition the government so that we can get a better representation. You know what I mean? And again, we have a constitutional reform coming up, and there is little to no curiosity pertaining to that. And everybody gonna hold them belly afterwards a ball, say, yo, them new law, yeah, this new constitution. But you know what's interesting? I think whomever that person from the Privy Council is, probably the head for the Privy Council, he's arguing for the Privy Council to be the highest court for Jamaica. which is very interesting that the Privy Council is going on the record arguing that Jamaica shouldn't leave the Privy Council, and I find it to be very interesting.
Yeah, I saw that also, Lalibela. I saw that.
But ultimately, though, that going back to what you asked, Lalibela, I don't think that that Jamaica or any Caribbean nation needs a more dictatorial of leader, Donald Trump style, or none of that shit. Because we are developed people. I have faith, I have hope that we will eventually, if we don't already, vote in our own best interest. And we need to be given the opportunity to do that. We don't need somebody to come and put the milk in the baby bottle and put it under the sink so it's not too warm and put the nipple on it and hold us. And we don't need that.
Well, it seems like that's what we're starting to need right now, for real. Because if you see those kind of country that has leadership like that, it's less killing in that country.
Yes.
You don't find as much killing in that country, and you find a lot of better things than when you have a democracy country like us.
So let's look at it from this perspective. CARICOM, right? Sir Hilary Bickles pointed to the fact that we're going toward nation building 2.0 in the Caribbean. And he's saying that healthcare costs alone will be so unsurmountable that not one nation in the Caribbean will be able to manage that of their own volition.
Time for one world order.
So he's not, well, before we get to that, but how about one Caribbean order? Caribbean.
Yeah, that's
CARICOM,
what I mean.
right?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
CARICOM, right? CARICOM, right? Yeah.
Yeah, one world order.
So Bustamante fought against, from Jamaica's perspective, Bustamante fought against the West Indies Federation, right? Should we get federated under the auspices of CARICOM?
I believe in that.
I truly believe in that.
I believe in that.
I truly believe that we should be federated under CARICOM, where we have one political, one economic, one voice under CARICOM for everything. And it's clear the most successful entity in the Caribbean from a sports perspective is the cricket team, because they pull from the entire Caribbean and they get the best talent from the Caribbean. And for that reason, we've been very successul. Imagine if we were doing the same for soccer.
They're not going to do it though, Lalibela. They're not going to do it, because for that to happen, a lot of positions are going to be relabeled, and some of them are going to just disappear.
Right. And if you think about it, the political organ wouldn't shrink. Some titles would change. Yes, like you'll have premiers in Jamaica, premiers in Guyana, versus presidents and prime ministers, right? And so forth.
But and budgets would shrink too. Budgets would shrink too, because now you're going to have a more central authority doing the accounting.
There'll be more transparency. The big issue that we have, and to the extent that budgets shrink, with more transparency, the budgets will go farther away.
Some budgets would grow too, like a country like Belize. Belize is a part of CARICOM, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. A country like Belize, with a little tiny economy, you know, they don't have much people. They would benefit extraordinarily from being a part of a larger organ. But you know, another country who already is more independent, who don't really need the money, it would probably hurt them a little more in the short term.
But let's look at this, Robert. Right? Let's look at this, right?
Somebody's mic.
Yeah, I don't know whose mic. But are you hearing me, Robert?
Somebody's echoing.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Lalibela, just check your mic, family. All right, Michelle.
No, I'm actually on mute.
Hold on. Let me mute Michelle.
You hear it, right, Lalibela?
No, I didn't hear the echo.
It's like scratching.
Yeah. I think it was Michelle's mic. Michelle, you might have to check your mic. You might have to just exit and then re-enter. All right, Michelle.
Make sure you come up, Michelle. Michelle.
Yeah, but let's look at NAFTA with America, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have NAFTA,
North American, Mexico.
Right, and Canada, right? So it's the North American Free Trade Agreement. And in Europe now, you have the European Union, where it's like a centralized economy. You know, all the member states use.
They even got one currency.
Right. Now, when you look at even South and Central America, you have the OAS, the Organization of American States. And they try to organize and centralize and act in unison in many aspects.
But
Now,
that's
right. Now, you look at even Africa, we can look at the African Union and all these other regions, they have their own grouping to protect their interests, whether it might be their financial interests, whatever. Jamaica, we were exposing the Caribbean single market and economy, right? And that was from the 90s we were talking about that. So my question is now, like, what's going on with that? You get what I'm saying, bro? We're not talking about no more single market and economy.
Right. And you know why? Because the JLP has never been in favor of anything expanding beyond Jamaica. That's the issue. If you've looked at the successful JLP administrations, they've never ever been in favor of any such enterprise. And you speak about the 90s, that's when the PNP would have been in power, and they were in favor of a broader Caribbean market. You know what I mean? And that's really where the problem is.
Well, globalization is going to continue to shrink the bargaining power of these small Caribbean nations. So the only solution is a federation.
Right. And Mia Motley espouses about that profusely. Right. And to the extent that, Robert, you mentioned smaller countries that are doing fairly well. If done correctly, a single market under the auspices of CARICOM, political, economic, everything, even these smaller nations that are doing well will eventually do better.
But it benefits them, even like I said also after I said that. It might hurt them in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to benefit them. Because, let's use Trinidad, for example. Trinidad right now, they sitting high because they got oil, and the world needs oil. But that's not going to be the case for forever. You feel me?
Right.
But people going to always go to Jamaica for tourism. Unless they fucking pollute the seas or something. Unless something unforeseeable happens, like the sea levels rise.
Climate change, that's unforeseeable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless something but within our lifetime, within the next 100 years, well, I'm not gonna live for 100 years, but within the next 100 years,
right?
Guyana has been affected already, man.
Within the next 100 years, the trend of oil is more likely to change than the climate of Jamaica. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, that's true because remember that a lot of countries, right? They have made their quote-unquote promises and they have signed communiques about
New York,
moving away from fossil fuels by 2030 or whatever, or 2045, whatever.
No. In New York, by 2035, it's going to be illegal to buy new gas vehicles. You'll only be able to buy used ones.
Right.
New York and California are the first two states to enact that.
So for example, right? So before COVID, right? China was 2030. The European Union was 2035, right? And America will be forced because of what California is doing, no doubt about it, right? So,
well, New York too. Give us our props. New York too.
No. When it comes to the auto industry, so goes.
Bro, California set the trend for everything. Weed, everything. You ain't gotta tell me. I know.
Right. Don't worry about that. New York, I'm a little state too, but California the boss when it comes to those things. You know what I
mean? Yeah.
Yeah. So what it is, oil will still make sense for the industrial application.
Yes, but that's a short. But Alalibella, 50 years from now, the demand for oil is going to be less, not up.
Agreed.
Okay, that's the point. Like, focus on the point, Alalibella.
I don't disagree with that.
All right, so then you making points. That's
because that's a valid point, Robert. Because more EV vehicles, right? You have some states that are actually paying you. You have states paying you now to actually own an EV vehicle.
Yes,
and stepping away from the oil. So in 20 years from now, or 10 years from now, the fossil fuel dependency is gonna go way down.
Lalabella, now, yes, obviously you're right. There will still be industrial applications for gas. Duh.
Yes.
But the demand will go down, which means the price will go down. And if a big portion of your economy is based on oil, what's going to happen to your economy?
No,
go down.
Listen, I'm not disputing that. This is why Saudi Arabia bought Lucid, right?
Right.
We talked about that. But let me make the point, though. But let me make the point.
But what I'm saying is that, real quick. You see that climate change is affecting Guyana already, right?
Yeah, the seawall. They're gonna have to increase the size of the seawall.
So Jamaica is gonna have the same problem in short order too. That's
Have you
that's really
seen
what
the
I was trying to say.
renders? Yeah, I've seen the renders. They were showing you like
Okay.
some of the low-lying parishes that the water level's gonna rise. A lot of those houses.
So that's my point. So I'm saying it's gonna be well within our lifetime.
Yeah, but it's still not gonna be to the point where Jamaica is just gonna not be no longer a tourist destination. Like that's a bit of a reach.
I agree, Robert.
Right? It's a reach. Come on, Lalabella. But listen though, so here back to my point. So yes, a country like Trinidad, for example, in the short term, it might hurt them because now they gotta squander out money for poorer nations like Belize and other countries, right? Maybe even Haiti, right?
Yeah. Right.
Maybe Haiti too, because Haiti's GDP is really low, right? So, in the short term, it would hurt them, but in the long term, it would benefit them because, like I said, right now, Trinidad's wealth is oil wealth, and in 50 years, oil money is not going to be the same way that it is now. Trinidad is going to have to shrink. Their quality of life is going to have to come down. Their whole social healthcare program is paid for by oil.
I know.
So,
yep, I agree.
What's going to happen to that system when the price of oil goes down? It's going to suffer, right? So
even they will have to diversify.
Other countries will be able to pivot and benefit them too. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying that it benefits everyone to join the system, even if it doesn't benefit you in the short term. In the long term, you can. And then once they homogenize certain industries, that will benefit them too. Because if they also oil under one banner, they could probably get a better price for it. You feel what I'm saying?
I agree.
Hey, 1 second there. 1 second there. Michelle, Michelle sent in the back chat to say she's in the back chat, but you're on the screen now, so I'm gonna kick you off, right? And then you can just just hit back the link. I don't know what's going on, Michelle, because it's showing me that you're on the panel as well. So I'm gonna kick you off, and then you can just send me back a request. You got through, Robert or Lalibel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Robert. So I agree that we need to really come together in some kind of confederation under the auspices of CARICOM. It is existential for all of us. If you listen,
you got China buying up, you got China doing debt slavery deals, and they are already weaving their tentacles in all of the Caribbean nations. That's the only way.
They're in Guyana big time with the Bandula stuff, yo. The China, it's crazy, yo. But no,
I don't know. Did you see the video of Vice where they showed you how it's Suriname in Guyana, how the Chinese is in the interior, and they also use Guyana. Guyana's also becoming a huge money laundering hub as well. Huge money laundering hub.
Yep. And guess what?
Because the Chinese, because in China, they having their own economic problems right now. And a lot of the Chinese are trying to get their money out of the country. But China has strict laws on I forgot the word, expatriation, repatriation, whatever the word is. But basically, they're strict on
repatriation, Albert.
Yeah, they'll let your money come in, but they won't let you send the money out over a certain amount. So the Chinese are using these countries in Guyana with the Chinese companies that they have there. They're using that as a way to clean their money so that they can get them out of the country too.
Hold on, Robert. Let me check Michelle's mic.
Yeah, me in.
Yeah, but I think we're still getting the feedback. Go ahead. Let me hear you, Michelle.
You're getting the feedback from me?
No, I think you're good now, right? She's good now, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I turned my fan off. It was my fan that you guys was hearing.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of the region, right? I don't know if you guys saw that Argentina declined the offer from
yes,
BRICS.
Yes.
I didn't know about that. Tell me about it.
Yeah. Because you have this new Trump-like dude who won the election a few days ago.
In almost every country, they got a Trump-like person.
Yeah,
Brazil,
in Holland. No,
Sweden.
not Brazil.
No, not Brazil.
Well,
Brazil is now leftist. It's Lula.
Must be prior, right?
Right. Prior to you have Jair Bolsonaro, but now it's Lula. He's a leftist. So Brazil is in good hands right now.
Yeah, yo. So it's interesting, and I think Saudi Arabia is going to do the same. I don't think Saudi Arabia is going to join BRICS. I think they won't. Well, that's contingent on how this conflict with Hamas and Israel plays out. But Argentina not joining BRICS, I think, is a big blow for BRICS. and their
Why is
ambition.
it a big blow for them?
Argentina is a big economy.
No, I mean, listen. Remember, their economy is a mess. They defaulted a couple of years ago.
They
Their
did
economy
no
is a
no,
mess.
yeah,
It's
man,
a
they
mess.
did. They did,
Yeah,
right? But
it's a
that's
mess.
temporary.
So it's nothing to write home about. So if they don't want to join BRICS, that's on them.
No, man. So them having economic issues now is not the norm. That's just ephemeral. We expect them to survive that, right? They would make sense for BRICS, else they would never have invited them.
No, but remember that BRICS, what BRICS is doing, BRICS is inviting other members to apply. BRICS is, have created observer countries. That's
I
why I
understand,
see a couple months ago or whatever, I think Andrew Onless was there, and he
right?
wanted Jamaica to have observer status and stuff like that. So yes, they
Right.
are encouraging others because what they're trying to do is to do trade deals where trades can be done in the national currencies, and that's beneficial for everybody's national currency.
But
You
they're
get what I'm
selective,
saying?
right? They're
Huh?
selective, right? They're selective, and that's why they didn't even accept Nigeria, right?
They didn't
Nigeria
accept
applied.
Nigeria.
Right, Nigeria applied to join BRICS and they didn't accept them.
Oh, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah,
Of
man.
Nigeria applying
Nigeria
and
wasn't
being
accepted.
denied or whatever.
They accepted Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Iran, and I think Arab
Right,
Emirates.
but remember that these countries were given, I think, observer status, not
No,
like full members like
no.
Russia and
These
China
nations
and
that I
India.
mentioned will become full members.
Huh?
The
They'll
country
become
Ethiopia,
full
they'll become full
members,
members
yes.
in January.
Right. But no, they are granted observer status. So I'm not sure if it was a criteria of like a 4 or 5 countries that are allowed that status per period. But I know that a country like Nigeria, I think Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. You get
It
me? I say,
is. It is.
good, and with
They
a
got
lot of
like
oil. So
130 million people.
right, with a lot of oil and a lot of resources. So I don't really understand the logics as to why they wouldn't approve their status. But
So we look
let's
at
just watch
That
that
shit got
one.
200. That shit got 210 million.
right,
Right,
and
right,
Ethiopia
right.
has and Ethiopia is the second most populous country in
Yeah,
Africa,
I
right?
think that is about 100 million,
Oh,
110 million
118,
people.
110 or something like that, right?
Right.
And clearly China has a lot invested in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia before COVID was the fastest growing economy for probably 8 out of 10 years.
Right.
So they've been doing extremely well. And the world is moving toward Africa. So more African nations will join BRICS, right? If you get Egypt, if you get Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa, you kind of maybe Angola, you pretty much have the key African nations right there.
But what about South Africa though? Because
No, they
I
have
said
South
South
Africa already.
Africa,
They have
based
South
on
Africa
their
already.
economy and even their populace, brother,
No, they have
is a
South Africa
powerhouse
already.
on the African continent.
They have South Africa already. It's the most industrialized nation in
Right,
Africa.
right. Right.
It is by far the most industrialized nation in Africa.
Right.
Right. Nigeria has the largest economy, but South Africa is the most industrialized.
Right.
Well, we're going to feel it here in America after all that go through. That's all I know.
You know what
We're
it
going
is?
to feel it big time here in America.
But I
I'll
don't
owe a
think
mortgage on them thing there. It'll go up triple time.
where the mortgages right now is unbelievable. But
Yeah, all you think that it's unbelievable? No.
But remember that you have all of these people, right, who are hedging. You have all of these
Yeah,
hedge
this
funds.
shit, the real
All of
estate
these,
market about
what
to
these
bust.
guys have done, they got so much money during the pandemic.
Yeah,
Now all
exactly.
of these hedge funds are into real estate now. So they are
Exactly.
even the ones who are dictating the market value as well. So that is where the
Blackstone and
problem
Vanguard,
is
you know,
as well,
Blackstone and Vanguard. What's a
Right.
third company?
Blackstone. Yeah. Uh-huh.
But
Name of
that's
the
gonna
third
Black
pop.
company.
Rock, you
That's
mean
gonna
Black Rock?
burst though.
BlackRock.
Black Rock.
I'm sorry,
BlackRock.
BlackRock,
Right.
All
Vanguard,
BlackRock.
of
and this
that is
and
gonna
this other
burst.
company.
All
What's
of
that?
that's gonna burst.
How is it gonna burst when they're doing real estate?
It's gonna burst. No, it's gonna burst. Just like it did in 2009 when they had the whole mortgage crisis. It's gonna burst again. You're gonna see. Because what's gonna happen is eventually look, the reason why the demand for housing was so high is like what you said. They had so much free money going around during the pandemic, but now that created inflation. And what's going to happen is the income rate isn't growing at the same rate as the housing market, the cost of housing.
Nope.
Right,
So
right. I agree because the
it's
rent.
going to create a problem. Eventually, no houses are going to get bought up because right now, most of the house sales that are happening right now is from, like you said, companies,
No,
banks,
but just to add to
investment
that,
funds.
Robert, 2 years ago, the mortgage rate was like 3%, 3.5%. Now it's 6.5%,
Six
7%.
and a half and
Yeah,
7%.
but
Yeah.
that's
So
the
that's
feds.
crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy
but
too.
that's the feds. That's the feds doing that because they're trying to
Right. Because
stop
of
inflation.
inflation, but it
Yes,
does
because they
affect the
trying to
market.
make it.
It
They
does affect
trying
the
to.
buyer's market, though.
Yeah, but they trying to decentivize spending. Most humans who buy houses get a mortgage. The people who don't get mortgages is the banks, the companies. So the investment funds. So eventually what's going to happen is the investment funds are going to buy up all these houses, but they're not going to have any buyers. And the price is going to sink after that. That's
Well,
my prediction.
but
That ain't
when these
happening. At least not in
corporations
my area where I live.
right, when these corporations buy houses, right, they buy them to
It's
rent them out,
happening in
right?
Texas right now as we speak. Go look up the cost of a house
Right
in
now, you can't
Houston.
even buy a house right now.
In Florida, it's getting crazy down there too. In
What?
New
Well,
This
in
is
Jersey,
where I
the same
Houston,
live.
thing.
This is where I
well,
live in Florida. I
well,
live in
I
Florida,
know Orlando is the most expensive place to buy a house, like
and
one of the
this
most
is where I
expensive
live.
housing
I
markets.
live over in Orlando area.
But Houston was a hot spot for a while, and the price of housing is actually going down. I can show you the numbers. I'll post it in the box.
So
Ain't
Houston,
no house price going down here, honey, because
but
let me
Robert,
tell
when
you.
you go to when you go to Dallas, it's a whole different ballgame though. Houston issues is not necessarily Houston. A lot of Houston issues are localized issues too.
Mm.
But the interest rates are still high. The price for the houses are going
Everything are
down.
high. Everything
But
is high.
yeah,
Your insurance rate went up. Everybody had to switch insurance company because just when January those time your insurance went up so tremendously you had to be switching out your insurance company for your house.
yeah, it's crazy in Florida. You
Yeah,
know, listen,
ridiculous.
I've lived in this country for 4 different decades, and I've never seen inflation like this. Right?
Me either. I'm living in
It's
America from me 7 years old. I'm
Thanks,
now
Donald
59
Trump.
now.
Thanks,
I,
Donald Trump.
it's unbelievable. No, for real. When I go to the grocery store, or
you
pretty much
can't buy food.
anywhere,
Thank you, Donald Trump.
Biden did it
No,
too.
but hold on. No, hold
How much
on,
money did
Robert.
Donald Trump
Wanna
spend?
stop
How
with
much
that?
money
Wanna
did
stop
Donald
with
Trump
Donald
spend in them
Trump?
4 years? How
They
much money
both,
Donald Trump spent in 4 years?
they both.
Lolly Bella?
Yeah, but
Listen to
Robert.
me, man.
Yeah, but Robert, remember, their biggest mistake was that Ukraine war with Russia.
The
That is what
Ukraine
turned the
war.
global oil prices upside down, right? The gas prices skyrocketed big time, right? And it created all that inflation as well.
Yeah, man, all that money that got handed out to
So what
people.
I'm hearing some Democrats on here.
I am
No,
I'm
not.
a
what I'm saying
Democrat. I'm
is
a
no.
Democrat.
What I'm
I'm
saying
a
is
I'm
no, no,
hearing
Democrat.
no.
some
Hold on, hold
Democrats
on,
on here
hold
that
on,
I'm a
hold on.
support
Let me say
Sleepy
this.
Democrat.
Let me
Joe.
say this. No,
I'm a Democrat.
I am saying the Democrats started that war in Ukraine with Russia.
That's right. You're
Right.
damn
So I'm
right.
saying that created the increase in the global demand for oil because they cut off Russia from the global supply chain. And that increased the prices way up. It increased like maybe 100% or more.
All I know is when
And
Trump
that
was in there, I
affected the
was making
American
money.
economy big time.
We had
Well,
inflationary
When
issues
well,
Trump
before
go
that,
was
bro.
look
in
up
there, money was being
how much
made. All right,
how much
Sleepy Joe
money.
inside there right now. Sleepy Joe
That's
needs
why
to
we
go
broke
sleep.
right. That's why the country is bleeding money right now because of all that rich time that y'all enjoyed. That little 4 year, that little 2-3 years of richness is the reason why we poor right now. But
We
listen,
had
let me
we
We
had
ask you
in,
poor
a
because
question.
of
Lolly
Sleepy Joe.
Bella, Lolly
Sleepy
Bella,
Joe needs to retire. Sleepy Joe
Lolly
needs to go
Bella.
sit his
yeah.
behind
How much
down
money?
and take
How
Kamala with him.
how much money did Donald Trump add to the deficit in the 4 years that he was in office?
A
Because I'll
lot.
tell you the number.
A lot. I don't know the number, but it's a lot.
I know it was a. I'm gonna tell you the number. That's why I asked
Yeah,
you. So
it's a lot
listen,
because it was all
Donald Trump
military
added
spending.
$8.2 trillion to the deficit in
Right,
just 4 years.
right.
Now
A
let me
lot of
ask you a
military
question.
spending.
Now let me ask you a question. How much money you think Joe Biden added to the deficit?
No, even
Let's
better
hear
yet.
not about Joe Biden. Joe
What
Biden
Donald
need
Trump
to go
what
sit
Donald
down.
Trump
How
added.
much?
Hold
See,
on.
I read it from the
No, hold
question.
on,
How
Robert.
much
Just sit
money did he
down.
add to the
Robert.
deficit?
So,
Him and
madam,
Robert,
tell us,
Kamala need
Robert.
to go
Just tell
sit
us.
down.
Robert,
They ain't doing nothing for the country.
Robert, what's
All
better is
us
right.
black folks that keep on talking about this Democrat, y'all need to start thinking
No, hold on,
No,
Democrat
hold
ain't
hold
on,
on,
hold
no.
doing
on,
But
nothing for us.
let's
hold
get
on,
the number
Nothing for us.
from
hold on.
Robert.
Robert,
Doggone
Trump
Democrats.
added more than Bush and Obama added combined. So that's even worse.
For real.
Actually, he added way more. Listen,
That's what I'm saying.
Barack Obama spent less money
That's
in
my point.
8 years than Donald Trump spent in 4 years.
No, that's what I'm
Right.
saying, bro. Donald Trump's 8 trillion is more than Bush and Obama combined.
And it was
But
and most of it was military spending. Military to create space force to do all kind of things.
And let's be clear,
Military.
because people will use the argument that COVID was like a new thing, and I think that's a fair argument. But other presidents had things to deal with too, like Obama had to deal with the mortgage meltdown,
The
where
mortgage
literally
crisis.
the
Right.
economy was
Right.
about to fucking implode.
Right. In
So
2008.
but here's the truth though, yo.
What
Here's the truth
about
though, yo.
Obama?
Here's the truth about it though, yo.
go ahead.
Biden, I cannot support Biden, right? And honestly, when I look at the numbers and everything I'm looking at today, I asked myself last week, am I becoming pro-Trump?
You're damn
Because,
right.
but I can't see myself doing it. But I
I'm
had to
not
ask
pro
myself the
Trump.
question, right?
How
But
could you
No,
Michelle,
be pro Trump?
I'm not pro Trump either. I'm not
but
Listen,
Trump
Michelle,
at
I'm
all.
not pro Trump, but I damn sure ain't no pro Biden. Biden
no,
need to go
I'm
sleep
yeah,
not pro
and
Biden
yeah,
take
either.
yeah,
Kamala with
But
him
if you
because
gotta pay,
I don't even remember that Kamala is a doggone vice president.
yeah.
so
Both
do
of
we
them need to
remember
go.
that Pence was the vice president? So we remember that Pence was the vice president. So
Yeah,
tell me one thing Pence
Robert.
did.
Yeah, yes, because we remember January 6th how they
Minus
he
that.
no,
Minus that.
no,
What
hold
Pence
on.
did
He
minus
was
that.
the one. He was the one that did not acquiesce to their demands, to Trump's
Yeah,
demands.
but minus that, because that was at the
Okay.
end. Minus
Yeah, but
that. What has
that made
Pence
him
done?
popular.
No,
Yeah.
no, Michelle.
And
What's her
let me
name?
give you the
Kamala.
number. Hold up, Lottie Miller,
No,
one
no,
second.
Michelle.
Here's the number. So Biden, excuse me, Obama in 8 years spent $6.7 trillion. So go ahead now. Sorry. Just wanted to add the numbers. So Trump spent 8.2 trillion.
And what
Obama
Obama did
spent,
for us? Obama ain't do nothing for black folks.
what do you mean? Obama passed the
Obama ain't
Affordable
do
Health Care
nothing for
Act.
black
Hold on,
folks.
then
And let
let
me
him
tell you
finish.
something. I
Let him tell
campaigned
you.
for Obama.
But
I
Michelle,
campaigned for Obama. I went
okay,
on
that's
people's where I live at is rednecks where I live at. The area that I live in, redneck. I campaigned for Obama his first year when he was running. I went on people's property that they kicked me off. White folks throw me off their damn property.
Yeah,
Campaign for Obama.
but you in Florida,
Obama ain't do
Michelle,
nothing for black folk
with all
people.
due respect,
Let me
no,
tell
but
you who
Michelle,
Obama did for.
no, Michelle,
Obama
yeah,
did
allow him
for
to answer
the
though. Yeah, but let him
doggone.
answer. Let him
Michelle,
answer
with
you.
all due respect, you're in Florida. Florida is a third world country. Florida is a bunch of people with Republicans with guns. What you expect? You need
Right.
to move to civilization if you want to deal with civilized people. Anytime
But
you hear something crazy in the news, it's Florida.
But
Wait, I'm
Robert,
not talking
but
about that.
Robert,
I'm talking about
but
Obama,
Robert.
my black president that I thought would do for black folks. He did for the LGBT.
Let me tell you
He
something
but
did
I
it
Obama
agree
for
with
the
did.
Michelle.
Hold
I
alphabet
on.
agree with
Let
Michelle.
people.
me answer that. Let
That's
me answer
who
that.
he
Hold
worked
on.
for.
Let Robert.
He did
Hold on. Let me
everything
tell
for the
you.
alphabet people.
Okay,
I
all
can
right.
tell
So
you
let
something
Robert
Obama
answer.
did for black people. Let me tell you
Um,
something Obama did for black people. It's gonna be quick.
affirmative
I won't talk
action.
all
That's
that, I
one,
promise.
Robert. Affirmative
I won't be
action.
quick.
That's one.
I won't be quick. I'll be quick. Don't worry. So here's
Affirmative
one.
action.
Yeah, but all right. So here's two. Obama is the one who increased the age that children could get covered under their parents' health insurance. Who do you
Right.
think that benefited the most? Black people or white people, Michelle? That's a serious question.
Right.
Who you think benefited?
They tell you black people. Y'all go by that
It is
kind of
black
stuff.
people.
They
The people
tell you
I
black
know who
people.
don't got health insurance is black people.
Everything about black is something. It's something dark about black folks. Give me a
Michelle,
break
I'm in
about that.
New York.
Every time
Michelle, I live
you
in
hear them talk about black people this, black people
Michelle.
that. Give me a break.
Michelle.
Yeah, but
Obama went in
Michelle.
there. Obama didn't do shit for
Yeah, but
black
Michelle,
people.
hold on, no, but
He
Michelle,
only
hold
did it
on,
for the
hold on.
LGBT,
Hold on,
the
Let me
Michelle,
give you
alphabet
Michelle.
something
people.
else he did. Let me give you
Yeah.
something else he did.
And
Obama,
I ran a campaign for him.
Yeah,
and
but
I
Michelle, hold
and I
on, Michelle.
donated money to him
Michelle.
and voted for him too. But
Yeah, but
listen,
Michelle, hold on. Michelle, remember, yeah, man, we have to just, if you are arguing that he did nothing and Robert is presenting an argument that yes, he did, yeah, I
I'm
think we
giving you
have
some
to,
more.
yeah, look at both arguments, you know?
And look, I'll give you some more examples of things he did for us. Obama, and this is a small one, he gave
Okay.
people free phones. You know how much people right now have phones because Obama added that free cell phones to Medicaid? Do you know how much people that I know specifically in New York who have them free phones because of Obama?
But affirmative action was beneficial as well,
No, I
What
know,
is
but
it?
I'm just, but for most people, that's gonna go over their head. I'm trying to give them something that's impacting them
Obamacare.
directly.
So what about Obamacare?
That's the next thing I was about to get to. That was the
Right.
last one.
So hold on.
Obama, what? That's the last one, Laliba. Obama is the closest that we have come to universal health care in America.
Right.
That's
So
the
hold on.
closest we've come to it.
So hold on. Michelle is not saying that Obama hadn't done anything. What she's saying is that he hasn't
Yes,
done.
hold on, Lalibela. You can't talk
No,
clear enough.
he's gonna say for black people. He's gonna say for
Lalabella,
black
you know
people.
what I'm saying.
He's gonna say for black people, Imhotep. But Lalabella, Obama is not the black president. He's the American president. So
Right.
that's
Yo,
unrealistic. I
he's the
expect him
American
to just
president.
do
He's the
something
American
for black
president, right?
people.
Hold
He's
on.
the American
Hold on.
president.
He's
Right.
the
But
American
we put
president,
him
right?
in there. Are we the black people them go put him in there?
Come on, Michelle.
Are we put
No.
him in there?
No. It's not
No,
black people
Michelle.
that voted for
No.
Obama. Hold on. Sorry.
Michelle,
Let's
no.
hold on. White people. The majority of voters for Obama were white people, not black.
Listen to the
Yes.
reason, right?
Michelle, black people don't make up the population to
Obama,
vote for him to make him win.
Robert, per your argument that Obama is the president for America, you know what he did when it comes to LGBT? He mandated that for these historical black colleges to get funding, they had to push LGBT agendas,
So
right?
that hurt black people.
He went out of his way to ensure that he pushed LGBT agendas. So to the extent that you're saying that he can't exclusively do for blacks, he exclusively did for LGBT.
Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
but hold on. Let's pick up in. When we talk about LGBT, that have to do with sexual orientation. When we are talking about black people, we are talking about race. So what's this now? LGBT, let me land the plane, Robert. LGBTQ involves what? Black, white, everybody.
No, hold on, brother. What Robert, he pushed a particular agenda, right? If he could have pushed,
I can't believe that we're having this discussion.
bro, Obama
Yes.
hasn't
Of
done
course,
much
we are having
for
this discussion.
No, I can't believe you guys.
Obama hasn't done much for black people.
What do you mean? Hold on,
He
Michelle,
hasn't done much for black people. That's
Michelle.
right. He did more for the LGBTQ, the alphabet people,
Okay, fine,
than
but
he
Michelle.
All
done
right,
for
so
his
what
black
did Trump?
Hold on,
What
one
did Trump
second,
do for
Robert.
black people? All right, wait. What did Trump do for black people? Pardon Lil Wayne and Kodak Black?
Prison reform.
What the weed shit? The federal
No, prison
weed shit?
reform where, like, you know what I mean? I know people who've gotten out of prison because of Trump, where they otherwise wouldn't have gotten out of prison.
Okay,
But
Not just for
remember,
weed.
say no.
so he benefited criminals. Okay, what else?
No,
All right,
not
but hold on,
criminals.
man. But hold on. The talking point, and we have to just address this talking point because I think it's more like a feelings based and not a scientific one. Oh,
sir.
Obama did nothing for black people. All he did was for the LGBTQ. As if LGBTQ would mean black people as well too. And white people and everybody else.
That's
So
not
why
what we're
hold on,
saying.
hold on,
Come on
hold
now.
on. Let me finish, please. Why are we taking it into a racial conversation to say Obama did nothing for black people, only the LGBTQ have to do with sexual orientation?
So hold on, Imhotep, what we're saying is that to the extent that Obama could pick ideologies that he support or agendas that he supported, right? He could have agitated more for black people, is what we're saying.
Exactly.
So we're not necessarily saying we're not necessarily arguing that
I'm supposed to just do for black people alone.
Right.
No.
What we're saying is that disproportionately we were disadvantaged in many regards.
Exactly, and we always are. And we thought that since a black man was up in there, we probably could have got a little edge up, but it was just the same.
He could have been more
So
vocal.
are you
He could have been more
arguing?
He could have
vocal.
been more exactly.
So let me ask you a question. So is your argument that black people you saying that black people came out with less after Obama's term, or that's what you're arguing? Is that what you're arguing?
Yes, that's what they're arguing, Robert.
And that is completely
No.
rubbish.
I am not
agree.
talking
Gave
about
you four.
black people
I just
came
gave
out.
you four things. Listen,
Let me
I
answer the question. Robert.
personally benefited from Obama
Robert,
being the president.
Robert,
Personally,
Robert, the phone that the phones that you're talking about. You know who I've never met a black person who has those phones. Most of the white people that I don't have those phones, right?
Where you live at, Lalibela?
Richmond, Virginia.
Well, I don't know. What's the
never meet no black people who have them phone there yet either.
Most of the white people don't have them phone.
I'm most white. What is it? The Boots phone or something like that?
Yeah, white people know them phone.
Now white people have them
out here,
phone business there.
Listen, Lalibela, I live in Flatbush, Brooklyn, Lalibela.
And
I'm telling you, Lalibela, I could swear on my mother's life, they be having a stand and they be a line. And there ain't no fucking white people on it.
The demographics in New York is
different. Because that's the demographic that you live in.
I used to live in the Bronx, bro.
But where most black people
and I used to live in New Jersey and frequent the Bronx.
All the black people is on the East Coast. All the black people is on the East Coast.
Bro,
okay.
Last time I checked.
Appalachian people get more of those benefits than black people because of their population. Their portion of the population, bro.
But we benefit from it as a people. Is it something that affects
Michelle
us?
and I are not saying that there aren't things that we by default.
No, but hold on, Lalibela, not to cut you. Michelle is saying Obama did nothing for black people.
No, that's when Michelle said Obama did anything for black people. That's my argument too, in the sense that to the extent that Obama deliberately agitated for LGBT.
Exactly.
He never deliberately.
So that's the only thing you guys are gonna use as a talking point. Like seriously, when that law, hold on. No. My question is this: did that law disenfranchise black people or whatever?
No, that's not our point.
But hold on, no. But the argument is Obama did nothing for black people.
Disenfranchising black people. No.
How did that affect black people in terms of economics?
We're not saying that Obama shouldn't have agitated for LGBT, you know.
How did that affect us, though?
No, hold on, brother. We're not saying that he shouldn't have agitated for them. We're saying that to the extent that he could have deliberately agitated for them, he could have likewise deliberately agitated for black people in other regards.
Exactly.
But hold on, but there was affirmative action, right?
What? Tell me about that. Expound on that.
What you mean? Where they're saying that you don't know it, God, there has to be racial equality. Even in the workplace. Even certain colleges.
Obama, right?
Let me answer the lolly, but you asked me. Explain to you. So may I explain to you?
Go ahead.
Even on the colleges and all of that, more blacks could start be enrolled because of affirmative action. Right? There had to be more equity in terms of employment where you don't know it go. So that was beneficial to black people because more black people could have been employed in areas where it was predominantly white people, right? Then balance the books with black people in certain areas. In certain colleges as well, they have to admit and accept more blacks and whatever. So affirmative action did benefit us, of course.
So hold on,
affirmative action was against affirmative action.
Hold on.
That was the trick.
Against affirmative action.
Hold on. Are you saying that Obama increased the quota for minorities? Is that what you're saying?
Because affirmative action been there. It been there before Obama. So what are you guys talking about? What are you guys really talking about?
No, affirmative action. Hold on. No. Hold on. Affirmative action was not before Obama.
What?
Affirmative action was by Obama.
Will ACP pass affirmative action?
Huh?
Did you just say affirmative action was not before Obama?
Hold on, Michelle. Hold on.
We all yelling. It's when we watch the rerun, we're gonna
right. Yeah,
you're shot for just brother.
So
yeah, but hold on.
One second. NAACP.
Huh?
Didn't the NAACP aren't they the ones who started affirmative action?
All right. So yeah, I will agree with that. But remember, what Obama did as it relates to affirmative action by the NAACP was all about what equal rights and justice, so to speak. Obama was the one that also pushed it to another level where it was beneficial for black folks. That's what I mean.
What?
I'm trying to get the details right now. Let me get the details.
I'm saying affirmative
Hold on.
action, right? Affirmative action was what? All about what? Equal rights for people of color as well.
Imhotep, when I started college in America, affirmative action was in place to benefit
Was
me in
in
the 90s.
place. I mean, coming at 73.
See?
All right, but watch this now. Obama did enhance affirmative action. That's what I
No.
mean.
Okay,
Let me
hold
tell
on.
you something. What
Michelle,
happened
hold on.
was.
Michelle, hold on. You see affirmative action, brother?
No, so what he did.
Black people are not the primary people who benefit from affirmative action first and foremost, right?
But we're not saying primary or secondary.
Yeah.
We are saying
So what I'm
So,
saying,
all right. So wait, let's just go back
color.
1 second. So your real argument is that black people, Obama didn't do anything just for black people. That's your
We're
real
not
argument.
saying he should have did it for just for
That's
black
y'all
people.
saying.
Robert,
That
That's
is what
not
y'all
what
saying,
we're
though.
saying.
Robert,
That is what y'all
Robert,
saying.
hold on,
Robert.
one mic, please, one mic. So
To the
Michelle
extent-
said what she has said because Michelle
Go ahead.
said, and we hear you, know, Michelle. Obama did nothing for black people.
Listen, all right. You're not saying we're supposed to just specifically just come out and say do for black people.
So
He
nothing
didn't
he
do
did
enough for
benefited
black
black
people.
people.
Hold on,
He
Robert. Let you finish, Robert.
more focused on the LGBT community than he focused on black people.
Okay,
Facts.
and
Some you
did
see.
that harm the black community?
It's not about harming the
Then
black
what is it about?
community. It's
What
not
is it
about
about?
us harming.
Hold on, Lalibela. Let me hear what she has said. Hold on. The argument is the negative things Obama did because you guys talking about this
Not
LGBTQ.
negative
So me I
things,
say,
bro.
It's
hold on,
not
man.
negative things.
Hold on,
Why are you
please,
bringing it there?
Michelle, hold on. And Lalibela, hold on, please. You guys are present the argument, not even you guys. Michelle present the talking point. Obama did nothing for black people. That's why we're having this conversation right now.
All right, so you're doing it word for word. All right, let me restate it then. He did not do enough for black people. He focused more on the LGBT community.
I agree with that.
Okay? That's
agree
what
with
I
that.
meant to say.
I agree with that.
Okay,
All right.
he didn't
So-
make black people his priority. Okay, we agree with that.
I agree
no
with that.
question.
He
But
prioritized
did
LGBT
black
over black
people
people.
benefit? Did black people benefit from Obama being the president? Yes.
No,
Did people
well,
In what way? In what
Yeah,
way
but
they
hold on now.
benefit?
Hold
In
on now.
what way?
Hold on,
Tell
please.
me in what
we
way.
Hold on, please.
already
Please.
gave five. We already gave 5 ways black people benefited. You
Right.
Not from
And
affirmative
please,
action.
them.
this conversation, we cannot
White people
individualize
benefit
it.
off of the
Michelle, hold on, Michelle.
fire up.
Michelle, hold on now. Let us have some decorum. We cannot individualize the thing and say because me not see the benefits, it never happened.
But aren't we the black people?
Yeah, but no, what me I say? We can't individualize it about me. It's not about me because I'm one out of children.
No, but what's his
But
Our
we're
name?
not
children,
saying,
What's
80
his
million
brother.
name?
Americans.
But we're not
What
individual.
my brother
Yes,
name
yes,
again?
it is being individualized here because
Imhotep.
Michelle just a say she not see nothing at all. She not
No,
benefit.
but when
But she's
him
not
I
speaking
say
for
him
herself.
can name 5. Me I say me never benefit from
Yes,
being
and
5
that's
when
why
I
I'm
talk
saying
about.
we
I
cannot
mean, no, a lot
individualize
of
this
my friends them
conversation.
and a lot of my family never benefit
Yeah,
from
but
being
Michelle,
5 when say
Michelle.
him gain from
Yeah, but
or him
Michelle, we
benefit
cannot.
from.
This conversation cannot be an individualized conversation.
So let
No,
me say
it's
this, right?
not.
Hold on, Michelle. You know what Obama should have done? Especially when it comes to the prison reform. He should have been a vanguard when it comes to prison reform.
Yes.
Black people are disproportionately affected by prison reform.
Yes.
And he did nothing of worth or to the extent that he should have.
Yeah, but you know part of the reason why
Hold on.
because you can't look like you're soft on crime. You can't be like, oh, I'm just gonna
Okay, Trump did
Oh
though.
my God.
Trump did
open
though.
the prison.
Trump did
my
though.
I mean,
God.
he
Trump
wasn't
did
gonna
though.
win re-election if he did that. But
Trump
okay,
did
go
though.
ahead.
No, I 100% agree with that statement because
It's different.
because being a black man, it's a shame for Trump to come and be the one who to do the prison reform.
Yeah.
Him knowing going in there that black people was being victimized and falsely arrested over the years, and as a black man to be a president and go in there and didn't even look at it. And Trump was
Exactly.
the one. Trump was the one. That's what most black people are complaining about.
Yeah, and
It's
all
not that
after
he
them
didn't.
legalize,
Yeah,
marijuana, how much black
correct.
man was in jail for marijuana. okay? And them don't legalize it, and you're a president.
But Donald Trump didn't decriminalize marijuana.
We never say him decriminalize. Me talk,
Okay, so
Donald
what
Trump.
did Obama did?
Obama. That's who me talk about.
Obama went out of his
like
way.
Obama made sure that the federal government didn't infract on the states' rights when they were slowly making progress to legalization. If Obama wanted to, he could have made the federal government come and crack down on all of them states that was trying to legalize weed, California.
All right, let me hear what Scarra have to say there. Scarra, what you have to say about that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I said something, but you kind of cut off. I was saying, like, what did Obama did? Now that he's not a president, that we're as black people are benefit from today.
You must have just joined the conversation, so we mentioned
I did.
few of them.
I did just start.
All right. So I had just named a few of them. So one of them that I named is the Obamacare, right? That's the closest that America has ever come to universal health care, mandated
Not
healthcare,
for black
right?
people. Not for black people.
I'm not saying. Listen to what I said.
Wait, hold on,
what did he did? No. Before you name them, listen to the question. That black, like, directly benefiting us, not like the country overall.
I'm telling you, that directly benefits us.
But the Obamacare is for the American.
Yeah, but hold on.
Black people are Americans.
But why you have to do something specifically for black people, though?
So hold on.
But that is the argument. That is the argument, though. That's what we're asking.
I'm going to address your statement. So look, America has a bunch of problems, right? And each of the problems affect all Americans, but they affect us in different proportions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Right? You just gave an example, like incarceration. All races in America get incarcerated, but black people are more likely to be incarcerated. So you agree with that, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Right.
That's the foundation of the argument.
Yes.
So when Obama passes acts that benefit America, some of those disproportionately affect black people.
Like
more
what?
than the other groups.
Like what?
Would you healthcare?
Why you think it only benefit black folks?
But I didn't say only. See, you see how you take. You see how you guys take my speech and you twist certain words and change the whole narrative.
That doesn't disproportionately affect black people.
Exactly.
Do you know what the black healthcare rate? The black people are way likely to die of things that are treatable than every other race. I'll give you the numbers, Lalibela. I got you.
Yeah, that's the numbers.
Even black women.
Yeah, of course. Even black women. It's a scientific conversation.
You ever think about? Hold on. You ever think about where do they go to take these surveys that you're reading out here? Where do they go to take the survey? What kind of people they go and do these surveys?
Yeah, but
that's fine.
What areas they go and do these surveys?
That's fine. You're right. That the sample sizes are different. But what are we going to go on? It's either go off of that or just go off of I feel like. I feel like. Go off of that stuff. I'd much rather go off of the opinion of 100,000 people done in a scientifically done survey than just go off of the opinions of individuals who say I feel like.
And who are taking those surveys?
Method
and
to
who
surveys.
Are taking those surveys? And who are taking those surveys? Man, y'all better come on.
But Michelle, that's irrelevant, though.
No, hold on.
It's not irrelevant to me.
So it's a conspiracy to make black people look more sick.
That they put out there, black people is the more likely ones to get high blood pressure. But
that's true though.
But it's true.
It's not true.
So hold on. When they talk about even welfare, right? They make it seem as if we're the welfare recipients.
Yeah, we're the welfare.
Kings.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You have so much poor
No. We are not arguing that. No, we are not.
We might agree the argument. You branching the conversation now.
Right. With the different conversation that now.
No, but let me tell you something, right? You see, in Appalachia and Middle America, where those hospitals are closing down ridiculously, those areas are facing serious problems when it comes to healthcare.
But those are just poor states in general. But Lalibela, so are you arguing that because some statistics are not that accurate that we should throw all of them out the window? Is that your argument?
No, hold on. When did I even get the remote to close that argument? What I'm saying
is that's what Michelle is alluding to essentially. That's what Michelle is alluding to essentially.
No. So here, my point is that listen, even with affirmative action that you guys point about, and clearly affirmative action existed before I was born, right? Even so, black people are not the primary benefactors of affirmative action.
No.
It
It
We're
was
not.
I
no,
I
no,
wasn't
not
saying,
it
arguing
guys.
was
that,
I don't know
really
if both
Lalibela.
of
We're
y'all
women.
not
are right.
arguing
No,
It
but
was
that.
really women
Hold on
who
up.
it was really women
And
that came
Asians.
from affirmative
But we're
And
action
not
Asians.
arguing
And
that though.
Asians. And
and
Asians.
Asians.
So when
But
you
we
Exactly.
are
tell
not
me
Okay.
that,
arguing that.
so when you tell me that affirmative action was pushed by Obama to benefit black people, we're not the one
Eh.
benefiting
No,
from that
I
damn long.
said it benefited black people. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say it was only black people it benefited. I
My
said
thing
it
is, my
benefit.
thing is, my
It
so
was.
here's my
Hold on. I am saying in some way, shape, or form, it was beneficial to black people. I didn't say
no,
it was only black people.
we're not disputing any of that. So here's my argument, right? Obama was rightfully, Obama was correct in responding to the LGBT concern, right? And he had to intentionally focus on that. Them, certain discriminations, certain issues that they had were unique to them, and he addressed that perfectly fine. What I am saying and what Michelle is saying is that to the extent that he did that for those folks, there are many things that uniquely affect black people that he could have focused on that would uniquely benefit us. That's all
So,
we're saying.
Exactly.
okay. So why is it he had to do something specifically for black people and not Americans in general?
Listen to what I said, bro. To the extent that LGBT folks were disenfranchised, black people are disenfranchised in some respects, where white folks are not disenfranchised. And that disenfranchisement should have been reconciled. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
because
hold on. So hold
imitate
on.
what he was saying is Obama put all his attention on the LGBT community to make
Yes, he
sure
did.
that they gain this
They
right,
got exactly.
right? It wasn't not just about American, it's just a
Una all
specific
right with that?
group.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
Yes, yeah,
Cara,
Una
yes,
all
that
Cara,
right with
group.
that?
Cara. Yeah, but Cara, remember, you know.
Hold on. Yes,
Yes.
that group is included black and white and all
Exactly.
race,
So yes. So that
the
shouldn't be a
same.
conversation.
No, no, I know. But what they're trying to say, the same way he put all of his attention to make sure those laws were passed for those people, it was the same way he could have picked out something that directly affected black people in America and put his attention there. So that at least if he wasn't
Hold on,
What God
Robert.
did
Hold
for
on.
black people?
Hold
What
on,
God
Robert.
did for black people? Since
Look at
y'all
our
worried
Robert.
right to
about
look at our right
Obama.
to vote in America, right? Look
No,
at
but
our right to vote in America.
hold on. Remember, Scara, our conversation, what me and Robert is saying is that things were done that benefit black people, right? I will agree with you that yes, he could have done more or certain things, the same zeal where him have for the LGBTQ, he could have done some things where benefit black people. I agree with that. But the
Okay, so what's the
argument that
argument
he did
about now?
nothing for black people is pseudo.
No. Omar, I mean, Imhotep, what Michelle and I are saying, by default, if Obama does anything for the country, some enough black people would benefit. What we're
sure.
saying
No,
again, what?
no, wrong, wrong.
Hold on.
Make him finish, Robert. Make
Hold
him
on.
finish.
If Americans are benefiting from certain policies, black people will benefit from it to the extent that black people can participate, right?
No.
Our concern is that in some respects, black people are disenfranchised. Look at the Voting Rights Act, right? Obama as a black president should have been pushing for that profusely for black people. That shouldn't be something we're renewing him to this day. You know what I mean?
And that's a fair argument, and we're
That's
not
not
here to
something
Right,
that we're
disagree
right.
with
That's a
you.
renewing.
fair argument, right?
But look, Lalabella, let me show you how that's a rubbish argument. Because if
It's fair, but it's a
Obama,
rubbish argument. Let me hear it.
watch, I'm gonna prove it to you. Watch this. If Obama passes a policy that benefits farmers, how much black farmers are there in America? That's not something that's gonna really
Plenty of
benefit
black
black
farmers in
people.
America. You'll be surprised.
Hey,
What
Plenty of
he,
black
percentage?
farmers
All right,
in
let
Michelle,
me go get the
America.
numbers. Let
he's
me
not
go get the
aware.
numbers.
Michelle, he's not aware of the plight of black farmers in America.
You hear what I'm saying? Plenty.
No, he's not arguing about the. No, hold on. He's not arguing against their plight, though, Lalibela.
No,
It's a
no.
different reasoning that
So for
no.
black, no, he's saying that black farmers wouldn't benefit.
Yo,
Exactly.
according to the USDA, only 1% of farmers in America are black.
So
So y'all just
No, but
argue
you
with
said so. No,
emotions, and
he's
I'm
no,
gonna
but
argue
no,
with
no. But
numbers.
hold on, no,
I'm
no,
gonna
Lalibela,
continue. Hold on.
Lalibela.
Listen, in 1919, only 14% of farmers were black. Now, let me tell you something. Well, no,
all right.
excuse me.
I'm glad you went there. I'm glad you went. I'm glad you
14
went there with farmers.
No,
I'm glad
go
you
ahead.
did.
Sorry.
I'm glad you did. Black farmers are going to hell in America when it comes to access to
Exactly.
loans and
That's
support,
fine,
right?
but that's not
Exactly.
the
So you're
point
not
that
going
That's
to
I'm
not
see
the
them
point
have them up
though.
making.
there
That's
as
not the point
farmers.
That's
though.
not
You're
the
not going to see
point.
them have the
You're not
percentage
getting
up
the
there as
point because you
farmers.
want to argue.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
please. Let's not noisy up the reasoning. It's
Yeah,
either we just pass the mic
right.
one by
So,
one. So here we go now. Hold on there. Lalibela, right? It's over to you, and then it's either Michelle or Robert. But yeah, we don't want to noisy up the reasoning.
all right, cool. No doubt. Black farmers are going to hell in America disproportionately when it compares to white farmers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when, access to loans and so forth, all kind of issues, right? Subsidies. Now, Obama should have been cognizant of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he wanted to benefit black farmers, clearly he could have easily.
Correct.
That's all I have to say about that.
And that
Yeah.
is the argument that we've been
And we got
having.
the black farmers here in the
Yeah.
south. Plenty we can't that
Yeah,
can't get no loans, can't get nothing. But them
yeah.
and he could have focused more on that as well. Yes.
Just not to interrupt you, but just imagine a Marcus Garvey being the president and see how much of a different that would have been,
Exactly.
right? It would have made sure his people would have gained something out of it, not
But
just Americans.
but the thing is, Cara, the conversation is Obama did nothing for black people. So you
And
get
the
what I say.
conversation it was corrected. So stop it, Imote.
When we say Obama didn't do anything for black people, we're saying that to the extent that Obama addressed disenfranchisement
Yes.
elsewhere, he
Yeah.
should have addressed
It make
disenfranchisement when it comes to
So
black people.
yeah,
so
that he
so so
make it
question.
legal for so
Yes. So
why so
question.
he make it legal that man can walk in girl bathroom and all them things there. And that he
Okay, so
focus on.
question. So question now, right? Is it a case where you guys just I say Obama as president only disappointed say he not do nothing for black people or all American presidents? Oh it go. Is that Obama alone we're
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Well, all damn
Okay.
Yeah.
American president, you doggone right. That's
The,
how come
the,
we thought that since we had a black one in there, he would do something for us because the
Yeah,
rest wasn't doing nothing for us
But hold on, but why did we think that he was gonna do something for us when
because
as
white presidents have
because
been
president
he's
doing for
black
white
and we
but
people.
black.
hold on, no, as
White
president
presidents
he
have been doing
cannot
for
be
white people.
partisan, right?
Okay. Huh?
No, I'm
You said
saying as president he cannot be partisan, right?
no. We're not asking to be partisan. Well, we're not
Yes,
saying that
but
we should.
asking for something to benefit black people specifically, that is
but
partisan. That's the reason why
So,
even
so hold on.
the whole student,
Imate,
hold on, no. Yeah, go to.
no, I was gonna say the example that Annabella used just now with the farmers was perfect. That
And the
right
Voting Rights
there.
and the Voting
Yeah.
Rights Act.
It was a
Just a
terrible
simple,
example.
just a
No,
You
no,
simple,
no,
guys
hold
didn't
just
on,
a,
let me finish.
well, let me
You
Scarra.
finish
guys
now.
didn't
Let
let
me
me
finish.
finish. Y'all didn't let me finish, so you don't even know what I was gonna say because
Yeah,
y'all just
but that's
as soon as
that's
I
just
say a
as
key
exact.
word, y'all jump in.
Well,
You
hold on.
gotta let
No.
me finish.
That's exactly right. Imate. It's 1% of farmers, and that 1% still cannot get loans. We're not talking a high
But
number
that's
of
not the
people here.
argument though, Scarra.
That's not
No,
the
but
argument.
That's
no,
not the
no. I'm
argument,
not.
Okay.
Scarra.
I'm not saying it's the argument. I'm saying what Annabella is saying is they can't. They're getting denied for loans and all those things. Because remember, farm
That's
equipment is
fine.
expensive, and not
You
everybody can
believe
just
that.
jump up and buy a tractor,
Do
right?
you
So
believe that?
if a guy is getting denied loans, that's gonna discourage me from being a farmer, right? So the number would essentially be lower and lower every year.
That
Exactly.
is fine, and we're not disagreeing with that. The
Right, right.
point of me bringing that
That's
up,
the argument, though. We as a
I'm the one who made the point. How can that
No,
be their
no,
argument?
no,
I'm the
no.
one who made the
No,
point.
yeah, you
Robert,
made the point,
Hold
that's
and
not the
on,
point you're making,
and
Robert.
we picked up on
That's
Scarra.
not
that
the point
point
you're
that
making,
you made.
Robert.
Hold on, guys, please. Scarra, I think you're walking a reasoning where, yeah, certain parts side you might have missed, brother, but that is
no,
not
no,
what Robert
no.
is saying. Hold on, no. I'm gonna let Robert finish what he was saying so we
Let's
can
hear
all
it.
be on the same page, and then Michelle can respond, Lali Bella can respond, and then over to you, Scarra.
Okay,
Go ahead.
listen. I
Uh-huh.
brought up the farmers
Mm-hmm.
because remember the conversation. You guys kind of like branched into different directions, but essentially you said that Obama, the things that he didn't really benefit black people, right? So I
Right.
was trying to show you. Hold up. So I was giving you an example. The farmer was an example to show you that, like, remember I said, remember I used the foundation of my argument is that there are many problems in the country, but they all affect different races at different percentages. Remember, we
Right.
agreed on that,
Right.
right?
Right.
So the point, hear me? The point of me bringing up the farmers was to
Mm-hmm.
bounce off of that point and to say that because only 1% of farmers are black, and it's probably safe to assume that 90% of farmers are white, that if Obama passed an act that benefited farmers, that wouldn't really benefit black people. Because remember what we said from the foundation, the problems affect each race at a different rate. So farming is not a big problem for black people because most black people don't farm.
What?
But
Wait a
can
minute.
I answer? Can I answer this one?
I gotta go. I gotta make a run though.
Hold
So,
on. Let me answer this one.
Hold on, no, brother. We agree. So Michelle, I go respond. Then
Okay,
Lalibela,
go
then
ahead.
you.
Hold on, Robert.
But where would you get that most farmers are white farmers?
Common sense.
Of course, yes,
Common
that would be
sense.
right.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're
Michelle, I said America. Remember, Michelle, I said in America.
Right.
So you think
Hold
most
on.
farmers in America are black?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not saying
that's
that.
what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
the
but
the reason why the number is so
It's
low
so
is
low.
because
Fine, but I'm not
hold on. Let me answer. Let me answer. The reason why the number is so low is because most people who wants to be a farmer can't even.
You
No, hold
being
on, Robert. Robert,
redundant.
hold on. Because what's it, you know? We have to have the emotional intelligence to just reason it out. But remember, Scarrow, before you finish, that was not the argument, though.
Remember my time for
No, but
see?
listen to
Yeah. But me I
Cut
said,
it
let
up.
Scarrow
Remember,
finish and then you go Lalibela. But that wasn't the
okay.
argument. But go to Scarrow.
You brought up the fact that there's only 1% of farmers
of
in the
farmers.
country. Farmers,
Right.
right? Well, only 1%. So the next 90% would be
Black.
okay. Yeah, correct. And what we're saying is, if Obama had a passed some kind of law, because the reason why there's only 1% black is because they cannot get the loan to start the business. You can't just be a farmer. I can't just get up and be a farmer. Farming is expensive.
Yeah.
One tractor is probably like 200,000 for just one tractor. I can't
And
just be a
and we
farmer.
do have
I
So
a
you
need
lot of
think the average
financing.
black man wants to be a farmer right now? You think that's
no,
what the
that's
average
not
You
black
what
don't
man
we're
know.
saying.
Hold on,
wants to
guys,
do?
please. Let
Robert, is it
Scarrow and
Robert?
Robert. Hold on. Let
Robert.
Scarrow and Robert talk and then Lalibela.
Robert, who will talk? Who's going to
Hold on.
talk?
Is it Scarrow and
Yeah,
Robert, then Lalibela?
I'm just gonna finish up here. You can't say that farmer black people don't want to be farmers because you don't know how many people are getting rejected every day at the bank for
Exactly.
loan.
But
So
This
you
is what I'm
can't
trying
respectfully,
to
you
Scarrow,
say.
Scarrow,
hold on him
respectfully,
at
before
what
Lalibela, hold on, Scarrow, before Lalibela get the mic, that's an hypothetical position you're taking.
And
no,
he's
I know.
taking one
But
too.
hold on. The same way you can pull up that percentage of who is farmers from who are not farmers, you should try to pull up the percentage of how many white people get approved for loans versus how many black people get denied. Who's trying to open a farming
No, we
business?
understand that and we can all agree on that, but that's not the argument.
All right. So here's the problem with Robert's argument. Remember,
Mm.
1% of farmers being black doesn't mean that 1% of black people farm, right? And Robert mentioned that 100 years ago there were 14% of farmers being black, right?
No,
Not,
I had read that wrong. I had posted it properly. 14% of the farmland was owned by black people, but that's not the case now.
okay. So and at
Sorry
this
about
point,
that. Sorry about that.
at this point, we know that 40% of the farmland is not owned by black people, right? And we cannot understand why that trickled down. So here's the argument, right? If black people had more access to resources, funding, it is safe to deduce and conclude that more of us will be involved in farming. And again, remember, right? If there are 100 million farmers in America and 1% are black, we can see the percentage of the black representation, what that is. It is disproportionately
I looked
more
it
than
up.
for
It's 2
whites.
million. It's 2 million farms in America.
2 million farms in America, right? And I guess you're talking of a certain size, right?
Yeah, 444 acres is the average size.
Okay, right.
You know I'm a numbers guy, Lolly
No,
Belly. You
that's
know.
fine,
You know.
brother. I'm a numbers guy too, bro. I'm a math guy, right? But what I'm saying, what we're saying is that Obama, as he rightfully looked out for the disenfranchised LGBT folks, he should have rightfully looked for the disenfranchised black folks, right? Whether it's in farming, voter rights act, or any other area, whether it be prison reform and so forth. I'm not knocking him. I'm not putting any negative connotation on what he did for LGBT. I'm merely saying that to the extent that he looked out for a subset of people, he could have likewise looked for the subset which are black. He, especially when it comes to prison reform and Voters' Right Act, we shouldn't be the only ones who have a temporary documentation pointing to the fact that our voting rights can expire at a certain time frame. That should have been a priority for Obama.
All right, let me say this real quick, and then it's either Michelle or Scar or Robert. All right, so Lali Bella, you said that, yeah, man, Obama, passed some law in terms of, say, just like how in a real estate, in a redlining, where if black people live certain place, they wouldn't get no loan from the bank. Yeah,
Right,
you're saying Obama should have really passed certain law where black people can get easier loans for the farming. But remember the PPP money when they get, and then go buy car and house and jets and then foolishness there. So that would even challenge your argument to say when black people get enough money, they not think about no farming. But go
I
through
think
Michelle
that
and
white
Robert.
people never do that
hold
too.
on.
Them only go after the black folks them. I mean,
Exactly.
come
No,
on,
Let
y'all.
I'm not saying that
Come
only black
on.
people do it
Let
though.
You think that
Michelle,
white
let
folks
Michelle,
can do that, but they
let
just
Michelle,
go
More
let
after the
white
Michelle
black
people
go, and then
folks.
I'll
experience
go
that, bro.
after.
More white
It
people
was
Well,
a
I
experience
know.
that.
setup that they did. It
No,
was
but
all
I'm
a
not
setup
saying,
on the
hold on,
accident.
Michelle, I'm not saying it's only black people did it.
Please.
I'm speaking in the context. Michelle, context. Lali Bella said Obama should have really implemented measures where black people could have gotten a loan, and chances are there would have been more farmers. So more money for black people, meaning the chances are more of them would have go
He
farming.
said
And me I say
getting more
PPP money
loan
where
for
they get, they
farming.
never go
He
do no
said
farming.
more loan for
But
farming. Them never just said more loan. Him said
No,
more loan for farming.
access to
Imhotep,
funding, access to money,
Imhotep. I'm
right?
talking
Would
about
have
rural.
created more farmers. And me I say, when black people get the whole of the PPP money, they never go buy a farm with it. And I'm not
No,
saying it's only black people alone did that though.
so
Talk
that's
that
But
mute.
you
shit.
can't put the
That
Imhotep,
makes
PPP.
your
talk that
argument
Come
mute,
shit.
though.
on.
Imhotep, talk that shit.
But it's
No, that
facts.
makes
It's
your no,
facts,
that makes
Of
bro.
your argument
course
mute.
it's facts,
Hold,
nigga.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Hold on, now,
hold on.
can I talk now? Can I get the floor? Can I
Yeah,
get a
go
second?
to Robert.
Now listen, Lalabella and Michelle is being so fucking disingenuous right now. They're gonna sit here and act like the average black man in 2023 is dreaming about being a fucking farmer.
I'm talking about the
Out
rural
of here.
black man. I'm talking about the
Get
rural
the
black
fuck
man,
out
yo.
of here. And let's
Yo,
be clear, I'm just
where
being
do, where do y'all
excited.
No,
live?
yeah,
Where do
yeah,
y'all
yeah,
live?
yeah,
Where do you
Robert.
guys
Just
live?
I'm
being
just being
tactical.
entertaining.
No, hold on,
But
hold on, hold on.
Robert,
Lalabella,
it's
I'm
not
just being
about farming though. It's the concept of what we're saying. It's not really about farming.
It came up
Imhotep, not
about
even that
farming
shit.
because
Hold
you
on, make
brought up
Imhotep,
Michelle. Hold
not
on,
farming.
even
Robert.
that shit.
Robert. Make Michelle say what she has say, and then you can chime in,
We
and then
started
Lali Bella
talking
Scar.
about farming because you came up with an example and your example never to come off right. So we check about the example
Exactly.
about farming,
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
No,
exactly.
Yeah.
you guys
That's
went
Exactly.
how
there. You
farming
guys went
even
there.
come into it.
No,
So
you
but
guys went
Yeah.
listen,
there.
can I talk
You
now?
guys
Let me
No,
talk
went
about it.
there in reality, though.
he brought the
Not
farming,
Robert.
Imhotep. Robert
You
brought the
guys
He
went
brought
farming.
the
all the way
farming
over
up.
there.
Robert brought the farming, bro.
No, hold on. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You
Yeah.
guys went all the
Yes,
way.
he did. Yes, he
Robert
Hold
brought
did.
the
on.
farming, bro.
All right.
When
Hold
he
on.
was
Let me make
saying,
Robert. Let me make Robert answer this day. So I'm
Yeah,
just the moderator here.
nah, I don't even know where to start now at this point. It's so much, I don't even know where to go,
No,
bro.
no, but hold on. Listen. When we're talking about black farmers, we're not talking about the guy from Flatbush. There are a lot of
exactly.
black
Yeah.
people, rural black people who
Wait,
are want
stop.
to do
All right,
farming.
wait. Stop. We already established that most of the black people is on the
No,
East Coast. Wait,
so when
chill.
you guys made that, wait, hold on, bro.
Let's take baby steps. We already established that most of the black people in America live on the East Coast. Agree?
And not all of the East Coast is urban, bro.
That's fine. So
Okay.
you telling me, all right, so you telling me that the average black man in 2023 on the Atlantic facing side of America has dreams and aspirations of becoming a farmer. Is that
If
what
they
you're
live in
telling me?
if they live in rural America, yes.
But
Absolutely not.
If they live in rural
Absolutely.
America,
Now let's be clear. I'm not saying that there aren't black people who want to be farmers. I said the average. The key word. Because the truth is this is 20. Farming is hard fucking work. Forget about the money. Forget about
yeah,
the
but
me. That shit is time intensive and physically
When you-
demanding.
But
Yeah, but
when you
people,
got
what you're
but
not
people
getting,
who want to be a
it's
farmer
not
ain't
about the
thinking about
farm.
it like
It's not.
you, Robert.
It's Robert. It's not about necessarily them doing farming. It's about if they go to the bank to get a loan to
that's what
start
I'm saying,
farming,
bro.
they will be
Right.
denied.
Do
It's
you
not
Yeah,
know
about
how many?
but
Do
being a
you know?
farmer.
Let me tell
but
you
Hold on,
that
something.
was
So
Robert.
what we're
Hold on,
irrelevant.
saying,
Robert. Hold on,
But
Robert.
that's
Hold
The
on,
area
Robert.
that
irrelevant.
I live in,
All of
Robert,
that is
hold on.
irrelevant
Robert,
the area that
because
I live in.
even if
Robert, let Michelle
tomorrow,
finish. Let Michelle finish and then you respond.
Okay, y'all talking about farming now. The area that I live in, okay, I my area is Claremont area, and that's like red dirt all the way. And right up from me, it's an area called Ocala, farming
Yep.
land. And you know what
Yep.
kind of people up there? So black people up there, so.
Oh, you mean
You understand me?
I
to
Black
could
make us
walk,
farmers them up
1%.
there, so.
I could walk the
Black people are
cornfields and
14%
cotton
of the
fields from where I live,
population,
bro.
but only 1% of the farmers.
I could walk the cornfields and cotton fields from where I live. And when I
Okay,
drive through these areas where I see cornfield and cotton fields, I see black people, bro.
black folks, lot of black folks.
Me
That's
get it.
fine.
So
I
you're
have
Other
not
no
gonna
urban
tell
problem
me they'll
people,
go,
with any
oh,
of that.
the average people now, the average black man don't want to be any farmer. We're not saying that they want. You brought up the conversation of
I would
Yeah,
farming
bet
that
mute
my
Robert.
last
that
Hold on,
dollar
let she
on
finish.
that. I
Let she
would bet my
finish.
last dollar on that. The average black man does not want to be a farmer. I would bet you my soul. I would get a piece of paper and write, here is Robert Hunt's soul and give it to you.
we
the
are
average
not
urban,
The
telling you
average
urban,
that
black
the
man
urban.
don't
average
want me.
black man wants to be a
what
farmer.
what
That is not what the
Robert,
conversation was about.
They're
Robert,
just
you
out
brought
there.
up the farming
Yeah.
percentage, and Annabelle said if a farmer had made it easier
Lalibela.
for people to get loans, there probably would have been a higher number
You
of
would have seen
farmers.
a higher
And the
That's
fact
what
percentage
we're
that
of
saying.
you
black
agree with
farming.
that and the fact that Lalibela said that is proof that y'all not really listening to me. Because if y'all was listening to me, you would understand that the purpose of me saying that was to say that those acts don't benefit black people because
Right.
black
But
people
they,
don't
but they,
do it.
They
Now
don't
you want
exist.
to hold
They
on.
don't
Hold
ex-
on, Skyra.
Yeah,
Hold on.
but
Hold on.
that's hypothetical. You're telling me hypothetical. Oh, if he does this, then maybe
Right,
more black
right,
people
right.
would be there. But they're not. We're talking
Robert,
about what is
Robert,
going on
hold on.
right
Make
now
him
when you
finish the
put more
Lalibela and then you take the mic
hypothetical.
after.
Yeah, Robert,
Okay.
your argument was that if Obama were to do anything for farmers, it wouldn't benefit black people, right?
Exactly. That
Is
was
that
the
your answer,
That's
Robert?
argument,
not what I
Robert.
said. That's
No,
not what I
no.
said.
That's
Yes,
not what he
that
said.
was what you said, Robert. Robert,
But
that's
Reset,
what you said.
let him
Let
repeat
me
when he said that.
rewind it.
reset
Because
it.
Yeah.
don't think because I smoke weed, my short term is shot. It's not.
Reset it,
Let me
Robert. Reset it,
rewind the
Robert.
conversation
Robert.
and tell you what I said.
Yeah, make him say what
Robert.
he
Let's
must say.
rewind
Reset
it.
it.
Hold
Reset
on,
it.
let's rewind it. I said in America, there are multiple different problems, but each of the problems affect each race at a different rate. And you agree with me on that, did you not?
Yes. Go
And
ahead.
then I transitioned to farming because the point is that the problems of a farmer is more of a white man's problem than it is a black man's problem.
And here's
Because
why I
only
disagree.
1% of farmers are
And,
black.
and
Now
here's-
hold on. Now compare the problem of a farmer and the problem of a healthcare. How many black people do you think have a problem with healthcare as opposed to a problem with dealing with their farm?
So let me respond to you, right? Approximately 5% of Americans are LGBT, right?
My God, you didn't answer the question.
Hold on. But you're going on the margins, right? You're going on the margins as it relates to black people, right? You're going on the margins. You said at one point in time, 14% of farmlands were owned by black people. What percentage are owned by black people now?
No, he said 1% or whatever, right?
No.
Something like that.
No, he
he's
said 100 years ago.
So what's
14.
1% of 2 million is what? 20,000?
No, hold on. So hold on. Why do you think it went from 14% to 1%?
Because I didn't get to copy and paste the whole
No.
message. Because it was
Hold on. I
about
think it's two
it was
different
about land
conversations.
ownership.
No,
It was
it's
about
not.
land ownership.
Listen.
No, he was talking about the 14% was in relation to land ownership. They
And
own
that's why,
14% of agricultural
that's why I
land.
asked him.
And what on a land. And the conversation now is 1% of the population being black as farmers.
Right, and that's why
Yes,
I asked.
out of 2 million. Out of 2 million.
So if you notice my question, I said, you said at one point 14% of black people own land. And then I asked, what percent?
No.
Hold on.
Listen, stop.
No.
Let me explain it. Stop. So listen, when I copied and pasted the information, the whole thing didn't get pasted. So it said that farming peaked for black, like in terms of black people in farming at 1919, and at that point, 14% of all the farming land was owned by black people.
I understand. So what I'm saying now is that from then to now, what percentage of farmland is owned by black people?
All right, I'll get that for you right now.
Because what you pointed out in 1919 has no relevance if you can't compare to what it is today.
It does have relevance because more than likely the number has gone down. Farming in America as a whole has decreased, not increased.
And that is our argument, that because of the disenfranchisement of black people.
But that has nothing to do with my point. Because you're arguing a hypothetical scenario of if this happened, this would happen. And I'm not talking about
that. It is hypothetical though, because
I'm talking about reality. The reality is that black people are heavy in farming.
Hold on, Michelle and I are saying categorically black people are disenfranchised when it comes to farming.
That's fine, not hypothetical. And I never disagreed.
We agree with that.
So what's hypothetical about that?
No, that's not the argument, Lolly Bella. You're not gonna move the goalpost. So what am I saying? The argument was if Obama did more for black people in terms of even providing loans, there would have been more black farmers.
No, and you think that's hypothetical, bro?
And that's the argument there.
And you say that's hypothetical.
That's not my argument.
Hold on.
Yes, it is hypothetical.
No, that's not.
Then hold on. Is it a fact?
Come on, man.
Hold on. Please, let's not split ears now, because if it's not hypothetical, show me the data to validate what Lolly Bella said.
We can show the data that black people.
But no, but there is none. There's none.
No, what do you mean?
There is none. Hold on, Lolly Bella. Your argument. Hold on, let me say this. Your argument of saying had Obama made it more accessible for black people access loans or whatever, there would have been more black farmers. Show me data for that now.
No, hold on.
They have them out there. You have the black farmers that's out there.
Michelle, hold on, please.
Michelle, hold on.
Yes, Michelle, hold on.
The question he's asking is so. I don't even want to use unreasonable. The question you're asking, the hypothetical statement you're putting forward, it really makes no sense.
No, don't try spinning for me, Lolly Bella. Are you hypothetical?
Imhotep, listen, it is clear that if someone has good credit, they can better qualify for homes. Right?
Exactly.
And if more people have better credit, they can buy more homes. That's no doubt. So when you're making this argument about hypothetical,
but why you go? No, but hold on. It's not necessarily there with credit and buying.
No, I'm talking about.
You are saying, hold on.
You pass it. This hypothetical narrative.
No, but because your argument is, had Obama made it more accessible for black people access loans, you would have had more black farmers.
Yes.
Good, and I'm saying, show me the data for that.
Imhotep, how can I show you a data for
That's
something?
why it's hypothetical, bro.
No, hold on, brother. What I'm saying to you, I'm refuting this argument that hypothetical disqualified. That's what I'm contending.
No, but I am
by definition, it's a hypothesis, so it's
right.
No, but regardless,
it is a hypothesis, though.
So let me ask you a question. If more black people had good credit, is it not true that they would pay less interest rate for anything that they borrow on?
That's fine.
That's fine. We agree with that. Yes, you're right.
Yes. All right, Lolly Bella, you are 100% right that black people are disenfranchised.
Yes, we agree with that.
To the extent that has material relevance, it's the same argument that we're striking.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Because one, you see, one other man, you see what you said a while ago about black people having good credit and whatever, access better loans, that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm saying the argument about Obama making it accessible to black people to access loans or money would have created more farmers. That's an hypothesis.
So no, here's what the hypothesis, bro.
But that wasn't even the point of my argument. I was just talking about black people being benefits and that black people will benefit from him helping farmers. He would benefit from us helping healthcare. It's simple.
We have countless data that show that black people are being denied for loans. We have
that's fine.
That we are trying. And they're suing the federal government too.
That's fine.
Yeah, but farming loans or business loans?
Farmers, bro. We're talking about the farmers.
Farmers loans, that's what we're talking about.
They're suing the federal government.
They're suing the government,
I know you guys are not mindful of it.
So the biggest problem in the black community is that we don't have enough black farmers. Okay,
you brought up farming, so we are just hitting you on the farming that you brought up.
I brought up
Robert,
farming
I agree with you, Robert.
about the
We
benefit.
wasn't
you'd
talking
agree
about
with it.
farming.
I know
The
you'd agree with it.
discussion
You guys
wasn't
are
about
not
farming.
listening to
You
my
brought
point.
up
You
farming
guys
All right,
to
so
know
hold on,
that's
so
how it turned into
hold on,
farming.
hold on. So what's going on now? Because you don't know you go almost 6 hours, you know, so I close off now, you know. So just say on the last things and we just wrap up here.
All right.
This was wonderful. That's
Yeah,
all I have
man,
to say.
definitely, man. But yeah, man, respect. You know, I assume 6 hours for real still. And
Yeah.
and it's 12:30 now. Which part me there? 12:25. So you know it go. We can reason that tomorrow again still. But yeah, man, just drop on the closing arguments, please and thanks.
Michelle, don't be a
Well,
stranger.
big
Thank
up
you
for
for
the
joining.
reasoning, guys. Me there I listen to a good while now, so keep it up in
Yeah,
my
yeah,
set.
man. Enough respect, Scary, man. Give thanks to check in. Michelle,
Yeah,
what
man.
you have to say in
Good
closing?
night. Good reasoning.
Yeah, man. Enough respect,
Yes.
Michelle, man. Big up yourself, man.
Excuse me.
And you know,
Good
so by the way,
reasoning.
Michelle, make sure you subscribe and click all. So
I
when we
already
are reasoning, you can
me
check
already
in, all right?
subscribe already,
Yeah,
and
man, they can check in and bad way up and dominate the reasoning. That's how it go. Big up yourself.
all right. Good
Big up.
night, guys.
Yeah, man.
Good
Bless up.
night.
Big up, Lalibela. Big up, Richard.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Big up, big up.
Salute to all of us. All of us. All love.
Yeah,
All
man.
love.
Respect as always, Lally Bella. You know we have to
Yeah,
always thump
yeah.
it out in the ring
Yeah,
intelligent.
man.
But
I
that's how
Respect,
it
love
go,
the
man.
man.
energy.
Respect and
Love
love,
the
brother.
energy. Love the energy. I appreciate everybody. In the comments too. I love all the Uno. You already know. Love all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So man, just need the chat there. Big up in a Chang. Big up in a Ryan. Big up Everbless. Big up Andrea. Dead D. You check in late, but enough respect as always, you know. My at root. Enough respect as always for the interaction. Only good karma. A goodly 6:30 or 6:20 though over England. And you up all night. And then I chat. Enough respect for that still.
For
Essa
real.
Spade. Yeah, man. Enough respect, you know. Let me see who else. You don't know it go. Wavy Crack. Lali Bella, Scarro, Michelle, Mr. Vegas, you check in earlier too. Where the next version the name man, Kenny Marshall, enough respect to. All of the ones you check in earlier, enough respect on the panel, you know. You get what me I say? Let me see, who else is this? This a person named LTR. Yeah, man, enough respect as well in a Merkaba. Big up, you know, enough respect family for the check-in. You get what me I say? Watch, look, and listen. Enough respect family for the check-in. Carla, respect for the check-in. You get what me I say? To those Dory, as always, family, greatly appreciate the interaction. Me know say if time and space permit, me know say then check in and just go on with piece of the reason still, you know? Yeah, man, a little reason, fire more time still, but that's how it go. King Asar, enough respect family for the check-in. Julius Diamond, enough respect for the check-in. You know, all of the ones and ones them still, you know, if you know your name, enough respect same way. And please remember for us, you know, leave a like on the stream. And if you're new to the channel, yeah, man, subscribe to it. So when we are going with them reasoning, you know, ones and ones them can engage and check in. So gratitude, everybody, respect, and probably in a tomorrow to hold a little reason again. Here, Lali Bella.
Yeah, man. Respect, man. Definitely.
Yeah,
I'm
man,
ready.
cool, big up.
All right. One love. All right. Yeah.
All right. Respect. Be good,
Yeah,
y'all.
Robert. Thank